What do you do when your back is against the wall?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do when you think you've lost it all?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do and what do you say when they're taking all your rights away? Make trouble,
Yeah.
make good trouble.
What do you do when the politicians rig the game?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
When they lie inside, call you out by name.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do? What do you say when they're taking all your rights away?
Make trouble,
Oh, yeah, make good trouble.
what do you do when they take all your dreams away?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Here most of your life, but then they want you to go away.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Hit the streets with a song and a prayer, and you'll find your allies everywhere. Make trouble, make good trouble.
Welcome, everyone. It is really great to see everyone in person that I've been seeing online for a long time now. And I wanted to say hello to all of our friends that are online and just welcome them as well because we're excited. We have so many people register online. The last count I heard was close to 150, and I think it's more than that. So that is awesome. And from different states, that's even greater. And also we have a good representation here with us. So I think we have 7 states represented. So I'm going to start with Colorado. If you're from Colorado, can you wave or say? Okay, if you're from Washington State, where are you? I know you're here. And Oregon?
Yay!
And Utah? And I don't know the other 2 states. Let's see. New Jersey?
Yay!
Lloyd, yay. Is New York here? Maryland?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
California.
California?
Minnesota.
Ohio.
Oh, sorry. I think Minnesota comes before Ohio in the alphabet.
Are there other states in the room today? We are so excited. This is the most states we've had. It's awesome. So welcome. And if you haven't met someone new, your goal for today before you leave is to meet someone new. Or if you've only known them online, then you need to meet them in person if they're in the room. Is this your first time to attend a One Pair States meeting? Welcome. We're excited that you're here. Thank you. And online people, I can't see you. Hello, wherever the camera is.
Hello, hello from North Carolina.
Are there
Hello.
other online?
Hello from Denver. I'm doing a survey of how healthcare is here after drainage of a subdural hematoma. Les
Les?
Reitman.
Les, we love you and we're praying for you. Thank you. You're awesome. And PNHB's in the house.
Yeah, you're welcome. We're trying to get into rehab now, and of course it's taken most of one day to do it. Even if you want to pay privately up here to go into the certified rehab center, they won't let you do it until they have filled up all the Kaiser beds. Anyway, I'm grateful. I didn't think I was going to be able to make this conference, so fire away, fire away.
Thank you. And we love you. Take care. And I see people from Massachusetts as well online. Okay. Thank you so much. And it's my privilege to be here today and to introduce Chuck Pennacchio. You know, what can I say? A lot of you don't already know. I will try to make a good introduction for Chuck. He's amazing. You know, he's awesome. And he's been our leader. And I'm just amazed by the work he's doing. But let me give you his formal introduction. You know that Chuck's a PhD, and he's going to be one of our presenters here at the conference. He's a veteran social justice organizer, and I know that he works really hard to reach other social justice groups and bring them into the one-payer states movement. He is a historian, you know, he's been a history professor, but more than that, he knows a lot about history. And he's a political strategist with over 5 decades of success on issues, electoral and union campaigns. He's currently the president of One Payer States, a national network advocating for single-payer healthcare reform. He's also a senior advisor on Healthcare for All Pennsylvania. He's founder of the Justice for All Network. He's an author of several book chapters and articles on American and German history, fascism, and democracy. He produced the documentary, Fix It, Healthcare at the Tipping Point. We remember that, right? We're still watching that. And it focuses on the need for universal healthcare and the critical steps for achieving this fundamental human right. But more than that, I'm amazed at the work that Chuck's doing. He has been in Washington, D.C., working for all of us in the room and all of us online so that our legislators in D.C. know all about the State-Based Universal Healthcare Act. He was at a press conference with Rokana and Senator Markey when they introduced the bills just very recently in D.C. And we were also excited because one of our state legislators was also there. Karen McCormick was also in that press conference. It was so exciting to see her there and advocating as well. So we have people advocating in our states, in DC. I'm like, Chuck's like walking and walking, knocking on doors, and it's 100 degrees, and he's riding the train, and he's, you know, looking for accommodation somewhere to stay. And he's just put out so much energy and so much effort for all of us in the room. And I just want all of us to tell him how much we appreciate him and his work. And come on, thank you.
Thank you for your warm comments, Lydia, and it's back at you. Amazed at the work that you do and all of our organizers across the country. We're in this together. We're in the same boat. We need to row in the same direction. We don't always, but we need to understand why it is that we do the work that we do. And also to Jeanne Nicholson, who helped put this conference together, along with Lydia, along with Mike Cunnington, Catherine Lewandowski, and Nathan. Nathan, I know I'm leaving people out. Forgive me for that, but those are the folks I know right off the top of my head. For the folks who turned out today here in person, thank you so much for being here. And for folks online, grateful for your work as well. This is kind of the inside-outside game, right? So we're kind of the inside right now in this setting. Working with you on the outside offline, but my work in Washington, D.C. is an effort to take our game on the inside. And just to give you just a hint as to the kind of work that it involves, I lobbied for many years, 5 years in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, was able to get the only Republican-chaired standing committee hearing on single payer that's ever occurred in this country. And that took a lot of creative organizing and the kind of creative organizing work that we're going to need to do to get our bill over the top in order to provide the necessary waivers to give the states the robust power they need, right? The federal dollars, as well as the ERISA waiver, the legal waiver, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, in order for all of the businesses to be required to participate. Everybody in, nobody out. The only way we're going to get universal guaranteed comprehensive cradle to grave healthcare is for everyone to participate. And this will transform this country, I'm convinced. But we can't act alone. We have to connect, right, with other social justice organizations. We have to build a mass movement. And the reason we have to build a mass movement is to shake the corridors of power in Washington, D.C. So what I do is I go into each of these offices, and the staff turns over really quite frequently, the staff does. So I get the business cards of these staff members. I talk to the aides. I get to know them. have a very warm conversation with the interns. Those are the people that you actually talk to when you're in the office. You request a meeting, you're given a card, they'll tell you to write to the scheduler, write to the staff member. Guess how many email responses I've gotten in trying to set a scheduled meeting in 2 years? 0. Now, the exceptions are Representative Kahn's office, with whom I'm working closest on the House bill, and then Ed Markey, Senator Ed Markey. This was a remarkable breakthrough for us last fall. First time we've had a Senate bill carried forward. So just to say it out loud, we'll repeat it during the conference. Now, the new bills are Senate Bill 2286, and the House bill is HR 4406. That's S 2286. They're the same bill name, same content, and HR 4406. We currently have 28 co-sponsors plus Ro Khanna in the House. And we picked up 5 new ones over the last 2 weeks. So we've got momentum on our side. Congress has just gone into recess, so we're going to pick this up right after Labor Day. And then just keep pushing. That's the House side. On the Senate side, when we introduced it last fall, we got 2 co-sponsors plus Markey. Now we have 3 co-sponsors, and I got word that we're going to pick up another one at the end of this week. So we're making progress. And keep in mind that we had a very short window to get this done because of the big ugly bill. The big ugly bill, I know that Carrie has a different terminology for it, Carrie Rheingans. It's probably not for primetime viewing, but the reality is that we lost about 3 weeks of lobbying time. Because the only thing we could be doing at that point was doing everything we could to stop Medicare and Medicaid. So at this point, let me just say,
Sadler is on waiting.
yeah, I know, I get it. Just wanted to say a quick word about one-payer states, just to let so you know that we go back to 2009, 2010, we're a 25-state consortium, and that the effort to build our effort or to build our campaigns centered on building the economic arguments. That's the only way we're going to get this done. So that's the origin of us. At this point, we'll continue this discussion when I pick up the strategy tomorrow. But for now, one of our great board members and one of my dear friends, who is a brilliant strategist, teaches Bible studies in North Carolina. I'll have him introduce you a little bit more. I don't have his bio right in front of me, but Rodney Sadler is somebody who's going to speak to the challenge of operating spiritually and in emotionally and intellectually in this time of great change with the rising of fascism. We need to understand it. We need to see it. We need to strategize against it. And Rodney right now is going to give us some pointers as to how we carry ourselves forward, carry ourselves whole, stay healthy, and take care of each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Chuck. Good afternoon, friends. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good. Well, I'm just grateful to be with you today. Please forgive me. I'm in transit. My daughter's going off to school at American University to study political communications. So I'm excited that we've got a new generation that's rising that will work to change this country for the better. I want to say to you that I come to you with gratitude today, not just for my daughter, but to Chuck and to Mike for the invitation to speak with you. But I want you to know that I'm also grateful for a greater opportunity, an opportunity presented by these days in which we find ourselves. It is an opportunity for a collective mental reorientation. Perhaps it's an opportunity for a revolution. Now, before I start talking, let me say that I'm not naive, lost in the midst of an unwarranted optimism or given to unnecessary hyperbole. I have to say that I clearly see the times in which we live. I too am disgusted by ICE agents kidnapping innocent brown people off the streets because they do not comply with the broken laws of our willfully inadequate immigration system. I too am disgusted when I see the vast attempts being made to undermine the gains of the civil rights movement, with them being labeled as critical race theory or DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which need to be dismantled. I too am disgusted by the great grotesque bill that will do everything from undermining Medicaid for the most needy citizens of our nation to causing a host of other problems for common, everyday American people. I too am most concerned about our nation's democracy as we see fascism on the rise, a would-be tyrant pretending to be president, and the supremacist policies of neo-Nazis becoming normalized in our nation. As a progressive-leaning Black man, I have every reason to be frustrated that each of you have. Yet there's something about this moment that gives me a reason for hope. You see, for me, the current broken system gives us a reason to reimagine our democratic systems, to see the flaws in our Constitution, and to envision its separation of powers as problematic, to right the ship that steered off course by intentional manipulations of the wealthiest 1%. I know it's at stake, and I know that we now have an opportunity to reimagine what our nation should be. You see, I think we need a revolution. Before I go further, let me say that as a Baptist preacher, I want to preface this conversation with a nod to Scripture. When asked about the greatest commandment, Jesus gave two that were inextricably linked. They were simply to love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your mind, and your strength from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 5, and to love your neighbor as yourself from Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18b. He said, by following these two laws, you have fulfilled all of the commandments that God has ever given. You see, there's something special about love. If this were a church service, I'd probably go into greater detail about the theology of these laws. For this context, suffice it for me just to say that in Jesus's mind, the love of God and the love of neighbor were inseparable. Later on, John, the epistle writer, said that you cannot say that you love an invisible God unless you love your brothers and sisters whom you have seen. He was, in essence, expressing the concern that Jesus raised. To truly love God, we must love other human beings as well. But I know many of you gathered today aren't here to talk about just what Jesus said. And I'm only talking about what Jesus said in this moment because I think it's so relevant for where we find ourselves today. Because if I were to ask to talk about what's wrong with our world today, I might simply say, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. When we see the political strategies of the Trump regime that have divided our nation, white against black, citizens against immigrants, English speakers against Spanish speakers, Jews against Muslims, straight against LGBTQ, and rich against poor, we begin to realize that this kind of synthetic division is the result of an intentional ideology that is not love. You see, love unites, it does not divide. The strategies that Trump used to get himself in office are the antitheses, the opposite of love. And when we see what Trump policies actualized have looked like, we begin to see the goal is not to foster a more loving nation, but to foster internal enmity that would lead to our collective destruction. What do I mean by this? Well, think about it. Love would never kidnap and deport hardworking people aspiring to be citizens, tear their families apart, and imprison tax-paying people without a criminal charge. Love would never undermine the progress paid for in the blood of the civil rights movement and declare the stories of Black heroes as un-American. Love would not defund feeding programs for poor children, would not take away Medicaid from hardworking Americans, would not raise taxes on the least wealthy among us while easing the tax burden on the most wealthy among us. Love would not undermine the precepts of democracy to foster a rogue fascist autocracy or empower a would-be dictator. And most assuredly, love would not allow weapons to be sold to an immoral, unhinged ally like Netanyahu to commit genocide against people whose only crime is wanting to live their lives in their own land. When we look at the policies of the Trump regime, we can clearly say with no concern about being wrong that that's not what love looks like. Say it with me. That's not what love looks like. But what does love look like? Well, I'm glad you asked. Love looks like a single-payer healthcare system that ensures that everyone has access to the medical treatments that they need. Love looks like a social safety network that ensures that no one goes without necessary food, a safe place to call home, or a living wage with which they can support their families. Love looks like ending the oppression of Black and brown citizens, eliminating unsafe ghettos, and ensuring that all schools educate all students equally. Love looks like ending slavery masquerading as mass incarceration of Black and brown bodies for non-violent drug offenses. You know, I love the way that Cornel West said it best. Justice is what love looks like in public. Now, I know that I've been droning on about matters religious and what's supposed to be a conversation about politics, but I'm doing so intentionally. In essence, what I'm suggesting is that we need to present a different kind of political motivation when we speak. We need to begin to find a different motivation for developing our alliances than simply partisan politics, ideological commitments, whatever the Democrats or Republicans or progressives or conservatives think. I'm suggesting that beyond these divisive labels, we need to support a politics that is based on love. Now, when I talk about love, I'm not talking about a warm, fuzzy feeling, a romantic urge, or a theological abstraction. No, love is a very tangible, very powerful force. Love is the force that holds us together as human beings. Love forms the basis of our interconnectedness as individuals, knitting us together in what Dr. King called an inescapable network of mutuality. Love is the basis of our mutual obligation to each other. And love can ground a functional society in a way that partisan politics has failed to do. What I'm calling for right now is a love revolution, a political commitment to love that can serve as the grounding principle for our societal fabric. And it can become a litmus test to determine whether our policies are not only viable or prudent, but in essence, moral. Imagine for a moment if love was the basis of our criminal justice system, how it might transform a system premised on punishment into a system premised on rehabilitation. We might actually center restorative justice instead of retributive justice. Imagine a love-based educational system that would ensure that white children and Black children and Latino children and Indigenous children and Asian children and immigrant children were all able to thrive equally in our system. Imagine a love-based healthcare system that would ensure that everyone has equal access to all the care that they need. Imagine a love-based foreign policy that would work to ensure that we ended exploitation, oppression, and the lingering impacts of colonialism. Imagine love-based military expenditures that might have less money for bombs and more money for a war against poverty and economic disparity. Imagine love-based policy decisions that would prioritize the protection of people and the planet so that our children would inherit a hospitable planet and a future worthy of living. So let me end by saying this, that this is a time of great stress that illustrates our failure of our Constitution and our political parties, and indeed our government, and opens the door for a love revolution. By a love revolution, I mean the reorientation of our individual and collective minds to foster a system that centers love, that makes human life sacred, that transforms the basis of our politics. Heck, a love revolution is the best chance that we have to truly live into the most exceptional, foundational American ideals. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all human beings are created equal. As we struggle to endure these difficult days, let us find hope in the transformative power of love and take this opportunity to reimagine America as a nation concerned about our commonwealth, recognizing our interdependence and our commitment to relationships of mutual obligation to support and sustain
Yeah.
Our next speaker is T.R. Reid. T.R. Reid has been one of the nation's best-known reporters through his books and articles, his documentary films, his reporting for the Washington Post, and his lighthearted commentaries on NPR's Morning Edition. T.R. majored in the classics at Princeton University and subsequently worked as a naval officer during the Vietnam War. He was a lawyer and a teacher. And at the Washington Post, he covered Congress and 4 presidential campaigns. TR has reported from a dozen countries on 5 continents for the Post, NPR, PBS, and National Geographic. TR has written 10 books in English and 3 in Japanese. His books, The Chip, The United States of Europe, and The Healing of America became national bestsellers. PBS Frontline made a documentary, Sick Around the World, following TR as he did his reporting for Healing of America. TR's newest book, A Fine Mess, A Global Quest for a Fairer, Simpler, and More Efficient Tax Code, is one we should now be reading. It suggests what the U.S. should and should not do in reforming our rotten federal tax system. Quote from TR. He is the former chair of the Caucus Foundation for Universal Health Care and chair of the board of the Caucus Coalition for the Homeless. I asked TR as a journalist to speak to us about how we can get the best press coverage of our work to achieve universal health care. Please welcome the author of Healing of America, T.R. Reid.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, JD.
Yeah, I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
Deal. Thanks, Mike. Thank you. Thanks, JD. My publisher has asked me to remind you that my books make great Christmas giving. I'm sure your mother-in-law will want a book on tax policy, solve the problems. I just want to say, hey, thanks to everybody for coming. We're just trying to do a simple thing, provide healthcare for everybody, like every other industrialized democracy in the world does. We just want to get that simple thing done, and I'm grateful to you for coming, grateful to those who are online. Now, those who have come today to Colorado have come up in the world. I mean, at least in altitude. This church we're sitting in now is at 5,300 feet. Those of you, I hope everybody come to dinner at my house. It's 2.5 miles down south of here. We'll be at 5,295 feet tonight. Colorado, and from my house, you'll be able to see several 14,000-foot mountains, Long's Peak, Mount Blue Sky. If you go out in the street, you can see Pikes Peak. We have more 14,000-foot mountains than any other state. We have more 13,000-foot mountains than any state. We're very proud of this in Colorado. Another thing we're proud of is we were the first state to legalize marijuana, which shows you that Colorado is the highest state in the country. And that is actually relevant to my speech because since Colorado had the good sense to legalize marijuana, 39 states have copied our model. And this is a fact that carries all through American history. One state gets a good idea and everybody else doesn't. Look at the things that started in one state. Female suffrage. Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado, I'm proud to say, were the first states to let women vote. Free public education, child labor laws, minimum wage laws. Have I mentioned legalized marijuana? All these things started in one state and the rest of the country sees that it works and goes for it. And that's my hope for universal health care. And my hope for OPS is that many states will put an initiative on the ballot for a single payer healthcare plan, and let's all do it on the same election day. And the reason I want it done that way is because the experience we had in Colorado in 2016, we did put an amendment on the ballot. What happened was, I wrote a book. Did I mention I wrote a book about it? And a bunch of people came to me and said, we're going to put an initiative on the ballot for a single payer plan. And I wrote these people off as hopeless idealist liberals from Boulder, Colorado, who couldn't get anything done. And I said, oh, come on, go away. It takes 94,000 signatures to get an initiative on the ballot. You have no plan, no money. Leave me alone. 3 months later, they came back to me and said, we have 154,000 signatures. Let's do it. And we did have an initiative campaign. We raised $870,000. That was a good amount of money in 2016 for an initiative. Guess what? The insurance industry spent $8 million to defeat us. They outspent us 10-1. Big Pharma threw in $1 million. The Hospital Corporation of America, $950,000. So here's my plan. In some year, 2028, maybe 10 of us, 10 states, put single payer on the ballot, and that dissipates the insurers' money. They'll spend their money to defeat it in Illinois, New York, and Florida, and Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Pennsylvania can slip by without difference. That's the plan. Now, when you do get a proposal on the ballot, and let's all do it the same year, I mentioned that, this is an important point. The media is our friend. Don't be scared of reporters. Don't be afraid of the media. We need them because they give us free access to people. We don't have to buy ads if you can get a story in the paper or on public radio or on TV. We have the winning argument. What a simple argument. Well, we think if we ought to provide health care for everybody. It's our moral obligation. It'll save money and it'll improve health. That's a very strong argument for people if we can get it out there. And reporters can help us do it. So my job assigned by Jeannie is to explain how we do this. How do you deal with reporters? And I'm going to reduce it to 3 simple rules to keep in mind when you're talking to the press. Reporters like stories, statistics, and strategies. 3 S's. Stories, statistics, and strategies. I'm going to throw in another S along the way, but those are just the big 3. Stories. Just about everybody has a story about how our rotten healthcare system doesn't work. And sometimes you can throw in how foreign healthcare systems do work. My story, which many of you have heard before. My youngest daughter, Willa, had otitis media. She had chronic earaches when she was a toddler. When she was 5 years old, we moved to Japan. And of course, about 3 weeks later, Willa had an earache. And so we searched around and found a pediatrician. We went to this very attractive doctor's office to get treatment. Now, in America, when Willa was young in the 1980s, to go to the doctor, she would look at her ear. She would say, "Oh, I think she has an ear infection. I'll give her a penicillin shot. That should clear it up." It always did. And that process cost in those days about $120, maybe $140 for the visit and the shot and maybe some medicine. Anyway, we moved to Japan. 3 weeks later, Willa has an earache. We found a pediatrician. Guess what? We go to this very attractive doctor's office. The doctor looks in her ear and says, "Well, I believe she has an ear infection." She says, "I'll give her a shot of penicillin. That should clear it up," which it did. We're walking out. I get the bill, 1,500 yen, $14. $14 for exactly the same fine care we got in America for 10 or 12 times as much. That's when I started thinking about the American healthcare system. Maybe we're not doing something right if others can do that. Some of you heard me point out there's another very nice thing about going to the doctor in Japan. You're waiting in the waiting room, which is always very attractive. And the receptionist comes and calls my name to see the doctor. And here's what she says. She says, "Tommaso Rido-sama, irashaimashita. Tommaso Rido-sama, irashaimashita." And that means, "As the highly honorable Thomas Reid graced us with his presence today." You feel better before you even see the doctor. And everybody has a story, a comparative story or a story. Dr. Pam Tully has a fabulous story about being mistreated by the American health insurance system. It's such a good story that I leaned on her to send it to the Wall Street Journal. She's going to do it. So everybody has this story, and reporters love stories. They will put that in the paper. Second, statistics. The reporters really like statistics. They like them if they're accurate. They don't like lies, but they like statistics. Nathan, can you put my first stat up? Here's one stat that I use quite a bit. If we can get it up.
So we're on the other screen.
Oh, there
Oh,
it is.
Joe, whoops. I've got to turn off. Yeah, I
This-
guess I've got it now. Do I?
This is what we pay for healthcare, $4,900,000,000,000 a year. This is 6 times what we pay for the most expensive military in the world. It's more than food and housing combined, 13-digit number. No other country comes anywhere close. Comes to more than $15,000 a head, $60,000 a year for a family of 4. You can get wonderful, great healthcare in Germany for a third of that price. And everybody in Germany does. So that's a good number. That comes from the National Health Statistics Group at CMS. Other numbers, comparative numbers to other countries. The Commonwealth Fund in New York is a great organization, does a lot of these comparisons. One of theirs that I really like is they have a statistic called mortality amenable to treatment. Mortality amenable to treatment. That means if you have a disease or an injury and medicine knows how to cure it, do you get cured? Guess what? According to the Commonwealth Fund, of the 12 biggest countries, 12 richest countries in the world, on the question of whether your mortality is amenable to healthcare, the United States ranks 12th last. We're the worst at keeping people healthy. This is not because we don't have good doctors. We have the best doctors and medical schools in the world. We lead the world of medical research. It's all the people who don't get care in our unfair, rotten healthcare system. That's a stat from the Commonwealth Fund. They have lots of comparative studies like that reporters love. Another really good place for the kind of statistics that we can use was the report from the Colorado Healthcare Cost Analysis Task Force. Can you put that one up, Nathan, the next slide? This was a study that came out in 2021 done by the Colorado School of Public Health. Here's what they did. They looked at a single payer state-run healthcare system that would cover everybody up to age 65, leave seniors, expensive seniors on Medicare. Here's what they found. A single payer plan like the ones we're going to propose would cover everybody. It would reduce medical bankruptcy to 0. It would improve population health. It would increase employment overall. And get this, it would save $1 billion the first year. The first year, it'd save more later. So this is a very good place to get data that you can give statistics to reporters, because, as I said, reporters love statistics. Now, I said I'd not add another S. Reporters like statistics that have sources. You can't just make them up like President Trump does. That doesn't work. Tell them where you got it. I mentioned I got these from the Commonwealth Fund, from CMS, from the Colorado School of Public Health. Be sure you cite a source, but the statistics on our side. We're going to improve health and save money. Finally, reporters like strategy, particularly political reporters. They want to know your political strategy. And this is particularly important for those of us who have this crazy radical lefty idea that we want to provide health care for everybody. What a nutty idea. Reporters think of us as hopeless, woke, dreaming socialists, people who idolize Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani, who have no idea of politics or strategy. We just want to dream. No, that's not true. We have figured this out. We have a political strategy. Just going to talk about it tomorrow. Well, I think several people are. And here's the basic strategy. This is from this one guy's point of view. The best way to get health care for everybody in America would be to do it nationally. Just pass a law. Let's get it done. It'll never happen because Congress is owned by the insurance companies, the hospital industry, and big pharma. In my book, I mentioned how big pharma likes to brag about how much they spend on research for new drugs. They spend more investing in Congress. They spend more buying congressmen to beat the kind of bills that we're trying to push. And so the way we're going to get this done is state by state. That's what one-payer states is all about. We're not going to get it done nationally, but state by state, and then gradually, just like legalizing marijuana or child labor laws, the other states will see a good idea and copy it. Probably it's going to require in most states a ballot initiative. If you could get it through your legislature, man, more power to you. That would be fine. We found in Colorado that's a very difficult task to achieve. So, and again, I say the best strategy from my point of view would be let's all put an initiative on the ballot on the same day. Someday, some November or maybe 2028, and make our opponents dissipate their money, and some of us will get it passed. One more point I just want to mention, and this is relevant when you're talking to reporters. What's our best argument? What's our best argument? It's kind of interesting. Just this morning, Chuck said the best argument is the economic argument, which is a very strong argument. We're going to, in one state, we would save $1 billion the first year. We would save hundreds of billions of dollars in the United States if we had a single coherent, reasonable health insurance system. This is why other countries that cover everybody and have better health outcomes spend half as much as we do, because a coherent single payer system all be cheaper. So the economic argument is a good argument. How about the medical argument? We would improve population health. As I said, according to the Commonwealth Fund, the United States ranks right near the bottom of all the rich countries in medical outcomes, recovery rates from major diseases and injury. We have a lower life expectancy rate than any country in Western or Eastern Europe, lower than Slovenia, lower than Greece. We have a lower life expectancy than any of the countries in East Asia. Why? Because we're not providing healthcare to so many millions of people. So I think the medical argument is also strong. But for me personally, we have the economic argument, we have the medical argument. For me personally, the strongest argument is the one that Reverend Robert just made, the moral argument. Doggone it. If our neighbor is sick, if a kid down the street is too sick to go to school, let's get her to the doctor. Let's get her cured. What's wrong with that? How could you be against? If I'm sick, I want to get health care. And if my neighbor's sick, everybody should get health care. So simple. And as a matter of fact, if you look at a moral basis, as the Reverend just told us, every major religion in the world argues that there's a moral obligation to provide health care for the sick. The Hindu god of healing, Dhanvantari, has 8 arms so that he can operate on 4 different people at once. In our Judeo-Christian Bible, in the book of Genesis, the first book, the question is asked, am I my brother's keeper? All the following books of the Old and New Testament answer that question. Yes, yes, we are obliged to care for our brothers. We are obliged to care for others when they're sick. And to me, that kind of hits its peak in the 25th chapter of Matthew's gospel. This is the one where the disciples asked Jesus, well, what does it take to be a good person? What does it take to get into heaven? How are we going to get past the gates of heaven? And Jesus gives one of his classic kind of roundabout answers. Here's what he says. He says, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you gave me clothes. When I was homeless, you took me in. And when I was sick, you came and cared for me. This is a fundamental, basic moral obligation. To me, it's the strongest argument. You may remember when Congress passed Obamacare and the Obama government was trying to win support for this, Obama came up with a terrible argument for his plan. Remember this? He said, if you're happy with your current insurance arrangements, nothing will change. A, it was a lie, and B, he couldn't control it. He couldn't control what people's insurance companies meant. It was a terrible argument. No, the right argument was, doggone it, we had 48 million people with no insurance. Let's do what all religions with basic morality teaches us. let's care for others. Let's provide health care for all. To me, the moral argument is a strong argument. I think Chuck's going to make the case that the economic argument is a strong. It's also a pretty good one. The medical case is good too. Anyway, when you get an issue on the ballot, talk to reporters. Don't be afraid of them. They want to get this story out. It's a very good story we have to tell. They want to get it out. Talk to them and give them stories, statistics, and strategies. Thank you.
Plenty of time for Q&A. Plenty of
Okay,
time.
questions? Yeah. None. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to me, they shield themselves, the reporters. How do you get to them?
They shield? Really?
I feel like I go nuts listening to somebody like, get interviewed on television and they say, oh, there's gotta be a better way for our healthcare system, but they don't say what. And it's like, I want to get to that person because they're being interviewed by an anchor.
Yeah.
And
Can you email that anchor? Does that work? You don't get nothing.
nothing, no, nothing ever changes. As far as, they're not talking about universal healthcare. They're talking about, oh, there's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
We know, we all talk about the better way.
Yeah.
And they, Wendell Potter got interviewed by Harry Mulder.
Yeah.
And Harry steered him into stories.
Yeah.
What are the stories? And not once did Wendell get far enough to say, look, I used to be with the insurance companies and I had a personal experience with my mother and that's when it really hit me, and I wish that more people who do get the chance to get interviewed would come out and say what we need, that instead we're talking about Epstein and, all this other stuff instead of, and they're skirting the issue in my opinion.
Yeah. I haven't had that experience. We put out a press release about this meeting and the Colorado Public Radio is here today. I think the Denver Post is coming.
I'm a more important person, I just feel like I'm just someone sitting at home, passionate.
Yeah. I think if you make the case, people in Pennsylvania pay this much and they have a little worse health than people in Canada or Britain, maybe you could get that on or start at the local newspaper and maybe the TV guy.
Contact you next time we do.
Yeah.
What do you do about someone putting out a number, maybe about the economics, correct?
Yeah.
Maybe saying that single payer will bankrupt us, or everyone will get out of work, some incorrect argument.
Yeah.
You go, you try to talk to the reporter says, I've already covered it. Or
I think there are reporters like that. My judgment, as Jeanne mentioned, I was a reporter and I am a reporter and I think mostly they want to get it right. I think if you can go to them and say, hey, here was a study done by the School of Public Health that looked at this exact question, said it would save $1 billion first year in a state of 5.5 million. I think if you can present them that kind of thing, I think I've always felt, I know my colleagues too felt, reporters like sources, and particularly with Donald Trump floating around making up data every minute of the day, they want to know where you got it. And I think if you can present them a source, the Commonwealth Fund, studies like that, they won't listen, they won't listen. I mean, the argument, I've already done that story, that shouldn't work if the story he did was wrong. So I think it's worth a try. Take a reliable, a reasonable source to him and say, would you take a look at this because your story was wrong. If people came to me and said, your story was wrong, of course I was pissed off. I said, I was some right-wing crazy or something. But I did pay attention and sometimes, more than I'd like to admit, they were right. My story was wrong and try to correct it to most reporters, I think we do. Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts about how we can combat all the money that's thrown against us regarding our ability to talk to the press, our ability to get anywhere?
Well, I mean, that's the point about free media. If you can get them to pay attention, then you don't have to pay to get that story in the paper. get that story on the radio or on the local TV station. So that's why I keep arguing to people who don't trust the media. For some reason, people don't trust reporters. Why would that be? The media news is our friend. Newspapers, radio, TV, they're our friend, and websites particularly are our friend. Get our story out there. We have the winning argument. We have the better story. So let's get it out there. And again, citing sources, not just throwing numbers, but here's a study that shows kind of thing. So I hope they listen. Other than that, clearly our experience in Colorado proves you got to raise more than $800,000 if you're going to run a statewide campaign, and find 3 rich people, I think is the answer. Yeah.
I would add also that a lot of times people want to take a very direct approach to a reporter or that sort of thing. If you've done that and have not been really successful at reaching someone you think will listen, do not forget about or undersell the power of social media.
Yeah.
Because I've seen a lot of times people will post something on social media, and if you cite a good source and good statistics, somebody who's a smart reporter will pick that up and start to pay attention, and will start to report on that.
I completely agree with that. All the big media are paying attention to influencers. Did you have a following on WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you repeat what she said? Because I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apparently didn't talk loudly. I'm sorry.
If the reporter from the newspaper or the TV station doesn't want to pay attention to you, take a look at social media. Social media has broad reach. This is WhatsApp, TikTok, Facebook, like that.
Blue Sky. Make sure you.
Blue Sky.
Demand universal health care, because my stuff gets posted every day, multiple times a day. People pick that up. Facebook's not doing so well at the moment, but Blue Sky is rocking it.
Yeah, Blue Sky, WhatsApp, whatever. And then, as we said, the newspaper reporters notice influencers on these sites and will repeat what they say. So, yeah.
Thank you for your talk. And the question I have for some guidance is, if we are able to get across multiple states an initiative for universal health care for all, same year, same day, when would be a good time to be getting that word out to folks for that initiative that is coming up? Is it too late once it's already hit the ballot, so to speak, like with early voting, or should it happen before that campaign to let people know this is coming, please vote for it?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you start gathering, have a plan and start gathering signatures, you want to do, because it'll help you get signatures. But frankly, the vast majority of voters don't pay attention until somewhat before the election. So you really want to load it up in the weeks leading up to the election, but as early as possible, get the word out there. And the planning for the many state initiatives on the same day, man, I think that's what OPS is for. Let's get this together and do it and dissipate the money of our opponents.
We're a little over.
Can I take one more?
One more, we're a little
Sorry.
behind now.
Yeah.
Do editorial boards of newspapers meet with, are they willing to meet with groups like ours? To hear what we have to say, and then do we make an ask and say, when you get a news item, ask us for our.
Yeah, well, at least in Colorado, they definitely listen. When we had a plan on the ballot, all the big papers had us in to talk to their editorial boards. The way to do it is go after them. Don't wait for them to come to you. You see the editorial and you write them or call the editorial editor and say, hey, I think you missed this point. Let me come in and talk to you about it. My sense is, certainly in our experience here, was they all wanted to talk to us. They were all willing to talk to us. Stupidly, they didn't all support us, but many of them did, and they all at least let us come in. But I think you got to be proactive there. You got to call the editorial page editor or writer and say, Good, it's a very important piece of work you did. You idiot, why did you? But I think you might have missed this important point, and I can present it to you. I'll buy you a cup of coffee and they'll say yes. It's my guess. Hey, thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Don't we have some awesome speakers? Awesome. I'm about to introduce you to another awesome speaker. It's an honor to introduce Dr. Glen Mays. And so Glen Mays is in the house today, and we're so glad to have you. He is a PhD in MHP. He is the Judson Distinguished Professor of Health and Policy and the chair of the Department of Health Systems Management and Policy at the University of Colorado, and he's with the Colorado School of Public Health. Dr. Mays' research and teaching focus on innovative approaches for financing and delivering health and social care to improve health outcomes for all. That's his focus. And so we're really proud to have him here today. He co-leads the research team that is analyzing healthcare system reform options to achieve universal coverage as required by the state legislature here in Colorado. We just passed the Senate Bill 25045, so that he and his colleagues will be analyzing that bill to look to see if single payer healthcare is feasible and to answer a lot of questions for us. So we're excited about that. On a national level, Dr. Mays leads the System of Action Research Program handled by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. It's a $15 million initiative that studies strategies for aligning medical care, public health, and social service delivery systems to improve population health. He also maintains the National Longitudinal Survey of Public Health Systems, the nation's largest and longest running study of local public health delivery and financing systems that began in 1988. He is an undergraduate in political science from Brown University. He earned an MPH and a PhD degree in health services research from UNC Chapel Hill and completed a postdoctoral fellowship in health economics at Harvard Medical School. And his title is that he's going to talk to us about big data. And I hope you have some big questions for him, because it's really important that we know what data he knows, and we need to ask him those questions because he's in the room. Thank you. Dr. Mays.
Wow, well, thank you so much for that introduction. I bring you greetings from the Colorado School of Public Health, and we're really very privileged to be a part of this this effort in helping to bring about meaningful and inclusive health reform here in the state of Colorado. It is kind of daunting to be a follow-up speaker to T.R. Reid. I'm a big fan of his work throughout the years, his book, all of the thinking that he's done to help us contemplate how to get to a truly functional health system here in the U.S. and here in the state of Colorado that serves everybody. TR mentioned, I think, the earlier study that we did at the School of Public Health for the Colorado legislature that was completed a couple of years ago. That was kind of a high-level study to just look at the economic feasibility of implementing a single-payer health system in Colorado. Do we have enough money in the system in the state to pull it off? And what could the results be on a high level, in terms of aggregate spending and in terms of potential savings of moving to a single payer universal health system statewide. And as TR mentioned, that conclusion from that study at a high level said, absolutely, it's feasible. We have enough money in the system already in Colorado, spending enough money already to cover everyone. But of course, in Colorado, we know that our current system, despite that spending, doesn't cover everyone. There are more than 500,000 people right here in Colorado that are shut out of our system that are not covered. And another 1.5 million more Coloradans who have some form of health insurance, but it's not enough to cover their healthcare needs. They're underinsured. They forego healthcare because of the costs, the out-of-pocket cost, the deductibles, the cost sharing. And so really there are millions of people right here in the state of Colorado that are not being well served by our system. So I'm going to talk with you about the new study we'll be undertaking that was commissioned by the law passed by our Colorado legislature in this last cycle, signed into law by our governor this spring, which is to do with building on that earlier study we did, but to take a much more granular look at what a single payer health care system would look like statewide here in Colorado, specifically how that system how the costs and the benefits of that system would be distributed across major sectors and segments of our population here in Colorado. Taking a careful look at how we would finance such a system in an equitable way that would not be burdensome on households, on businesses, on the healthcare system. Taking a careful look at the payment models that we could integrate into that system to make sure that our healthcare providers, our workforce, our hospitals and other healthcare institutions are compensated fairly and equitably for their work, making sure that we're keep maintaining incentives for growing that workforce or recruiting them to Colorado and retaining them here in Colorado. Just to reassure people that a single payer system is not going to be disruptive, is not going to bankrupt parts of our healthcare system, is not going to discourage people from going into medicine or nursing or physical therapy. It's not going to hurt us in terms of being able to maintain our healthcare system. So this is actually the bill that was signed into law, that the legislation that commissions this new study, a much more in-depth study of a single payer health system, how it would impact different segments of our society and our economy. I'll talk about some of the major elements that we're going to build into this new study. And why I'm here, I want to get your ideas for what kind of data do you need? What kind of evidence, research results would you like to have to help make the case for this work? Because we are still at the design phase of the study. We do anticipate really getting lots of public input. We have the ability to kind of customize and shape the outputs and the kinds of data that we generate for these studies. So if you all chime in today and tell me what other kind of data, what kind of evidence do you all want to need, want to be able to use as you're talking to community members, as you're talking to journalists and others. You can go to the next slide. The big picture goal of this new study is to study the implementation of the impact statewide universal healthcare payment system for Colorado, including looking at the overall costs, but looking more at a more granular level at detailed financing mechanisms, what are feasible approaches for generating the revenues needed to implement and sustain the system, looking at payment policies, how we compensate physicians, hospitals, nurses, long-term care facilities and others in a way that's equitable, fair, and sustainable.
Are they back from lunch yet?
Lunch is always good. Don't let me stand in the way of your lunch. And then importantly, looking at the impact of the system across the many important elements of our society, looking at how patients, households will be affected in terms of the costs and the benefits, including the health, importantly, the health benefits to Colorado residents. Looking at how the system would affect healthcare providers, looking at how the system would affect employers and businesses in the state. Looking at how the system would operate in rural versus urban components of our segments of our state. Looking at the overall impact on the economy in terms of jobs and job growth and business creation. And of course, also looking at the impact on public health and overall health status for our population. Key elements of the universal healthcare system that we will be studying through this new study These are key elements that are written into the legislation that the legislature is asking the Colorado School of Public Health to produce. We'll be studying a single payer, nonprofit, publicly financed, privately delivered universal healthcare payment system that will cover finance and deliver healthcare services for all Colorado residents. It needs to cover a comprehensive set of benefits, including medical care, dental, hearing, vision, behavioral health, mental health services, pharmaceuticals, comprehensive women's health services, as well as long-term care services for the statewide population. The legislation also requires that we study a healthcare system model where patients have freedom of choice, are allowed to choose among all healthcare providers that participate in the statewide system. The legislation also speaks to some of the financing mechanisms that need to be in place in the system. It needs to be funded by premiums that are based on and adjusted for household ability to pay. That is a critical element of the financing structure that will be factoring into the study. The system that we will be studying is not allowed to charge deductibles or co-payments for financing. So not allowed to build in financial barriers to healthcare access that are one of the major problems of our current system. As I mentioned, we also will be taking a careful look at the payment system that's built in here, how we compensate physicians, hospitals, other healthcare providers and institutions. And the legislation requires us to study those payment mechanisms that don't create barriers to continuing to grow, recruit, and retain a robust healthcare workforce. And then the legislation requires us to look at a number of different ways of financing and paying for healthcare systems to kind of help to identify some of the most equitable and efficient ways of paying for those services, including considering some of the more kind of innovative ways of paying for healthcare services, moving away from our traditional model of paying for healthcare services, which is the fee-for-service healthcare system, which we know has some serious drawbacks in terms of the incentives that are built into the system. So we're looking at alternatives to fee-for-service payment as part of this model as well, looking at global budgeting, looking at some alternative payment methods, quality-based payment methods, equity-based payment methods, and others as part of the model. This legislation requests a nonprofit statewide organization to design the draft model legislation that lays out a single-payer healthcare system that my research team will be studying and analyzing. And this work actually has already started. The Colorado Foundation for Universal Healthcare has actually already created the initial draft of the model legislation for the single payer health system that we will model and analyze. And it did that with broad input from a whole variety of stakeholders across the state that are interested in universal healthcare systems and expanding access to care. That draft model legislation is out and available for public review and comment now. It is posted on the Colorado School of Health website, where we'll be posting updates on the study as we go forward. And I've got the link to that website that contains the draft model legislation on this slide. That QR code should also take you right to that link as well. And so this work is underway. We have draft model legislation that defines the system that we'll be analyzing over the course of this study. We'll certainly at this stage welcoming comment and feedback about that draft model legislation. And we'll be building in a number of mechanisms for the public and other interested stakeholders to give input into the process going forward. But this first step is already out there. Draft model legislation exists. It's on paper. It's available publicly on the website. So the heavy lift is now what we're beginning to move into now, which is building the research, design, and the analysis frame to study that model legislation, to project its impact on the state of Colorado, on patients, households, businesses, the healthcare system, et cetera. The legislation that commissions the study also has some specific requirements for what our study needs to be able to deliver or produce. What kind of data and scientific evidence will come out of the study. And this slide kind of highlights some of the key elements that our study will produce. We'll be producing estimates of the cost of the system for the first year, the second year, the fifth year, and all the way out to the 10th year. So we're looking at both short-term and long-term costs of moving to a single-payer universal healthcare system in the state of Colorado. We'll also be looking at the distribution of those costs. Who bears those costs in terms of financing healthcare expenditures? Looking at how much of those costs will be borne by the federal government through federal programs like Medicare and the Joint Federal State Medicaid program. Looking at the share of those costs borne by the state government here in Colorado through Medicaid and other programs. Looking at local government shares of those expenditures, and then also looking at the share of expenditures that are borne by employers, businesses, and individual households. So again, a much more granular look at how those costs and financing mechanisms are borne by the major stakeholders across our state. Third, we estimate the impact of moving to this universal system on a variety of important stakeholders and subgroups across the state. We're called out to look specifically at rural communities, how the system would affect costs, access, quality, and health outcomes for rural areas compared to urban areas across the state. We're required to look specifically at racial and ethnic minority groups across the state and how they would be affected by the system, both in terms of costs and access and health benefits of moving to the system. We're also asked to look at impact across different socioeconomic groups across the statewide population, particularly in terms of income groups across the state. As I mentioned, the fourth bullet here, we're charged with looking at the impact of the system on the healthcare system and healthcare providers, specifically in Colorado, to provide some evidence to bear to some of the frequent criticisms of large-scale health reforms, concerns that we could bankrupt hospitals or health systems, or we could chase physicians out of the state, or make Colorado an unattractive place for people to practice medicine or nursing or pharmacy or other services. So we will take a careful look at how the system would affect the revenues and the income and the financial sustainability of healthcare facilities, individual segments in the healthcare workforce, physicians, nurses, and others. We will look carefully at how the system would affect the healthcare insurance industry. And clearly, moving to a single payer health system will move business out of our fragmented, largely for-profit commercial marketplace of health insurance. And we look carefully at what happens to that marketplace, what happens to the jobs that are currently in that marketplace, and where those jobs are offset in terms of jobs in other parts of the healthcare system, other parts of the economy. We're charged to look at the effects specifically on pharmaceutical prices in the pharmaceutical industry. And so we'll look carefully at that as well, including the ability of the industry to continue to have sufficient resources to develop new pharmaceutical innovations, especially innovations that are that are targeted at treatment for rare conditions and rare diseases. So those are some of the kind of subgroup effects that we'll be looking at. Look at the impact of the system on the overall economy in terms of economic growth and job growth across the state of Colorado. And then we'll look at the overall public health impact of the system as well in terms of modeling out the impact on statewide health status of our residents, as well as looking at health status impacts across those other important subgroups that we talked about earlier: rural versus urban, racial, ethnic minority groups, et cetera. The last point here is another place where we're definitely looking for ideas and input. Legislation also directs this study in examining the impact of a single payer healthcare system to compare those effects with the results from alternative ways, potential alternative strategies for reaching, for achieving a universal healthcare system in Colorado. And one particular alternative model that's mentioned in the legislation is a model that will be based on expanding and scaling up the existing Colorado option health policy that is a part of our Affordable Care Act private health insurance marketplace. So that's one kind of alternative health reform we'll be building into the study, looking at, well, if we weren't going to, in addition to looking at a single payer health system model, we'll look at a model that would involve scaling up the Colorado option, would be more of a multi-payer public option approach to getting to universal coverage. What would the cost and the access impacts be of that model compared to single payer system? So there's a couple other points, and I'm going to be quiet and see what guidance you all can give to me.
We might want to take a break for Representative Carrie Rheingans and then get back to you.
Yeah.
She'll need about 15, 20 minutes.
That sounds fun. That sounds great.
Okay.
Mike, was that a call for questions or was
No. Carrie Rheingans from Michigan State Representative is scheduled at 2:15. So we can, she has a short minute, mention that we can get back to Glen.
Let's move to that. Let's do that.
Okay. Carrie, can you hear us?
So you heard a bit about the study that's on the that is on the desk now for Colorado. We're taking a much deeper dive on actually how we implement a single payer universal healthcare system, how it gets financed, looking at carefully its impact, not just statewide, but in a much more detailed fashion across how it affects different sectors, different components of our workforce, of our society. I'd love to hear your questions, and I also love to have your ideas about what other kinds of data and evidence you'd like a study like this to produce. So, you want to start?
Yes, thank you very much. Will your study?
And we have a question in the chat that was needed to ask.
Mic back here.
Oh, good.
There's a mic there. How am I going to get there?
You can use this one.
Okay, thank you. Will your study include an analysis of what will happen to Colorado if you do nothing and the same dysfunctional healthcare system is projected 10 years into the future?
Yes, that's called a status quo option, and absolutely, we have to know, what will happen if we do nothing, and what will things look like in 10 years to be able to have something meaningful to compare it to. So we have a robust status quo. That status quo actually got a lot more complicated after this big, what did she call it? The
Bullshit bill.
big bullshit bill was passed, because our current healthcare system in Colorado today is going to erode substantially as a result of that law, in terms of looking at loss of coverage in Medicaid, looking at loss of coverage through our ACA marketplace because of premiums doubling or more, the loss of the enhanced subsidies for private coverage. So we're going to have to essentially model the effects of that law, how our system deteriorates in Colorado over the next 10 years, to have a meaningful baseline to compare it to the single payer.
Well, you have the flexibility to look at.
I don't think you're on yet.
Yeah, hold on, yeah.
Just get real close.
Will your study have the flexibility to look at with people over 65 or just a state-based system for those under age 65, given the political and financial hurdles associated with trying to convince seniors that they should change?
Yeah, the legislation requires us to look at a statewide, all population single payer health system. So the system that we model will have to be inclusive of, Medicare eligible and Medicare beneficiaries as well. We'll have to look at several options for structuring that into the system in terms of legal feasibility, but that clearly has to be a part of our.
My question, if I wasn't clear, is are you able to present an option that does not include people age 65 and older?
We could do that. We clearly have to have results that look at a model that does include that population, the Medicare population. We could certainly look at an option that kind of leaves that population in their status quo and looks and focuses on the.
Is the state model for those 65 and under would then become a Medicare Advantage plan as well.
Right.
The state plan should become the Medicare. Yeah, everybody should go to traditional Medicare.
Thank you. So state plan suggested that, but my comments are based on our 2016 effort and how easy it was for the opposition to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt amongst those age 65 and above.
Right.
And that the study clearly presented an option for those below, plus the ability for those over 65 to join the plan if they want to.
If they want to. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's something we can definitely structure into the model. Sure.
Just real briefly, how long will this study be ongoing and when are you tasked to report it to the legislature?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. This study has to be complete by December 31st, 2026. So we've got just shy of 18 months to get this underway. And in fact, the study is already underway. So it is being done on accelerated timeline. We've got a number of advantages in getting the study done on an expedited basis, including some very rich Colorado-based data sources, including especially our Colorado all-payer claims database that we'll be utilizing. We already have access to that. We already have that on our servers at the University School of Public Health. So yeah, that's the timeline.
Sure.
Wonderful study. I'm really glad wonderful study. I'm really glad you're doing it. Way back in the early 2000s in California, we had a study done by a major consulting group which found that single payer was hands down the best option on economic criteria. That went precisely, unfortunately, nowhere. What's your sense of the extent to which the legislature is looking for guidance, not just satisfying someone's whim?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do think that's one of the advantages of having a study commissioned by the state legislature, is that it's really a state legislative mandate to our state and our school to produce this study. So we've got legislative buy-in. The governor, if he didn't like it, he could have vetoed it. In our state, he's all and he has strongly endorsed that. So I think I think there's real interest among our elected officials in having data that's going to guide decision making on this kind of system going forward.
We're online.
Oh, good. Can somebody?
Yeah, first Michael Neal.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Mays, this is Michael Neal, Colorado Foundation for Universal Healthcare. I think we probably have met over Zoom once or twice. But I wanted to ask if you could explain a little bit about how long-term care is going to be factored into the study. I know that that's not the only reason we have been getting our rear ends kicked in Colorado and nationwide. But when my community that is very, very poor in the disability, i.e. the disability community, is reticent because they're already on public health insurance, how are we going to be able to use the study as a thing to convince them that we're not making it worse?
Great question. That's another very clear element of the study as requested by the legislature, that we are requesting to model a system that would include comprehensive benefits for long-term care and would fold in the financing and delivery systems for long-term care services and supports into this universal single-payer health system. So our study will be carefully modeling both the costs and the benefits in the delivery system that surrounds long-term care services and supports. That is another major complexity. That element was not a part of.
The owl wants you closer over here.
Oh, good. Thank you. The long-term care system was not a part of earlier study we did a couple of years ago. It does add a lot of complexity to the study. We're bringing in entirely new data systems to allow us to have, really granular detail on our current system of financing and delivering long-term care services and supports, so that we can model how a universal single payer system with comprehensive benefits could be factored in. So that will be important. We're actually using data from the health and retirement study linked to Medicaid claims files nationally to help to support that analysis. It's the single best data source nationally for understanding long-term care services, financing, and delivery. So, great question.
Catherine Ledowski from Washington. I'm not super familiar with your health aid or your Colorado option. It's your ACA plan, I guess. Is that administered mostly by for-profit insurance companies or nonprofit insurance companies?
Yeah, so every insurance company that sells a product on the ACA marketplace here in Colorado has to offer a plan that conforms to the Colorado option standards. So it's a mix of for-profit and it's mostly for-profit insurers that are selling those products on the exchange here in Colorado. But it's a standardized plan and a more generous plan. It provides more first dollar coverage for primary care and preventive services, as well as some other benefits.
Do you know offhand how that's going to be affected by the potential loss of ACA subsidies?
Not well. It's not going to be, as is all of the products on the ACA marketplace. Premiums, are going to more than double because of the loss of those extended subsidies and the resulting effects on the marketplace there. So we'll have to factor that in. Again, we talked about into our baseline and a status quo estimate. What if we do nothing in Colorado? What do things look like in 5 and 10 years?
We need to do online question next.
Yeah, another online question.
Yeah, we have a question from Jane Grafton, and it's a two-part question. What is the financing for the study, and how were you able to convince the funders? And then what is the potential scalability of the study? If we were looking at multiple states, could we replicate the work that you've done across different states?
Two great questions. On financing, this is a unique aspect of legislation. This is actually the study is not funded by the state legislature. It's authorized, requested, required to be done by the state legislature. It's funded, it's donor funded. And so this legislation allows fundraising. Our university, working with a coalition of nonprofits, are raising about $700,000 required to do this study. If you'd like to contribute, there are ways to do that. So it's state required and mandated, but donor funded. Your other question about scalability, absolutely. The micro simulation model we're building for this study could certainly be adapted to incorporate other states. We have to look carefully at some of the data sources. We're fortunate in Colorado to have a very rich set of state-specific data sources to do this kind of study with, all-payer claims data, Medicaid claims, hospital discharge, BRFIS, and other state-specific sources. But the underlying model itself could absolutely be scaled to other states if we can find equivalent data sources from those other states.
Thank you.
Yes.
Quick question and maybe a big thought. Quick question. I think the 2016, one of the comments was, "Oh my God, everyone has to move to Colorado," which is kind of interesting. Is that part of the model or the analytic that you're looking at?
Absolutely. We do have to model population demographics and inflows and outflows due to the system reform as well as to other things happening in the environment. So we will, we'll be looking for that. There is, possibility of some in-migration. And generally that's good for the state. That's good for the state economy. But of course people move for a variety of reasons. Healthcare is perhaps one of them, but there are a whole set of factors that will go into modeling the population dynamics and migration effects that the system could produce. I don't think that's going to be a major factor in the model. And again, it would be probably, if it did happen, we did get some in-migration, it would be a net boost to the economy overall.
Real quick, maybe this is for the thought, but you're gonna measure outcome data, which is hard to do when you're doing a predictive model. We've already looked at universal healthcare outperforming everybody from the look across. How about if we consider actually a system that delivers health rather than care for disease, and incorporate into a single payer healthcare things like improving food deserts and teaching nutrition and incentivizing health rather than treating disease?
Well, I'm a professor in the School of Public Health. You're speaking my language there. That's a big part of my larger research agenda, our research at the School of Public Health. We will be looking at the population-wide public health effects of this reform. And some of the other alternatives that we examine, we will be looking at some ways of folding in some of these other non-medical services and supports that we know benefit public health, and that also that we know can have medical cost offsets, can actually help to reduce medical spending by preventing disease rather than treating its consequences. So we will be able to look at some of those kind of ways of building in some of those public health interventions into the single payer system as well. It's a great idea.
One more question.
One more question, yes.
There's one I like to it.
Let's not let that one in.
Well, they've been waiting for a while.
Well, he has long questions. We need to get moving.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Michael.
This is following up on Mike's concern about people with disabilities, and does that also include like in-home dependent care, that, you know, to the impact on that equipment and making places more accessible for people with disabilities?
Yeah, absolutely. Those services will be part of the long-term care services and supports component of our system and our analysis. We'll be looking at building in a comprehensive array of long-term care supports and services, including home and community-based services supports, the full array that we know can produce benefits to the population. Thanks for letting me join me. My contact information is on the slides, and reach out to me. I'm just down the road. We'd love to continue the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I am Michigan State Representative Carrie Rheingans, and I'm really excited to be with you virtually. And for those of you there in person, I'm jealous. I love being in person at events like this to feel the energy and share the ideas with folks. I am the bill sponsor of Michigan's state level Medicare for All style plan. We call it MyCare, M-I-Care, because that's what we call everything in Michigan, something with M-I. And it is my second term, and I introduced it last term. It got no hearings, no votes. And I picked it up from a previous state representative, also from Ann Arbor, who had introduced it twice before. So, and my congresswoman is actually Debbie Dingell of the John Dingell family dynasty. And so we come honestly by being interested in single payer here in the Ann Arbor area. So I am an organizer in part by background. So this term, instead of just trying to think about how I can do my state level bill here in Michigan and build on the town halls and things we did last term, I wanted to reach across state lines and contact other state legislators and start building more of a momentum amongst us as legislators to help support the national Medicare for All and also state level Medicare for All type plans. So last fall, I actually had reached out to a couple states, including my neighbor, Ohio, and hosted at the University of Michigan Ford School of Public Policy a compare and contrast panel last fall with State Representative Michelle Grimm from Ohio. And we talked about our own state level bills and compared it with somebody from Vermont who talked about what happened there. And so that was a very interesting panel. And last summer, I also got to speak to Congresswoman Jayapal and Congressman Rokana from California about their bills and what we were trying to do in Michigan and across the country. So this idea of trying to form potentially a state legislative caucus for Medicare for All started hatching in the fall last year. And as an elected Democrat, I saw how the election went and was not thrilled and continued to not be thrilled. But I do think that Democrats may have learned that we can't just defend the status quo that doesn't work for people. We need to also be reformers. And I think the way to go forward in healthcare is to simplify the system administratively, obviously with a single payer system, which all of you understand. So I don't need to define that the way I would with a general public audience. But I do think with the what I call big bullshit bill that passed last month, that we are accelerating the decline of our healthcare system as it has been declining in the last couple decades, but kind of slowed down and turned around a little bit with the Affordable Care Act, but with COVID and now this big bullshit bill, I think is really going to precipitate some collapse of our healthcare system, and the general public is going to demand a Medicare for all type system. We're already seeing the general public having 60% support of this as an idea. And so part of what I'm trying to do, it's the middle of 2025. We have a presidential campaign coming up that'll start in 2 years, in 2027. And I think that part of what I want us to do together as state legislators is to be pushing to make sure that Medicare for All is on the presidential platform for the Democratic Party and in as many state platforms as possible. So I have been working with these other legislators. We also went to DC actually a couple weeks ago to be there for the State-Based Universal Healthcare Act reintroduction. And so it was really exciting to be there and meet each other. There weren't, it wasn't all of us. There's over a dozen that I've talked to. I've called about 24, but I've really spoken to maybe 18 or so. And I think there's more work that we can do. So I wanted to just share with all of you that there's work from legislator to legislator here that we're trying to do. And Chuck, I'm not sure if that covered everything that you wanted me to cover, or if you have something else you would like me to add, and then I'm happy to take a few questions.
I will say that coming in contact with Carrie has been the single most delightful thing that I've experienced in the last 2 years. Carrie is one of these unique people like Jeanne and a handful of other legislators that I've encountered who can actually understand policy, politics, and strategy. Carrie is a gift. And the fact that she's organizing other legislators is so powerful for us. Maybe you could just say a couple words about how you see this moving forward, how you see the strategy ultimately getting us to the passage of SABUCA, let's say in 2029, and passage of National Medicare for All, perhaps a couple of years after that. How do you see that happening?
So the legislators that are working in each of the states, many states have a bill in both chambers. I have not talked to anybody in Nebraska, so every state that I've talked to has 2 chambers. So many states have a bill in both chambers, and the whatever local politics they have to deal with at the state level, governor situations where the governors may say one thing while they're campaigning and then do one thing when they're actually the governor. So we, I think, can understand the political situation that we're in each of our states and try to figure out how to push the levers to advance the conversation in our state. Right now in Michigan, for example, we had a Democratic trifecta for the last 2 years, but then our House flipped and now I'm in the minority. And it's my second term, so all I knew was majority. And I have just been doing as much messaging as possible to prime the pump here in the general electorate so that in the 2026 midterms, Americans are looking around here in Michigan thinking, okay, but really we gotta get to Medicare for all. So I think that each of us in our own states is doing that, trying to push our US senators and our Congress people to co-sponsor the SABUCA those of us who were in DC actually went and lobbied our electeds. We spoke, my staff and I spoke to every single congressional office in Michigan, and we met with the two senators as well. And so we have been pushing for that at the federal level, saying we need that for our state. Not every state actually needs SABUCA. Some states can do this somehow at the state level with only state funds, and I really envy that. But we'll work. That's part of what we're doing with this National Legislative Caucus is comparing notes so that maybe my next bill introduction next term actually only uses state money. So that's the kind of work that we're trying to do is share our political strategies. For example, there's a labor union in Michigan, the AFSCME union statewide. They have already endorsed this twice now in Michigan, but they're, dragging their feet in New York. So I've been talking to my state AFSCME leader and coordinating with a New York senator who's pushing this bill in New York to see if we could push my state AFSCME to talk to his state AFSCME, for example. So we're trying to utilize the political power we have to be doing all of this agitation at the state level in the hopes that when all of our state delegates get to the DNC in 2028, that they will include this as part of the national presidential platform. So whoever's running for president has to run on this. So that's part of the building that we're trying to do here. I like to think of this as like a debate about, do we do SABUCA and then have some states get this going, which I know one payer states, that's the strategy and the overall focus that you have, or do we have enough agitation that the feds are like, oh, we better do this, or especially if the president in 2029 did run on Medicare for all, then maybe they'll start it at the federal level. So those are the political thinking that I've been pushing with all of my colleagues and with our federal electeds. It's like a federal state competition here. And I mean, maybe the states will win, and I think the feds might not like that too much.
Thank you, Carrie. You have time for a couple more questions? Yes, okay. Folks want to ask Carrie anything? Carrie Rheingans, Catherine Lewandowski from Washington State.
Yeah, I just want to ask, I guess, or hear your thoughts. I was just listening to a Canadian creator doing a live, and he was talking about
You have to speak.
I don't know if she can hear you.
There's a mic over here.
Yes. I can
you
hear
hear
you.
Can you hear Carrie?
Here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
He was talking about how, and it never occurred to me about this, that because I often try to study the Canadian healthcare system, and he was talking about how in Canada, they don't really have a national medical for all. It is 13 provincial healthcare systems that is just assisted nationally by their federal government. And I kind of think that is the best way for us to get to a Medicare for all. And I'm wondering how you can do that. To go ahead and let the states do as they see as most fit for their states and their values, whatever those values may be. And anyway, so interested in your thoughts.
So my thoughts are that right now we have a different Medicaid program in every state. A state already has to have an office, a single state office managing Medicaid policy. We already know how to do this within our state government. So we could actually just make our Medicaid eligibility be any resident in a state. I've heard some health economists actually be advocating for Medicaid for all, which has its own political meaning in people's minds. I mean, people always say Medicare, well, Medicare doesn't cover everything. We know that. And a lot of people say Medicaid for all wouldn't be good because Medicaid is such a crappy payer. Yeah, we know that too. We wouldn't have it be exactly the same. It would be an improved system. That's what everybody is like people who are proposing these things are proposing things beyond what the current Medicare or Medicaid program are. So I do think it is possible policy-wise to administer 50 plus territorial different healthcare programs that are universal within that state or territory. I do think it's possible with some minimum requirements from the feds, I would say. And then I see a question in the comment, but the hand that is up on Zoom was there before the question in the chat box.
Get on the mic. Is it online?
Michael Pence.
Yes.
Michael, you have your hand up. You have
Yeah,
to
I
make
did.
it a very brief question.
Sure.
Not a story.
A quick question. So for the ballot initiatives to get state-based single-payer healthcare in Michigan, what would it take? Because I know Michigan has a ballot initiative that could put single-payer at the hands of the citizens and go through a direct vote instead of going through the state legislature.
So it is possible that the state could put a ballot initiative together and do this. And it is something that may actually happen not in 26, possibly 28, possibly after that. That is not in conversation right now, in part because I think this is such a big and complicated thing. We would have to really get the language down and get the plan proposed in writing for people to read it in order for us to actually ask people to vote for this. So our state constitution only allows for flat taxation and not graduated taxation. So part of what I would like to see us do anyway is change our state constitution through a ballot initiative to allow for graduated taxation in any case. So I do think that there's, in the coming years, a potential for the use of a ballot initiative in a place like Michigan and the other states that do this.
Thank you. Last question.
Thanks, Representative. My name is Kate. I am also an organizer for healthcare in Illinois, and I was interested in who are you working with in the Illinois state legislature?
I have talked to Representative Han Win. I understand he just announced for Congress, so he may not be focused on this at the moment. But if there is another person that I should be talking to, I'm happy to do so. And you can give the contact to Chuck. If you give the contact info to Chuck, Chuck and I can do a handoff, and I can contact them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carrie. Please.
Great. And I will say, yes, and I do see the comment, Bill Farmer. Thank you for pointing out that we have two advocacy organizations, Michigan for Single Payer Healthcare, which Bill is very active in, and Michigan United. Michigan United is helping me, so is Michigan for Single Payer, do town halls all across the state, Upper Peninsula, Lower Peninsula. We're going to be doing a ton this fall. So thank you, Bill, for mentioning that and for all the work that you're doing here in Michigan.
Thank you again, Carrie.
Yes, thank you. I have to go get some cupcakes on the way. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry for interrupting the Colorado. I really want to see what the questions were, but have a wonderful conference, everybody. And hopefully I'll be with you next time. Bye.
Dr. Joe Jarvis. Dr. Jarvis is a physician. He has practiced medicine in 3 areas: family medicine, public health, and occupational health. He worked for OSHA, the Nevada Division of Health, and the Nevada State Health Office, and he was the state health officer for Nevada State Health. And he also worked in Colorado at National Jewish Center, and he's worked at the University of Nevada School of Medicine. For the past 25 years, he has been a national consultant in environmental and public health with clients from Guam to New York City. He has been a single payer advocate for more than 30 years, served 1 term on the board of the Physicians for a National Health Plan, PNHP. Dr. Jarvis founded the nonprofit healthcare policy think tank in Utah and is the author of 2 books about single-payer health reform. He is executive producer of the documentary Healing Us and currently chairs the Utah Cares Political Issue Committee dedicated to bringing single-payer healthcare system reform to the ballot in Utah in 2026. And perhaps most importantly, Joe is the proud grandfather of 11 grandchildren including Theo, who lives in Fort Collins, Colorado, and just arrived 8 days ago.
Yes, it's true. I didn't travel to Colorado to be with you. I've been here for 8 days to be with Theo. And we've had a wonderful time, Theo and his older brother, Elijah. Yeah, so I've had Elijah in the morning and Theo in the afternoon. But I'm happy to be here with you. I think my job here in 10 minutes is to try to describe what it's like on the ground to try to do ballot initiative for single payer in a pretty adverse political climate. We don't have a legislature that would be at all of any help, not even in doing an unfunded study like the one we just heard about here in Colorado. They would carefully ignore, and I'll get to more details about how that plays out. So I want to give you kind of the 4 big things that I think I've learned in this process I've been in Utah now for more than a quarter of a century. Actually, I trained in Utah and then was gone for a while, including the time here in Colorado. Here's where I learned about single payer. Here's where I became a single payer advocate. So it's good to be back with single payer people here in Utah, or pardon me, in Colorado. I moved back. My wife's law career moved us back to Utah in about 1997. And ever since, and I didn't find any colleagues in single payer in Utah when I went there. So I've been trying to work on building that community and that awareness. And it culminated a few years ago after it was clear to a lot of people, especially practicing physicians, that the Affordable Care Act was not going to be the solution. In fact, in many ways, it was making things worse as people had bigger and bigger out-of-pocket demands and therefore less and less able to actually get the care they needed. The functionally uninsured category that grew after the passage of the ACA, that's when people started calling me. I had been a speaker about single payer from about the year 2000 to 2010. The governor back in 2000 was Mike Leavitt, who became governor on a platform of let's do health reform. He called it market-oriented health reform. You can tell that wasn't single payer. And I got involved trying to explain what was wrong with what he was doing way back then. He graduated from that eventually to the federal government, was the secretary of HHS who implemented Medicare Part D for the Bush administration. And he's become a personal friend. That if you're there long enough and you talk loud enough and are present enough, people rub shoulders with you, and even if they don't agree with you, they eventually become your friend. And Mike Leavitt is one of the people who I had review the 2 books that I published. And I actually got some nice comments from him to publish along with the books. So about 2021 or 2, people started calling and saying, hey, especially physicians, why aren't you out there doing more about single payer? It's just not working for us. This ACA is a failure. I got a group of them together somewhere along that timeline, maybe 15 or 20 of them, and we talked it through. And my basic pitch to them was, you can see a lot of different ideas that are out there. They're all, if they're market oriented or incremental, they're all rehashed stuff. It's all been tried before. And you can spend your time doing any of those you want. I'm not going to do those with you. That's a waste of my time. I'm not interested in that. Here's what I think is right. The only way to approach this, single payer actually solves the problem. If that's what you really want, in Utah, there's only one way to do it. You're not going to get it from the legislature. And I said, I'm convinced it's not going to come from Congress either. I've lobbied Congress. I've lobbied 3 different state legislatures. The medical industrial complex owns and operates those places, especially in a place like Utah. It's just not going to happen. So if you want to work with me about this, it's going to be state-based single payer, and it's going to be done by ballot initiative. And they all object and say that's impossible, because it really is. I mean, if you think about how hard it is to get a ballot initiative on of any kind, and we've had some pass in Utah, especially in 2018. Medicaid expansion passed by ballot initiative, as did loosening of rules about marijuana, for instance, and redistricting. That there was a ballot initiative that passed in 2018. I said, so things do pass, but it's a very steep climb. I get that. The only thing I can say in response is doing nothing is a 0% chance of getting anything done. You have to propose something, and you have to get the ask out there, and you have to talk to people and give people a chance to become educated. And the idea that just doing this by, you know, all the thousands of op-eds slash presentations that I made over the 20 years that were before that, we just barely moved the needle. We got to actually put something out there. So that's my first point to you. Make an ask. We worked hard for 3 years. That group said, okay, fine, let's work on that. We worked on our policy. People around the country who are single payer people that I've known for a few years would call in and give us some advice, talk us through what their proposals look like in their states. We had Kip Sullivan from Minnesota, for instance, on the phone for a while. We had, I forgot her name, from Washington State. I think you introduced me to her. And we had several people come and give us advice, and we eventually came up with a rough draft outline of a policy that we thought could work as the framework for a statute. Then we also knew that we had to have the economic underpinning. You've just heard about this great study that's being planned here in Colorado, and that's with all the bells and whistles. Okay, that's a $700,000 study. We didn't have $700,000. What we had, we raised about $200,000, and we had to have part-time staff paid out of that and all the other things like a website and other things that you try to do as a group. So we didn't have all that much money. We raised enough to do 3 different economic studies. One was a basic description of Utah's status quo health system by the University of Utah Health Economics Group. The second was Gerald Friedman from the University of Massachusetts, taking that basic set of data and then saying, what would it look like if we imposed our single payer, which we call it Utah Cares. We imposed that on the system and implemented what would the economics look like? How much would we save? How much is being spent already? Where could we get the resulting funds? And what we discovered was Dr. Friedman, while he's really, really well informed about the implications of single payer, he doesn't know much about Utah tax law. So what he proposed for revenue generation just didn't work. As an example, income tax in Utah is restricted. You can only use it to pay for education. That's by constitutional amendment. So Dr. Friedman had proposed using some income tax, and that's not possible. So we hired a third study, which was a local group that knows a lot about taxation. Some of them had served in the Utah State Tax Commission. Others had been part of the fiscal group at the legislature. And they came up with a suggestion for how we do our revenue generation. We got them on the phone with Dr. Friedman. We got the 2 groups to agree about how much money we needed to come up with. And that was $10 billion out of what is current day $40 billion per year spent on Utah on healthcare in Utah. And then so we put all that together. That's the ask. The group started to fray at the edges, the group I was working with. As we got closer and closer to the time when we would actually try to put this in statutory language and file an application to get it on the ballot and start the process of becoming more public, you know, sort of sticking out like a sore thumb, a bunch of these guys started getting a little bit edgy and backing away from it. And finally came to the point where I was serving as the chair of the board of that group. It was a 501c4 group. And I couldn't get the board to vote in favor of simple things anymore because they were too nervous. So I simply said, we got into this for state-based single payer by ballot initiative. I can see a bunch of you aren't interested in that anymore, or at least you're really worried about it. In order to do that in Utah, you have to have a political issue committee, a PIC. So I said, you guys keep this 501c4, do whatever you want with it. I moved over to a PIC, which I formed, took whoever wanted to go with me. And we contacted a member of the state legislature, probably the only one, who was with us enough that he used one of his bill files to write the statute with all the data that we had, the economic data, the policy information we had. I just worked with the lawyers at the legislature. It was a secret bill file. Nobody else could see it. And the state senator who helped us with this promised he wouldn't introduce it. Of course, that was an easy promise to make because it wouldn't have even gotten out of the rules committee, much less. Anyway, so we had the bill. It was written. We let the legislature finish its session in March, and we filed the application with the lieutenant governor's office in April. So I'll finish this story in a minute. That's the first thing. Get an ask out there. then you actually have something to point to. The media coverage, as slight as it's been, and it's not nearly what I would like it to be yet, it's been around that ask. People have wanted to know, what is it you're asking? What are you doing? What are you trying to do? PIC, Political Issue Committee. We call ourselves Utah Cares PIC. So you can see the ask, and you're my colleagues. I'd love for you to go look at it. It's on the website, utahcares.vote. Go look at the legislation. It's all there. And all three of those economic studies, they're right there on the website. And what we're trying to tell people now is, take a look at this. We're actually here to tell you we can actually pay for care for everyone. People will get better care. And we're the only proposal out there that will reduce the percent of the gross domestic product going to healthcare. Nobody else can make that promise. That's right in Gerald Friedman's report. There's a graph that shows how that declines after we implement. Now, that's important point, because point number 2 is stay on that message. We don't fuss with Medicaid. Yeah, I know there's a lot of stuff going on, and Medicare and all the big, beautiful bill or whatever you want to call it that's going on. I think that's distraction. I think neither political party really wants to help me anyway, and maybe not you either, wherever you live, do single payer. So we've got to stay on that message. It's the only one that matters. It is the most important domestic issue in the United States. I think the reason why we have MAGA and all this hate and all this division is because a lot of people's healthcare got abandoned a lot of years ago. And they didn't get hands-on, and as soon as we can start putting hands-on, we'll solve. Thank you. Okay, so I've only got 2 minutes, and I'm going to do the other 2 really quickly. The third is money. Our Lieutenant Governor has seen our proposal. She has finagled it so that she's denied us a chance to move forward. That came because the fiscal analyst from the legislature looked at our stuff, even though it's very carefully documented that we're actually coming out even at the end of the day. He claimed that we could be as much as $8 billion in the red every year as a state with the implementation. And he did that basically because he ignored all of the savings of a single payer. And I have that by telephone from him, although I didn't record that conversation. So we're going to have to litigate this on. And I went and found some lawyers who are good at ballot initiative litigation in Utah, and the asking price just to engage them was $200,000. Now, interestingly, there's, and this is the 4th point, there's a group that also filed 4 different ballot applications on totally different issues, not healthcare. 3 of the 4 were denied by the Lieutenant Governor, and they have filed a pro se appeal to the state Supreme Court. And actually, the Supreme Court has demanded the Lieutenant Governor answer. So I'm thinking maybe that's our way forward right now. I have to get we have to have 5 bill sponsors in order to file an application for a ballot initiative. I'm going to get my 5 bill sponsors together and say, do you agree that we should go pro se in front of the Supreme Court? So that's the 4th point, and that is expect lightning to strike. All right, lightning in the case here is a pro se argument, but there's another lightning that just happened in Utah. How am I going to get 150,000 signatures? I don't have any money. Well, there was a bill in the last session, HB 267, which completely cut out from underneath the public unions any ability to negotiate wages or anything else with the public entities that their people work for. And that created a firestorm of response in a conservative Utah. And there's a way to counteract what the legislature passes called a referendum. It's the same thing as a ballot initiative, except it's a bill that's already been passed. It's signed into law by the governor. And what you do is you collect signatures, and you only have 1 month after the governor signs the bill to collect 150,000 signatures. And they collected 354,000 signatures. All right, so I went to those guys and said, if I get to the point where I need to collect signatures, will you help? And they said, yes. Well, that's an early, possible. That's lightning striking. Okay. So those are my 4 points. Get an ask out there. Focus on healthcare, and single payer is the answer. Find a way to get money. I would love to talk to all of you across the country about trying to start the equivalent of a PAC for single payer. I think we need to raise a big pile of money, and I think it's there to be found if we work together across the country. And then 4, expect lightning to strike. I'll take questions. I know I'm at the end of my 10 minutes.
Doesn't have to be 1 minute question.
One question. Thank you. Well, I've got to go. So thanks for having me.
Speaker is a great friend, and the presentation he's going to make is going to complement what Jeanne Nicholson will be talking about. How do we talk to folks who are not on our side, right? People who are more conservative, or scared, perhaps. The person we're talking about here is Egberto Willies. Egberto is Panamanian born, a Black Latino Caribbean. He's somebody who operates in conservative Texas. So there you go. And he makes friends everywhere. He engages the conversation with everybody. And he has a podcast called Politics Done Right, and has written 3 books, I think 4 books now. And without further ado, Egberto, do you want to come up and tell us how you do your thing? And then Jeanne will step up, and then we'll have some conversation. Thanks, Egberto.
Well, first of all, thank you so kindly for being for inviting me to speak to you, Chuck Pennacchio. You know, you are one of my heroes. We meet every year just about at Netroots Nation. I hope to see you in New Orleans in a few days. I assume that you're going. Now, one of the things that I with Politics Done Right that I try to do is I try my best to get into to address people from a position of first and foremost respect. I know it's easy, especially in these times, to hate on everybody, as our the previous speaker pointed out. A lot of what he said, creating the angst in this country. What I try my best to do is see the world through the eyes of the person that I'm speaking to. And I know that may sound somewhat like a pie in the sky, or that may sound like cliche, depending on who you are. But what I always try to do is, whenever I'm speaking to somebody, number one, I am actually listening. I know what I want to say, but I'm always listening. Secondly, I am always trying to see their point of view. In other words, I know what I think, but I want to know, how did they get to the position that they are in? The previous speaker, first of all, I want to say was all inspiring in the amount of effort and work that's going into single payer. And I know that much of what Chuck is doing has a lot to do with single payer. And one of the biggest problems that we have with implementing single payer is the ability for people to talk together, speak together, and believe each other. Because if we would ever get there, all these issues that we're trying to solve would be solved. A quick little story. I tell this story each time. If you've heard me before and heard this story, forgive me. But for those who have never heard the story, I want to point out how it actually went. I wrote most of my books at a Starbucks. And, sitting down with my laptop and writing the book. And there's this woman that came in, and she always sees me there. And she finally got the guts to come and sit next to me and say, I see you here all of the times. What is it that you're doing here? And I explained to her that I was writing books. We also got into conversations about healthcare. And this particular instant in time, she was having a healthcare issue. And she was complaining about the health insurance companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, in the place that I live, this is very, very red Texas, a very, very red area. And so they have no desire for a single payer system, let alone Medicare for all or any permutations thereof. And so we started talking, and what I started to do is listen to her problems that she had intently. She had issues with having to go from one doctor to the next, having to get permission to the next, couldn't choose one doctor, couldn't choose one medicine, the thing that we all know about. And I listened and I listened and I said, it would be nice if we didn't have to go through that, right? Yes. What would you do? And I started, instead of me trying to be the person pointing out and preaching single payer or preaching Medicare for all, I asked her, because good solutions are always pretty much the same. If you listen to a lot of what the previous speaker had to say, when he mentioned that all these other permutations of commercialism within healthcare have been tried before, and we all converge onto what is best. So again, I asked her to explain what was wrong, and then asked her to tell me how would you, what would you would have preferred. And one after one, yes, a lot of the questions were lead-in questions, but she answered the questions. And the ultimate result was what she described was what we were, and I was writing about as well, known as Medicare for All. So I'm feeling a bit guilty now, because here is this conservative woman, very red woman. At that point in time, MAGA wasn't really in existence yet. It was a Tea Party and that sort of thing. She would come and she would interpret that. So I finally looked at her and said, ma'am, before I go any further, I just want you to know that you are speaking to likely the most liberal person in this in this town. And she looked at me in shock. And then she said, but you're so nice. And what that gives you, that shows you that our problem isn't about loving each other, being around each other, communicating with each other. It is the caricature that we have of each other. And the caricature that we have of each other allows the plutocracy to penetrate our minds with the necessary stereotype to keep us fighting against each other, because getting together means that we actually solve the problems. In fact, getting together would give us the smarts needed to implement the previous speaker's policies that he was speaking about. Now, I further looked at her and said, ma'am, I want you to know that what you actually described, what we were speaking about, is actually known as Medicare for All. Another shocker. But again, she came up with the idea because, again, like I said, most good ideas converge. People would say there are a lot of different ways to do different things, and that's true. But good ideas on a particular issue normally converge into some point, and once we get that, and once we learn how to speak to others, it becomes immediately, first of all, what becomes immediately relevant is that we are all in the same game. This morning on my program, I talked about the fallacy of rugged individualism. We like to speak about rugged individualism, but what we don't understand is rugged individualism is a cancer that keeps us apart, a cancer that makes us suffer in silence. And in our suffering in silence, we don't get together for collective answers. And once we learn those things and realize that we have been programmed from the inception of this country, we've been programmed from the time that those signatures were placed on any one of our documents, and learn that we have to change that, and not only change that personally, but able to communicate that change to the people we're talking to without making them feel like they're stupid, foolish, or anything like that. Then we can get some sort of a penetration into their minds. When they get that respect for you, as I tell people all of the times, I have a very, very large percentage of my audience, believe it or not, are actually on the right. But the one thing that they get, and the reason they keep coming back, is they feel they either learn something, they want to see, they want to touch with what they think they know or what they think we should know. And we come to not, I don't believe in necessarily coming to consensus in the frame that consensus speaks about, but we come to the realization of what on any particular issue a truth is. And I hope with that, I've been I met Chuck's expectations, I hope. So any questions before I move on? I don't know if that's the way Chuck wants to do it or not. Chuck, if you're there, I'm not hearing.
I have a question if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear.
Reciprocity, but so if you're going in with compassion and trust and kindness, and it's not being delivered on the other side, what is your approach? How do you manage that process?
Okay, first of all, I'm glad that you said what is my approach. It is because I don't want anybody to feel that my approach needs to be their approach. Look, there are on my program, there are people calling me the most vile names, as vile as they come. And many a times I would have responses like, I see you're having a bad day. Or I would say like, I just want you to know that there's nothing that you can tell me that I haven't heard before. So it really has no material effect on me. Will you consider asking the question that you actually want to ask? And a lot of times it deprograms some in fact, some extent, I've gotten written apologies unrequested from people after they've attempted to get me to get to the violent or the boisterous side. And instead, I simply kept the poise. And by keeping poise, I don't mean not being forceful, because I'm a forceful kind of guy, especially if you watch some of my videos, I really put it out there. But I always make sure to say one other thing. If you listen to my videos as well, I talk to people as my brothers and my sisters. And I methodically and intentionally call everybody a brother and a sister. And the reason why is I have two sisters and I love them to death. One of my sisters is MAGA. The other one is liberal like I am. Well, a little less liberal, but liberal nonetheless. And I love them both. And both of them would do anything for me. So I can understand, for all practical effects, because that is my sister, my MAGA sister, because she's my sister and because I love her to death, there's nothing that I could do to harm her, or there's nothing that she can tell me that's going to break our relationship. So if I consider you and I instantiate you as a brother or a sister to me, I can just about accept anything from you. Now, I am not asking everybody to do that, because if you can't, you can't, nor should you if it stresses you out. I don't think much stresses me out anymore after the kind of life I've gone through.
We have a question online from Leslie Reitman, who has just got back from the hospital. Go ahead, Leslie.
Leslie, you're on mute. Leslie's still on mute.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, thank you for listening. What you're talking about, it seems to me, is deep value canvassing, which we tried in northern Colorado. And some people are good at it, and it's very hard to teach people. Maybe it's your personality, you know. Remember, there was a guy that he was good at converting KKK people and getting them to turn in their uniforms to
and it was
Eddie.
A black guy at that. Yes, I remember well. Yeah.
And you know, he had a way of that personal, and I don't know. So the idea is you're supposed to get people telling their own story, which you did with that woman at the Starbucks. And then they don't remember what you say, they teach us, but they remember what they told you. And then at the end of it, you know, it's a script that we had going to the houses, and we'd say, well, after you've heard me, now that we've had this conversation, how do you feel about voting? Do you think it'll make any difference in the election? And I saw magic happen a couple times, but it was somebody who was very intuitive with their relationships. We had a guy who was illegal immigrant and who was afraid to get his driver's license for the last 20 years. And we got him to enroll in voting in the last election because he was sitting there on the porch with his sister, with his daughter, who was talking about, you know, how she just really didn't like the idea that he couldn't vote. Anyway, the point I'm making is I think if we try and, you know, just are upfront and say we're talking today because we're really worried about healthcare. You know, we've tried everything, and are you worried about healthcare? What makes you? Oh, I don't have any trouble with healthcare. You know, and
You
then
know what, Leslie?
I go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wanted your advice on how
Yeah.
to do deep value canvassing in a nutshell.
Yeah. Let me answer that in for two things that you said. First of all, as far as reaching people, again, not you're correct that not everybody wants to do it. I think everybody can do it. But I think what it really takes is that for us to change a lot within ourselves, right? I came to this country a homophobe and a sexist, and that's my culture. That is my culture. Okay. And I had something triggered me. Somebody said the right thing that triggered me to realize that I was the biggest a-hole possible, being a sexist and a homophobe. And I made that change without looking for somebody to give me a pat on the back for having.
Oh, we just did. Sorry, can you have to unmute? I did it to you.
All right, that's all right. I'm unmuted. I don't know how much that I said, how much you've heard of what I said, but I said that a lot of look, I was a progressive when I came to the United States, I think to some extent, but I wasn't progressive enough in that. Like I said, I was a homophobe, a sexist until I made that change. I made that change. That person has to make a change. All of us that are going out there and pushing the message have to make a change. And the change, people can see honesty really quickly. You know, if you're a pinko liberal like I am, progressive like I am, which I don't try to run from at all, the mere fact that people see that you are in a particular space and want to have the honest conversation and not just preach to them, even though I do a lot of preaching, but just not preach to them, I think they start to open their minds when you also show that you're willing to listen. So I think that is the most important thing. But a lot of times, even with us progressives, and I'll be very honest, we have to change ourselves first. I had to change myself first. Because a lot of us are preaching, just like they had a single issue with abortion, we may have a single issue with healthcare and some other issue. I think we have to be more than that within ourselves as well. And so I don't know if I'm answering that question appropriately, Leslie, but we also have to change ourselves. I did some stuff at Netroots where, we are great progressives or whatever, but one of the things that Netroots was really bad at were people that looked like me weren't prevalent there or didn't have any real positions of worth. And until Netroots, they started to make that change as well. It didn't happen. So again, I hope I kind of answer that, but if not, keep in touch with me and I'll be more than happy to work with you where we don't have any time constraints.
Thanks, Egberto.
Quick question,
Yes.
really quick question, and that is, do you see any hope at all for single payer healthcare in Texas?
Yes. Yes.
Explain the pathway, please.
And let me explain what I mean. Okay. I think this is the moment. And this is where I think progressives need to get their act together. I just interviewed a rep and I spoke to him about single payer. Let me tell you, I think Donald Trump, if progressives are smart, did us a favor. The people that are going to suffer the most in Texas are in rural areas. Texas is a huge state. It's not like Maryland where you can run over to another location in Baltimore or something like that. Huge, Texas is huge. And the red areas are in no man's land. One hospital that covers several hundred square miles, and that closes. What I told a representative, a Texas rep yesterday, I asked the question as follows. Are you making a list of every single hospital in the state of Texas that's at risk? Are you making a list of every nursing home right now that's at risk? And not only that, but are you ensuring that people understand that even if you're in a nursing home and the price of your home goes up, you could actually be kicked out of that nursing home because you no longer qualify for Medicaid? I asked all those questions to the representative, and I say, if you have that on the ready, if you have your media teams all over Texas, every single hospital that closes at that time, point out who the responsibility for. We didn't, as a state, we did not even accept the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act. Not even that did we accept. And it gives us the opening now to point out how these people's lives can be changed if we respect them and we go and touch them, blood, and hug them. Not virtual hugs, but be there. Be in Yoakum, Texas, where that hospital closes. Be in Cleveland, Texas, where that hospital closes. We don't do that as progressives. We stay in the big cities and we talk about what these guys are doing. So they never see us. They just hear us spew. And those guys in the rural areas, they go out there and they have their coffees and they have they take them and give them Luby's cafeteria, and they do it. We have to do our job, in my humble opinion.
Thank you, Egberto. I appreciate all your remarks, and I think they fit well with my presentation, which is how to engage conservative voters. When I was in the orientation phase for the state legislature, I met State Representative Don Coram from the opposite party. And I wanted to just get to know everybody that was joining the state legislature. And so I greeted him and learned that he lived on a ranch. And I said, oh, I lived on a ranch once. The first 2 years I was married, I lived in the bunkhouse on a ranch, and I wanted to, do my part. But I was raised in Denver with sidewalks and grass, and my dad was an attorney. I didn't know anything about taking care of the animals. So I said, so I was telling Don Coram, so I said, how about if I feed the pigs? And my husband said, well, okay, and here's some food that you need to understand, you slaughter pigs. And I said, okay. So I got all dressed up and I went out to where the pigs were. And I noticed that some of the pigs were much more aggressive at trying to get to the food that I was going to serve. And so I thought, well, just pour in a little, and then they can have their share, and then they'll leave and the other pigs can have their share. And so these big pigs came up and I poured some of the food in this trough, and all the food came back at me. I was covered in the swamp. And so I'm telling Don Coram this story, and so we connected because of this silly story. So fast forward a year later, I'm trying to get a sex education bill passed in the Senate, and I need a Republican House sponsor. And Don Coram walks into my office and he says, Senator, and he sometimes called me little lady. This is a guy with a polo tie, right? And the Stetson hat. And he said, little lady, I understand you're having trouble getting your sex education bill passed. And I said, yeah, Don, do you want to help me with it? And he said, oh yeah, I'll be your House sponsor. I've been looking around Montrose and telling the kids, don't do it, just doesn't seem to be working. My point is, you start with a relationship. You find some common ground. And that is one of the ways that you can get the work that we're trying to do done. As all of you know, some of us are not getting any medical care, And for those of us with health insurance, we're experiencing delays and denials. We're paying way too much. And we're not getting our money's worth. We need to change the way we finance healthcare. We need to focus on the patients, not the stockholders. But how do we get enough people in our respective states to finance healthcare with one publicly funded, privately delivered plan? For most of us, if not every one of us in this room, we are passionate about this issue. It's an emotional issue to us. And as TR pointed out, it's a moral issue. But I'm here to tell you, not everybody thinks that. Not everyone thinks this is a moral issue. To Chuck's point, when we are talking to conservative voters, we may be able to gain more of their attention and their support if we present this as a financial issue for their family. One of the things that we've learned from research is, I know this won't surprise you, but we don't all have the same priority of values. The people in this room all put at the very top of their value list empathy. Every single one of you do. The people that we need to persuade in order to get legislation passed in our separate states put financial security at the top of their value list, not empathy. So when we are relating to them, we need to talk about how much they will save financially, not for everybody like we care about, but for their family. And when you finally sort of absorb that thought with your hands on your hips going, but it's not really right, this is a moral issue. You have to remind yourself what we want is their vote. And we don't have to get all of their votes, but we have to get enough to get over the top. And so we need to be able to talk with them in a way that engages them. And as Egberto pointed out, the first thing that is so hard for us to do, because we're passionate and we all have our own personal stories to tell about how terrible the current system is we want to tell our stories. But the first thing is what Egberto said. We have to listen. Just like I listened to Don Coram when he said he owned a ranch. So instead of talking with my priorities for why I was going to be in the legislature, I wanted to engage him first and see where my common ground might be. So I think we need to ask questions that maybe start with, well, you're not just really struggling to keep up with paying my health insurance premiums. Are you experiencing that too? And letting them talk about what their experience has been, and not be too ready to immediately tell them, I know what the solution is. Let me just sit you down here. I explain the whole thing to you and you're going to be fine. That isn't the way those conversations go. Sometimes it even takes some time. Like Don Coram thought it was funny the way I slopped the pigs. And then a year later, he's willing to carry sex education legislation with me when some of his colleagues might not have thought that was a real brilliant idea. What I'm going to ask you to do is to please stand up right now.
Yeah.
and move to a different part of the room and sit down with someone you haven't met before. Introduce yourself. And if your first name starts with a letter in the alphabet that's earlier in the alphabet than your role-playing partner's first name, then you play the conservative voter and your partner will be the healthcare single-payer advocate. And the single-payer advocate's goal is to learn what the conservative voters' priorities are and any financial improvements they might like to make. And then switch roles in 5 minutes. If you were the advocate, then you become the conservative voter and vice versa. And your instructions, if you didn't follow just verbally, are on the table for you. So start now and practice how you might communicate more effectively with conservative voters. It's a friendly reminder that this is not to be approached like it's a debate. And that is really hard for those of us who are passionate. We want to just wait for that moment when we can throw in our very best argument against what they're saying. And that's not the best way to engage people and really get them on our side. Bottom line is we have to have people who have different values than we do, but also will support single payer. And so we have to use different approaches depending on who the audience is. This audience, we can appeal to the moral issue, being empathetic. But when we're with other audiences, we need to keep in mind that they don't share the same values necessarily with us. And that when we are communicating with them to be effective, we need to relate to what matters to them most. And then be able to point out, ultimately in the conversation, that our solution would address what their concerns are. So thank you very much. Good work on everybody's part. And thank you.
I'd like to introduce first Ann Watanabe and then Pam Crone. Both of them are very active with Puget Sound Advocates for Retirement Action. Very powerful group in the Seattle area that works closely with Social Security Works and Healthcare for All Washington and Whole Washington. And they're going to tell us what they are planning to try to get to Medicare for All by leveling the playing field, and they will explain what that means. And
all right, well, thank you, Mike, and hello to everyone from Seattle. And my name's Ann Watanabe, and I'm here with my colleague Pam Crone. We are, as Mike said, we are with the Puget Sound Advocates for Retirement Action. PSARA has been working for decades across generations for social justice, economic security and healthcare, and a healthy planet. So as Mike mentioned, we're going to be talking about an initiative that PSARA has been working on called Level the Playing Field. This is an initiative to strengthen traditional Medicare and to give beneficiaries a true choice between public Medicare and the private Medicare Advantage plans that, as I'm sure most of you know, are threatening to ruin essentially a publicly funded Medicare system. So we have a lot of information and we'll share it in a relatively short time, but there will be a little time for Q&A afterwards. And also our website is PSARA.org, and you'll find a lot more information about our initiative. The last thing I'll mention is up here in Seattle, we're having a summer festival known as Seafair, and it entails Navy jets flying over the city at rather close range at some time, and they're supposed to start up around 4:30 or so. So if you hear zooming in the background, it's not a problem. It's just that there's stuff going on outside. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Pam and let her begin our presentation. Thank you.
And do you see the screen?
Yes, in presenter mode.
And, okay, and what I'm trying to do is have just the slides, Anne, but it looks like,
I think it looks okay.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna go with this. So
okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to begin with a quick history lesson. Medicare was signed into law in July of 1965, so we've just celebrated its 60th anniversary. Before Medicare, many seniors simply couldn't afford health insurance. Their healthcare needs often went unmet, or they paid out of pocket at a level that was unsustainable. That wasn't just difficult, it was unacceptable. When Medicare was first created, there was hope it would eventually expand to cover everyone. But at the start, it only covered older adults. Then in 1972, the program grew to include younger people with disabilities and those living with end-stage renal disease. At its core, Medicare was built on a simple but powerful idea: a healthcare system that's fair, easy to use, and available to all seniors and people with disabilities, regardless of where they live. Many of you know this card well. That one little red, white, and blue card gives you access to Part A hospital services and Part B provider services, all publicly funded, all publicly administered, straightforward, transparent, built for the people it's intended to serve. But then in 1982, things began to shift.
You can go to Safari, whatever you need to do.
I think someone needs to mute. That year, in 1982, Congress passed a law allowing private insurance companies to participate in the Medicare system, and that marked a turning point. The goal, at least on paper, was to improve efficiency and control costs, but in practice, it opened the door to a long and still ongoing debate about how we balance cost containment with access to quality care. From there, we moved toward a more managed, cost-driven model. Instead of reimbursing hospitals for their actual costs, Medicare adopted prospective payments, fixed amounts based on diagnosis. HMOs expanded, capitated payments became more common. And gradually, the experience changed, not just for patients, but for the providers trying to care for them. Networks became narrower. We started seeing so-called ghost networks, doctors listed as in-network who in reality weren't really seeing patients. Prior authorization requirements increased, denials and delays of care became more frequent. Providers were now spending more time fighting administrative hurdles than treating their patients. Today, we're looking at a system that's increasingly shaped by corporate profits, not patient needs. And for patients, especially for those who are seriously ill or living with complex conditions, the playing field is far from level. Here's one of the key differences. Under original Medicare, decisions about your care are made by your doctor, someone who knows your medical history, your needs, your situation. But with Medicare Advantage, you're limited to a set network of providers. And it's often the insurance company, not your doctor, deciding what's covered and what isn't. So why are people choosing Medicare Advantage? Well, on the surface, the plans look appealing. They're marketed as affordable. There's no need to buy a separate supplemental plan, and they often include extra benefits like prescription drug coverage, vision, dental, and capped copays. But here's the rub. What happens when someone gets seriously ill? What happens when it's no longer your doctor making decisions, but a private insurer? Too often, it leads to treatment delays, denied claims, and serious consequences for patients. People get stuck waiting for prior authorization, navigating confusing appeals, or finding out that a doctor-recommended treatment isn't covered at all. And these aren't one-off cases. These are real stories that show up again and again. People think they're covered until the moment they need care the most. When cost control takes priority over clinical judgment, the patient is the one who pays the price, not just in dollars, but in outcomes and in quality of life. Despite the disadvantages to patients, hospitals, and providers, Medicare Advantage plans are growing fast. That's not accidental. It's a result of aggressive targeted marketing. We've all seen the TV ads, the glossy mailers, the promises of extra benefits. MedPAC now projects that by 2025, more than half of all Medicare beneficiaries, 55%, will be enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. And here's one more piece of the puzzle. When people turn to insurance brokers for help choosing between original Medicare and a Medicare Advantage plan, the guidance they get is often slanted. That's because brokers are financially incentivized to steer people toward Medicare Advantage plans. They make significantly higher commissions when people enroll in those plans. So the information people are getting isn't just incomplete, it's biased. And that too is by design. Now I'm going to hand it back to Anne, who's going to talk more about what this uneven playing field means and who's really benefiting from the system as it stands today. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Pam. It's just going to take me a moment to see if I can share my slides, which it doesn't seem to want to do. Well, I'll tell you what, Pam, can we continue to move down to, it looks like I'll have to simply ask you to advance if that's okay. Or did you
I did it. I got it. So see if you can do it.
Oh, okay. All right, here we are. So I'm hoping that people can see the slides. Very good. All right. So we are now talking about why are so many people signing up for Medicare Advantage? And I'll bet most of you know why. Because original Medicare has a lot of gaps in it. There's no hearing, vision, or dental. There is that 20% co-insurance, which is huge. If you have a serious illness, you're risking financial ruin. There's no out-of-pocket maximum. You're looking at a big hospital deductible, and the premiums that are required for Part D for your drug plan and a Medigap plan to cover the 20% co-insurance, those are an extra expense that most people are kind of, having some difficulties with. So you have three options. Basically, you can keep original Medicare and just hope that you don't fall into the co-insurance trap, or you don't need hearing, vision, and dental. You could leave original Medicare and sign up for an Advantage plan, or you could keep original Medicare and then purchase a Medigap plan, maybe. And the reason I say maybe, and folks here probably are familiar, of course, is that remember pre-existing conditions and how, finally the ACA came on board and we got some relief from that. But in Medicare, after 12 months, you can be trapped in a Medicare Advantage plan because those pre-existing conditions can be considered by an insurer who will be issuing the supplemental plan. There are 4 states, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, and New York, that have guaranteed issue for supplemental plans. But for the rest of us, depending on maybe you were very healthy when you signed up at age 65, but then a few years down the road, things happened, and maybe your provider is not in the network for that Medicare Advantage plan, or maybe the kind of coverage isn't there anymore because, of course, private insurance companies can negotiate every year about what their networks will be. So you may decide a few years later that you need to move to a different plan. And I do see some raised hands. I was thinking we could hold questions until the end, but if that's okay. So again, as Pam was mentioning, it's not really a fair choice between original Medicare and a Medicare Advantage plan. The corporations are charging a lot. The estimates range between 80 and that should say 140 billion more spent annually on Medicare Advantage enrollees than would have been spent for the same patients and beneficiaries if they had been in the original Medicare system. So these overcharges, that's a lot of money. And that's why insurance companies are able to do the marketing, offer the lower upfront monthly cost, offer, out-of-pocket caps, give you some kind of hearing, vision, dental, some kind of drug plan. But in the end, all of us are paying for what those insurance companies are doing. And they have been, of course, fighting disclosure of how they spend this money, how they spend the overcharging. And what I should also say is basically the overcharging, there has been some research and litigation now, and we are finding that it primarily takes the form of overcoding, that is diagnosing perhaps with AI, a patient's health condition so that the patient appears to be at a higher risk and the insurance company gets more money from the Medicare Trust Fund. The other form of overcharging is basically the insurance companies may cherry pick for healthier people, but the insurance company will still receive the same per capita fee, even if the person they are selling the policy to really isn't having very many treatments. So again, we come back to this comparison between traditional Medicare, which is publicly funded, equitably funded. And so far, the top priority has been public health and there's not this intrusion between patients and their physicians in terms of those healthcare decisions. Now, of course, we're sensing that may be changing. But right now we have Medicare Advantage system overcharging, high overhead and profits. The priority is to maximize investor profits. They're in a business, so they naturally want to maximize returns to their investors. So it's in their interest to delay or deny care. The other, harm being done is we're finding that lower income and beneficiaries of color as well are disproportionately represented in Medicare Advantage plans. You can see that, the proportions of people of color enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans compared to white populations is quite a bit higher. And of course, the proportions of people with low incomes that are enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans is a lot higher than in traditional Medicare. And these figures are from the last couple of years, but the trend lines are staying steady in terms of who is signing up for Medicare Advantage. So I will also note that, there's a lot of marketing that Medicare Advantage plans will come in before Congress or whoever and say, look at how much equity we are providing. But really what they're doing, we believe at PSARA, is exploitive. And their narrow networks are harmful in rural communities. And so we don't think that we as taxpayers should be providing this kind of substandard coverage and allowing corporations to get paid for something they're not doing. So again, it's not a fair choice. We want to level the playing field. We want to make it so that if you are in a Medicare Advantage plan, if you love your Medicare Advantage plan, and we do have, for example, HMOs up in the Seattle area that people are feeling very good about. They want to stay with the managed care that they get. That's great. But what we're saying is if the rules change, if the insurer wants to change the rules on you while you're in the middle of treatments, you should be able to move back into original Medicare. So leveling the playing field, when we say that, we mean we want to include hearing, vision, dental, and pharmacy benefits in original Medicare. We'd like to make it so people did not have to purchase separate Medigap policies, and it would be wonderful if we could keep those deductibles and copays to say $1,000 a year. So I'm just a few more kind of slightly gloomy thoughts that I want to point out that PSARA is tracking very closely right now. We see these future threats to public Medicare. And I'm sure most people are aware of Project 2025. One of its goals is to increase enrollment in the Medicare Advantage system so that beneficiaries would be 75% of beneficiaries. And the Center for American Progress has estimated that if that happens, that would reach the overpayments, just based on what we're seeing right now. The overpayments would reach $2 trillion over 10 years. And you can see that that sort of overpayment is risking the solvency of original Medicare. We also have, and I heard someone else mention this in your small breakout sessions about the prior authorization pilot project that is coming, that was just announced last month by CMMI. They call it the WISER model. Everything is always couched in the reason that, we wish to avoid wasteful and inappropriate service reduction model because there's so much waste. And so the way we will do this is we begin by having prior authorization for certain procedures. And that's going to start up next year in Washington State and 5 other states that I can't recall right off right off the top of my head, but even the agency is making it pretty clear that this is just the beginning. They've said this is not going to be, we're going to explore other ways of expanding prior authorization. So, the trust fund, the hospital insurance trust fund, is projected to be insolvent by 2033. And another financial challenge will be the big beautiful bill that just got passed, and because of the huge deficits that will create, if the PAYGO Act, which is the law that says if you go over a certain amount of deficit, everybody's got to be, all these different funds have to be examined for cutbacks. So if that, I'm sorry.
Bill,
Yes.
your consent.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Are you considering a bill that we should know about? We're running out of low on time.
Okay, I'm just about done. We are working, let me finish up. We're working with healthcare advocates, labor councils, and our state legislature and Congress about leveling the playing field, as well as beating back the threats to original Medicare. And let's see, and just wanting to work with the other organizations that are trying to achieve single payer healthcare and state-based systems, because ultimately that's the North Star, isn't it? So thank you all, and I will leave you with that.
Q&A, Jeannie? Yeah. A little bit of
Jeannie, you want to do with this one?
Hold on, and Pam, I have a few questions for you. And online is Sandy Lambert.
Yeah, hello. So I had some questions about your statements. First of all, I had the impression that, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I had the impression that you were saying that you can be trapped in Medicare Advantage if you started with traditional Medicare. That went completely past me. I didn't understand that at all. Can you explain what you were trying to say?
Oh, okay. I think so. If you're asking about how you can move back and forth between if you were in original Medicare to an Advantage plan and vice versa, is that your question?
Well, actually, this may be a better one to ask.
Okay.
So you said that you could stay with traditional Medicare and get Medicare Advantage.
Oh, okay. No, that's not the case. What I was talking about was picking up a supplemental plan, a Medigap plan. So if you wanted to, let's say you enrolled in original Medicare, and then
Wait, let me.
okay.
I have Medigap. That's why I know a lot about this stuff. So the first question is, you said, I understood you to say something about having both Medicare Advantage and traditional Medicare. That's not true, is that right?
That you're correct. You cannot have both of those.
Okay, that went past me. And
okay.
the other thing was I have Medigap, I have Plan G. I started with Plan F, but why did you say maybe and put a question mark there? I mean, it seems to me that that's the only way to go. So
Well,
I paid
yeah. Well, if and that's the way it should be, as long as we have these gaps in original Medicare. There's got to be, a supplemental plan for most people, unless you're willing to risk leaving them, being open to potential financial harm. But what I have heard is that, yes, someone else has commented that Medigap is expensive. It is certainly in our state, it's well regulated. You can move back and forth between different Medigap plans. However, there is a movement, I understand, from some of the folks at the Center for Health and Democracy that we've spoken with, that the insurance companies are looking at moving on, making those Medigap plans, more expensive, making the drug plans also more expensive. And of course, that drives people more into Medicare Advantage. So it's difficult. I mean, I'm glad you are well covered, and we would like for everyone to have the opportunity to be covered.
We have time for one question. Is there one more person online that has a question?
No.
No. All right.
Yeah, there's 3 people with their hands up.
There, a couple people have their hands.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. All right. Diane Lucas, go ahead.
Hi, you gave a list of why people sometimes choose to enroll in Medicare, what we call disadvantage right now. And I never hear people mention this reason, but it's the reason that I did, which was that you live in a place where there is no physician who will accept new Medicare patients, and your only option is to go into some kind of plan where they have to see you. And, in many states, I believe, I know it's true in some states at least, it's not, the state licensing boards do not have a requirement that every physician see a certain percentage of patients on public assistance programs. Some states do have that requirement, and I would presume most don't. So I would think as activists that is something we should look into and maybe become involved in, and make sure that our licensing boards don't issue licenses to providers who refuse to see patients in public assistance programs.
That's just a great point, Diane. And I don't know that that's something that our organization is working on. I know, there are many that are doing that, but that is a really important access to healthcare point. So thank you.
And also really a problem for people who their insurance is Medicaid as well, and high refusal rate there.
Right. And I didn't mean to direct that specifically at your group, but just in general for the audience. This is something we've neglected for a long time. And it wouldn't seem to me that it would take that much effort to make some noise about this in our state legislatures.
Thank you, Diane. We have 2 more people who have their hands raised. Go ahead.
Bob Devra was on you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this may be getting a little bit too much into the weeds, but you mentioned 4 states that allow patients to transfer from Medicare Advantage to traditional Medicare without any additional underwriting. In other words, their pre-existing conditions aren't considered in setting premiums. And I know a number of states, including my state in Virginia, were looking at trying to have that kind of legislation passed here. But I wonder sometimes if this is misguided. Should we be putting our emphasis on leveling the playing field so that, right now comparing the 2 plans, I mean, you did a good job of showing how traditional Medicare is at a disadvantage because these insurance companies get paid so much excessively for Medicare Advantage, in my view, fraudulently paid for those plans. So, I mean, just allowing patients to be able to switch into traditional Medicare without leveling the field and having legislation really on a federal level to say we can't pay insurance companies these excessive rates for denying care, restricting care. I mean, that seems to me where the emphasis needs to go, but I'm just curious about y'all's views on that.
Well, and Pam, you can speak up too, but yes, Bob, what we really would like is for people to not have to face the gaps. We want caps on out of pocket. We want hearing, vision, and dental covered by original Medicare. So yeah, that's going to be a federal lift. I mean, there is actually Jeff Merkley is in Congress. He's from Oregon, and he actually has introduced a bill to level the playing field. He has kind of a bigger cap on out of pocket than we'd like to see, but it's a start. It's somebody taking this idea seriously so that we're not just playing defense all the time. We're trying to make Medicare more complete. And Pam,
yeah, I just would add, and Bob, we're also talking with people many people, I mean, look at the percentages now of people who have Medicare Advantage plans. And so opening up a conversation also, because we may be some of the first folks who provided accurate, more unbiased information to people. And so we really want to have a conversation and not turn people off from the get-go and say, this is bad, you made a mistake, by choosing this plan, because it isn't a level playing field and it isn't a fair choice. And of course people are choosing Medicare Advantage. So, but we're with you, all the way in terms of what our ultimate goal is.
So we need to move on, and Bonnie, you had your hand up, so we'll ask you to ask your question. It will be the last one. Thank you all for participating. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hi, yes, I live in the Seattle area, and I'm real familiar with PSARA because I belong to healthcare is a human right, and you're represented in that group. My question is, I have traditional Medicare, and I chose that specifically because of everything you've said. But the group of doctors that I go to now which is the Polyclinic, has now become an ACO REACH. And my understanding, although it's not, I can get out of that and go to a different set of, a different practice. I'm learning that Swedish clinics, which is another big system in Seattle, they've gone to become ACO REACH. And so I'm feeling like, even though I have traditional Medicare, and I didn't enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan, I'm having this private equity company manage my Medicare, and it's not what I want. And I've heard all the negative things about that, but I'm not sure how to find out, what systems are not in ACO REACH. Do you have an answer to that, or how I would go about sorting that out?
Well, Bonnie, if you can send an email to me, I know that
Sure.
we do have information. One of our leads on Level the Playing Field, Robbie Stern, has done a lot with trying to push back on ACO.
Okay, yes, I heard of him, and I know David Loud. David didn't know the answer to my question, but he was, okay, so yes, what is your email, and I will get in touch.
Yeah, it is kind kind of long, 880 Watanabe, that's my last name, .a@gmail.com.
80 watanabe.a@gmail.com. Okay, thank you. Thank you, because this is, I really want to be in traditional Medicare and I don't like this. Although I now have a doctor I like, and the thought of, getting out of that is also another issue. But thank you.
And thanks to you, Bonnie, too, for your question. And please give our presenters a big hand for the presentation about Medicare and Medicare Advantage. Next. Up on our agenda is Jim Kahn, Health Justice.
This is the website break that you've all been waiting for today. Wonderful presentations you've been saying. We need to hear about websites. So I'm going to do a quick ad, which we didn't talk about. And then I'm going to go to show you a website. The ad is, if you haven't checked out the household single payer cost calculator, which is up on Pramila Jayapal's Medicare for All site. It is potentially very useful in talking to people who want to know how they'll be affected. Just go to Google and type single payer household calculator, and it'll be the first hit. What I'm going to talk about now is a new website, actually a refreshed website. So let me see first if I can succeed in sharing it. Zoom technology. That's encouraging. That's what was supposed to happen. You see? If you put yourself out there, sometimes things work as intended. So Health Justice Monitor, for those who don't know, has been around for about 3 years. It's a continuation of 20 years of amazing work by Don McCann on Quote of the Day, reviewing the latest news and commenting on it. And a few years ago, Don asked that that a couple of us take over that responsibility, although he remains very much involved. And we've published hundreds of bits of news, always with our commentary and always ending with single payer. We also have had a website. We haven't advertised it because it wasn't as good as we wanted it to be. And now we think it's much better. And we want to make it available as a resource for single payer healthcare reform. And I want to present to you and people online to give you a hint of what's there. Please check it out, healthjusticemonitor.org. And send us feedback, send us suggestions, send us requests. This is, we think, a good 2.0 version of HJM, but of course, we think it could be better. Let me show you. When you land, you see here a bunch of options. There are topics, so you can pick a topic and you click on it and you get all sorts of information. You get our posts, you get some FAQs, you get some information about data visuals. You also can see the posts here at the top where it says, is this working? Yes, there are the posts. They show up most recent first, but it's easy to search. Let's say you wanted to say Medicaid budget bill. You want to see those posts? If I spelled that right, there we go. There are 4 recent posts about what the reconciliation bill did to Medicaid and in terms of changes in coverage and mortality and so on. And you can do any kind of searching like that. We have FAQs. We have data visuals. And I want to point out in particular, this is an area where we started with about 15. You load the visuals page, and there's a PDF that you can download to your computer. And then all of the visuals show up with legends that we've created. If you expand those, I'm just going to navigate here. It looks like this. You see, you can make it bigger. You can see the graphic itself and a proposed legend. That is what you might say in presenting it. We've attempted to present these graphics in a way that the title is a declarative statement. It's a little bit more forceful. We take relevant data and provide information rich but not overwhelming visuals. So take a look at those. I can show you perhaps one more down here. Here's something. Oops. Here's something on who's uninsured or underinsured. We also have, I can go back here. We have an AI chat. Now, all of you, I suspect, are familiar with ChatGPT and other the large language models. The disadvantage to those is that they are trained on everything. And you can get some misleading information. It's usually correctable, but you have to know what you do. We think that all of the posts that we do in Health Justice Monitor are obviously pro single payer. We think they're clever and correct. And if you agree, then our AI chat is trained on Health Justice Monitor, on Quote of the Day, and also on Wendell Potter's Healthcare Uncovered, which has been doing some great stuff. And so we train the bot on that. And then if you ask a question, you just type a question and you'll get an answer. This bot worked perfectly until Friday, until it found out that I was going to present. It works okay now, but we are going to improve it a little bit. It just has to do with how the sources are listed. In any case, this is a resource for the movement. I've been doing this work with my son, Eli, who's currently just started business school at here in Boulder. We hope that the whole website will serve as a hub for all sorts of information. Another thing that an idea we just had, obviously haven't implemented yet, is to give users a place to report healthcare insurance stories. Not to all users of the website initially to me and to Eli. And then we're going to take those stories, if people use that, and collate them into stories that we can use as part of our advocacy work. So if I have a couple minutes, 30 seconds, 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I've been given a reprieve. Thank you. Any questions? And yes.
Yeah, hopefully your healthcare, your horror stories will, when possible, identify which insurer it related to. In other words, was it Aetna, was it Cigna, was it?
Yeah. So the question is, well, the encouragement is to identify the insurers. To be honest, my initial thought on that is we don't have enough money for lawyers to do that.
Okay.
And I think the issues are generic, but because this is a late breaking idea, we haven't thought it through. And but I think it raises an important point. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Catherine from Washington. When you say stories, are you talking about like video stories or written stories?
To be very concrete about it, we'll set up a page and we'll let people, we'll have some sort of a structured elicitation. What happened? What was the setting? We haven't worked it out, but certainly we were thinking written. Now, if someone has a video, that's an interesting idea. If they have an interesting story but don't have a video, we could potentially create a video.
Oh, babies talking.
Sorry?
Oh, and the little babies talking, little AI babies.
Yeah, AI babies, sure. All right.
I just have so many people wanting to know where they can do that or put videos.
I don't think I have the answer to that. Let me ask first, show of hands. How many of you would definitely find it valuable and would use an AI chatbot trained on Health Justice Monitor, Quote of the Day, Healthcare Uncovered. How many of you? I'm looking around the room and it's about 1 in 3 or so. Well, that's good. That's an audience to use it. Okay.
I was gonna build one myself, but then I see you did it, so.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about it, because based on our recent troubles, we maybe could use some tech support. I'll get your contact information out. Sorry?
Chadwick has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Can you get to the mic, Pat?
Are there any concerns about the amount of resources that AI uses?
So, talking about energy resources, we're training on a very small world of information, infinitesimally small compared to what the big AI tools use. So I think we can market this as environmentally friendly as well.
You'll have more chance tomorrow morning too.
And we'll have a little bit more chance. I will just end by flashing up my email, jgkahn@gmail.com. And I very much encourage inquiries, suggestions, complaints, etc. Thank you for making the time today.
Thank you.
Mike, what time is it then? 5 o'clock. Dinner? Yes.
Thanks, everyone, for participating online and in person today. You've been a wonderful audience. Let's give a big hand to all of you for what you do. And please, another applause for all of our presenters. I think they were excellent. Okay, as I used to say in cartoons when I was a kid, that's all, folks, for today.
You need to give people TR's address.
Yes, except,
There's mixed times out there. Some people are saying 6:30. Somebody told me 5:30. Somebody said 5, and we need clarification. That's
TR, where are you?
He's at home. He just left.
Shall we give us a little more time, like 6:30?
No, it's too late. Some people.
Right, okay, 6.
That's 6.
Six.
welcome, everyone. This is the One Payer States Conference second day. We're delighted all of you are here. There are a few people that might be new who weren't able to attend yesterday. And I'm going to turn it over to Lydia Guzman for her welcome and a little activity before we hear from our first keynote speaker.
Thank you, Jeannie. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming back today to the second day. We had a really great time at the dinner, and I have met a lot of new people that I didn't know before. So I'm excited about that part. Today, we have some dynamic speakers, and I noticed on the program that a lot of our speakers are going to tell us about their vision for what needs to be done moving forward. So what I want to do real quick is I'm asking Chuck to please stand and put on your visionary sunglasses. And I want Mike to stand up and put his visionary sunglasses on. And I want Warren George thank you, Warren, to put on his visionary glasses on, and Jeannie and myself, because we have some big shoes to fill behind Rose, Roach, Chuck, and Warren. But we think that we have, all the states have a vision of where they want to go. We just need to keep working and keep pushing and making sure that we collaborate across the states and collaborate inside of our states and go across, working with social justice groups. And if there's a hot issue, jump on that issue and get those people to join with us in healthcare. So thank you for being our visionaries today, and I appreciate it.
Please let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with one-payer states, really, I haven't gotten involved. So if the goal is to do it state by state, or maybe get 10 states together, yeah.
We have a speaker coming on Abdul's.
No, my question is.
You gotta be quick because our speakers are timed today.
If you don't, if you don't live, if you live in one of those states that achieves it, but you get sick in another state.
It's only for that state.
Okay.
It's only for that state. I think that's your question.
That's my question.
Okay, I'm gonna introduce Catherine, who's gonna introduce our first speaker. Catherine is from Hull, Washington. She's a mom, she's a retired nurse. She has a lot of experience in the movement, and I'm going to let her introduce our first speaker.
But to answer that question, that depends on your state, because in our state, you'd still be covered. Okay. On our, I'm sorry, I'm a little unprepared, but I do know a lot about Abdul El-Sayed. I so much appreciated when we did a book club on his book, Medicare for All the Citizens Guide. It's a wonderful book. It's a great read for regular people. And then he actually came and joined with us and spoke with us at a little book club meeting that we had. It was just so great. And I am so excited that yeah, I forgot. We're like, anyway, I can't say that, but he's a great speaker, and thank you so much for agreeing to get us kicked off today. Abdul, go for it.
Thank you so much. First, I just really appreciate the work that you all are doing every single day in your communities, access to guaranteed healthcare possibility. I want to just remind us, because we're sitting here on the 60th anniversary of the passing of Medicaid and Medicare, right? We take for granted that these are programs that have almost always existed, because for most of our lives, at least our adult lives, they have. But I want to put us back into the position where they were before these programs were signed into law. The average life expectancy was about 70, and seniors were finding themselves dying in destitution because of the cost of medical care that was also spiraling out of control at the moment. We knew that we didn't have infrastructure to provide for healthcare for low-income people, and it was pricing them out of healthcare. And in that time, Congress came together under the leadership of a president and said, you know, we can fix this alongside a number of other problems. And they did. And they passed Medicare to provide healthcare for seniors over the age of 65 and people with certain disabilities. And they passed Medicaid to provide healthcare for low-income people. And that has been in process and a part of the civic infrastructure of our country now for 6 decades. But I want you to think about where we are today. We are yet again in a position where Americans are dying of destitution. They're going without the healthcare they need. The average medical debt, or excuse me, the collective medical debt in this country is $225 billion with a B. And that is more than the GDP of half of the states of this country. And people are priced out of basic things like insulin, like access to basic preventive care. And people are foregoing the medical care that they need. And it is time now to be thinking about where we go from here, right? Our country has been capable in the past of real change to meet really serious healthcare challenges. And we need to believe that we are again. And that is the work that you all are doing. Now, the big push for Medicare for All, of course, has been at the federal level, where we've seen bills introduced now for decades and decades to guarantee access to healthcare for everybody. But the work that you all are doing recognizes that sometimes the most important place where work can be done, the laboratory of democracy, is at the state level. And it's recognizing the opportunity that state by state has to being able to fulfill that promise that has gone unkept now for 60 years in this country. And so, you know, I look at really important movements out of states like California and Oregon and New York, and I'm really, really grateful for the work that you're doing. I want to speak to a couple of barriers that we need to be working together to take on. The first is, how do you stand up against the power of huge corporations who will do everything they can to fearmonger around the risks that they want people to perceive rather than the benefits that they would receive if in fact this was passed? And I think we've got to get really, really smart about the way that we talk about this challenge. And I think too often, the way that we've often talked about guaranteed or universal health access or Medicare for all has usually centered the people who are locked out of healthcare. And that is true. In fact, we should be always centering those people. But at the same time, if you think about where the big travesty of healthcare has often landed in terms of the most people it hits, it's actually middle income people, right? The median income in this country is $80,000. The median deductible is about $4,000. If you're thinking about that, that means that the median family will have to forego at least a whole paycheck when it comes to getting the healthcare that they already paid for in the form of a premium. And the fact that cost sharing has become such a critical cost on families is the big reason why there's so much medical debt. And so I think it is important for us to pivot away from the question of getting healthcare to people who otherwise just don't have it, to asking about the sustainability of healthcare for people who do, but have it behind such a high paywall that it costs them sometimes their fortune and throws them into medical debt. And I want folks to understand that it's important to do this, not because we're foregoing the importance of providing healthcare for middle-income people, but because too often the way that the insurance industry tries to pit this game is to tell the median American who hasn't necessarily had to use their insurance that they're just fine, and we're only talking about making sure that they're paying taxes to provide healthcare for people who otherwise don't have it. And that's not what we're doing. We're trying to provide guaranteed healthcare for every single American in the country. And so I think we need to be really, really good at taking on the messaging that we've often seen used against us that centers the middle American to talk about how the insurance industry is literally garnishing the paychecks of everyday Americans to ask them to pay again for the healthcare they already paid for. And the second point is this. I think it's to harness the power of small business. If you look at small businesses, the number one complaint that almost every small business has is providing healthcare for their workers. And that is a problem imposed on them by the private insurance industry that we know does not need to exist in this country. And so I think we have an opportunity to start wedging between big businesses, i.e. mega healthcare companies and insurance companies, and small businesses who are stuck having to pay more and more to those companies, to start talking about why this is a benefit to them and to our broader society. And so I think as we start to drive these fights, drive these conversations, I think we really need to be meeting a lot of the opposition where they're going and thinking about making natural allies with people who have been bearing the brunt of this unfortunate, inconsistent, unsustainable, and frankly, predatory industry for a very long time. And those were the two pieces that I wanted to bring you today. I know my time is only about 5 minutes, but I did want to offer some perspective from what I'm hearing in my day-to-day about where folks want us to go. And I think we have an opportunity, rather than to wag our finger sometimes like we do and say, in the richest, most powerful country in the world, how come people don't have healthcare? They do it better in places like Canada, et cetera, to really starting to target the pain points that everyday Americans have when it comes to our system, and starting to empower our movement with that language and starting to make uncommon allies around this fight. Because as this becomes more and more unsustainable, you're going to start to see that the biggest victims of the system are going to often be middle-income people who thought they already paid for their healthcare and are losing it, and small businesses who can't sustain double-digit pay hikes because of the exploitation of the system as it stands. So I'll leave it there, and I don't know if I have any time for questions, but I did want to stay within my time. I really appreciate y'all having me here today. Grateful for the work that you do.
Right now, I'm going to introduce Ann Jones from the state of Minnesota. She's a retired nurse. She's an awesome person. I just met her when she came today. I knew her online, but not in person. She's an awesome volunteer, and she's here to introduce Rose.
Good morning, everybody. I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker for this conference, Rose Roach, who brings her 34 years of experience in the labor movement to what we will hear this morning. Rose is currently the National Coordinator for the Labor Campaign for Single Payer and Board Chair of Our Healthcare for All Minnesota. She retired in 2023 from her position as Executive Director of the Minnesota Nurses Association, but for more than 2 decades has been involved in the healthcare reform movement as a national speaker and trainer. In Minnesota, Rose has helped to influence health policy while serving on Governor Mark Dayton's Healthcare Finance and Task Force and Attorney General Keith Ellison's task force on lowering pharmaceutical costs. In 2016 and 2020, Rose was recognized twice by Minnesota Physician Magazine as one of Minnesota's top 100 leaders in healthcare. Rose was also awarded the Paul Wellstone Lifetime Commitment to Organized Labor by the DFL in our Democratic Farmer Labor Party in 2019 and in 2024 with the Paul and Sheila Wellstone Social Justice Award by the Minnesota Nurses Association. So Rose and I crossed paths about 15 years ago at an event put on by a local issues organization about healthcare reform. Take Action Minnesota organized the event, brought Wendell Potter in to speak at that time. Fast forward just a few years, the Affordable Care Act has passed. Minnesota set up an exchange, took the Medicaid expansion, nothing moving on single payer system for Minnesota. So several small groups got together after the 2016 election, reactivated Healthcare for All Minnesota. Rose was asked to serve on that board and then asked to step up to the chair position, which she has held for the last 2 years. She is also on the board of Physicians for a National Health Program Minnesota and is the co-chair of our coalition building committee and the key driver for what you will hear more about this afternoon, our campaign for the Minnesota Health Plan. So let's hear it from my friend and fellow warrior in the fight for health justice, Rose.
Good morning and greetings of solidarity and health from the labor campaign from Single Payer as well as from the Healthcare for All Minnesota organization. You know, I want to thank you for this really wonderful opportunity to talk with you today about this issue that we all face. It's a system that we all interact with. And let's talk about it today about a possibility of a way to do it differently. That's really what we're all here. That centers humanity and centers providers and patients instead of corporate CEOs, the dividers. And that issue, of course, is healthcare. So we're going to take a look at this today through the eyes of labor. That's what I've been asked to speak to specifically. So I'm going to treat you like you are a room of union members. And I am laying out for you today the argument. And some of you have seen this before. I've got some new stuff in here because I was just in Colorado a month ago doing something similar. But bear with me. Because I want to try to give you some thoughts about how to bring labor more directly into the healthcare movement in your state. So with that, let's get started. We heard some talk about this yesterday, and I could not agree more. We have to start to listen. And so a lot of times I will start presentations by saying, if you could build the healthcare system from the ground up, what would you make sure it had? What would it look like to you? So throw some things out. What would you make sure the healthcare system did and didn't do based on what you're experiencing with the current one? Easier to get care. Easier to get care. Sorry. Doctors available. Oh, affordable.
No middleman.
No middleman.
The care that's prescribed, you can
actually get. Yeah, you can actually access the care that's prescribed for you and don't have to do, I assume you're talking about like prior authorizations and algorithms and AIs making decisions, things like that. Well, guess what? We can have that system, right? We know that we can have that system because the problem right now is this is more of the system, right? Let me tell you what's wrong with me. Well, let's figure out what's covered. I'm sick. That's not covered, right? And that's the problem with the current system. And then there's this. Look at these headlines. I mean, just a couple of them, right? Health insurers have spent over 141 billion buying back their own shares since 2007, while premiums and deductibles have skyrocketed, right? Insurers pocketed 50 billion for Medicare for diseases no doctor treated. Right? United Health caught paying off nursing homes to let seniors die because hospital transfers were too expensive. And then the ultimate one, Goldman Sachs asked in biotech research report, is curing patients a sustainable business model? Like seriously, right? This sort of wraps up what our current system looks like and why we're all here fighting for a system that looks very differently. You know, the focus on our system for the last half a century has been on incremental market-driven tweaks and changes that have, quite frankly, failed miserably. Yet those failed strategies continue to dominate the healthcare reform debate even today. These market-driven reforms are known to us as managed care or value-based payments. They don't manage care, they manage money. It is our healthcare professionals who manage our care. And let's be very specific about that. Many healthcare economists hold to this idea that excessive healthcare costs in the US are due to two things: physician greed and overuse of healthcare. Neither of those two things are true. There is no evidence to back that up. And it is insulting to our healthcare professionals to make that sort of a claim. The fact of the matter is, as Uwe Reinhardt, the late Uwe Reinhardt, a Princeton health economics professor, said, the reason the prices are high is it's because the price, it's the price is stupid, is the way that's the name of an article he wrote. That's why it's high cost. It's about the price. And until we can start to get a handle on the price, we're never going to bring down the cost of healthcare in this country. I want to touch on the impact of what corporatization of healthcare looks like in reality inside of the system itself. You've got things going on like hospital at home. The nurses refer to it as home all alone. This is where they send you home with an iPad or an iWatch, and you and your loved ones take care of you as you recover. And I just had a hip replaced 5 weeks ago. That was fine. It was okay to go home afterwards, but not if I had bypass surgery. But they're taking it to this nth degree. But guess what? The hospitals will still get to put in the money as if you're in the hospital. They'll get reimbursed as if you're at the hospital, right? And this will impact particularly lower income families and women of color who will have the weight of that care on their shoulders. And we don't have paid family leave in this country, right? We don't have anything that allows those folks to be able to take care of loved ones, to say nothing of it's unskilled labor in the sense that you go to a hospital for nursing care, because nurses will spot things that could be going wrong that I as a layperson would not know if I'm taking care of you. This is insanity. Lean management, the idea that you can do more with less, right? So this is why we have a staffing crisis in this country, a nurse staffing crisis. It isn't because people don't want to be nurses or they aren't out there. The nurses just aren't willing to risk their license and have people die on their watch simply because there aren't enough of them to take care of us in our time of need. And then consolidation and merger mania. What a crazy thing that has happened, right? Just bringing all of these big corporations together. You want to say that there's freedom and choice? There's not much choice left out there. This is what that looks like. 7 big corporations in this country run almost everything from pharmaceuticals to doctor clinics to hospitals. United Health now employs more physicians than any single hospital or healthcare system in the nation. That is upside down. This is creating health deserts, particularly in the rural areas, because they decide whether or not to keep labor and delivery open based on profit and whether they're making money off it, not on the needs of the community that surrounds it. In Minnesota, we have southern Minnesota can get really hit with snowstorms, and there's one flat road that goes across it, Highway 90. If a woman is on that road, it gets closed in the winter. In labor, her life and the life of the baby are at risk. This is not okay in any way, shape, or form. And we must be real about this issue. Our system isn't only skewed because it prioritizes profit over patients, it also is built on and perpetuates systemic and institutional racism. Racial and ethnic disparities resulting from institutional racism, including historical underfunding of care for communities of color, using Black and brown people as subjects of medical research without their knowledge or their consent, ongoing wealth and income gaps, and suppression of voting and political power to address these inequalities have led to higher rates of morbidity and mortality for Black and brown Americans. Racism is a public health crisis and it needs to be addressed. But how do we address it in a system that prioritizes profits over patients? We need a coordinated, interconnected system in order to actually do that. One area that labor really needs to take a serious look at is the privatization of Medicare via these corporatized Medicare Advantage plans. After all, we don't want Medicare Advantage for all, we want Medicare for all. The privatization of Medicare is probably the most obvious and egregious of all the privatizations that are happening. So when I talk about Medicare and this privatization, I want to be very clear about two things. First, I'm not shaming anyone if they've had to make the financial choice to go into a Medicare Advantage plan. I get it. We all get it. That's all the craziness about the cost of the system to begin with, right? Whether you're a union trust fund, an employer, or an individual retiree. But it is important, number two, to understand what this privatization is doing to our Medicare fund overall. Because none of us will want that once we understand how dangerous it actually is. We've seen many statements like this one from the Kaiser Family Foundation. Medicare Advantage has never generated savings relative to traditional Medicare. In fact, the opposite is true. So once again, the theory that the private sector can do it better, more cost efficiently, and effectively is simply not true. Also, a major problem is that we're subsidizing. We heard this yesterday, so I won't dwell on it too much, but we're subsidizing the ability for a Medicare Advantage plan to be sold to you at no cost to premium or for $18 a month or something of that nature. We're subsidizing that. That's coming out of the Medicare fund because they're taking up to $140 billion a year and they're not using it on enrollees' health care. They're using it on those stock buybacks and shareholder dividends and CEO corporate, executive packages. That's immoral and it's wrong and it doesn't even make financial sense for us. We've got to make sure that that money stays in Medicare, traditional Medicare, so we can fix traditional Medicare, deal with the fact that it's got too high of out-of-pocket costs, put hearing, dental, vision, and pharmacy into it, and make it a real competitor when it comes to, traditional Medicare versus Medicare Advantage. We have to, job one, save our public health programs right now. We're never going to expand them if we don't save the ones that we've got. So just to give you a little bit of an idea, these death rates double after some cancer surgeries for Medicare Advantage patients. 7.3 million people are underinsured in these Medicare Advantage plans, and up to 20 million hours are wasted by our caregivers, many in this room, having to fight with insurance companies to give us the care that they have determined we need based on their professional, skill level and background. This is an insane way to run a healthcare system. So let's switch to a real strict labor perspective. That's just a big overview of the nuttiness, right, that we're all having to deal with. This is a page that comes out of a booklet that we've created and a training that we do for trade unionists that is very specific to, let's look at healthcare from a worker perspective. How is it impacting us as workers? So, just take a look at a couple of these questions and think about it. And if you were in a union, and if you are, feel free to answer it. Do you think your union bargaining committee has been forced to make trade-offs between wage increases and healthcare costs? Yes. Yeah. Sure. Never heard a no. Just so you know, have your co-pays, deductibles, or other out-of-pocket costs increased over the years? Right? Has your employer made changes like switching to a different insurance company or changing who is in network that forced you to change providers? Yep, happened to me mid-pregnancy. Have you ever been concerned that employers can cut off healthcare insurance during a prolonged strike? Right? People don't think about that, but once you're off the payroll, and you are, if you go on strike, you've lost access to healthcare. In Minnesota, we had 5,000 nurses out on strike for 6 weeks, and the first thing the employer did was take away their access to healthcare. Right? So starting to think about, okay, we've got a good healthcare plan, but what have we sacrificed for it? Has there been a trade-off? And is that for trade-off reaching a tipping point is really something to be thinking about. It's critically important when talking to labor that we recognize the unbelievable work the labor movement has done over the course of history in helping to defray some of those costs being put on the backs of the workers, right? Because we negotiate healthcare as if it is a negotiable benefit and we in a term and condition of employment. So generally, they're probably better plans. And there probably is lesser out of pocket than an unorganized workforce. But again, let's go back and say, even with that, we still have to have a separate plan for our eyes and our ears and our teeth. Aren't those things all related to health? Of course they are. They're part of our body, right? More and more employers are moving away from dependent care and only providing an insurance plan just for their employee. And if you want to buy the family plan, comes out of your pocket, right? And that becomes very costly. And I think the biggest issue is we have sacrificed wages. Wage stagnation is a real thing that has happened. Because we have decided there's only a certain amount of money on the table and we put most of it into this so-called benefit of health insurance. This is unsustainable. We just heard this. Abdul was talking about this, right? The orange line is increases in premiums. The dark blue is wages, and then the light blue is inflation. That crocodile mouth cannot exist. Where is that money coming from? And don't kid yourself, just because you're an employer plan does not mean that you aren't suffering the same things that the private sector, people buying on the private marketplace are suffering, or in Medicare Advantage as well, claims denials. This is becoming a huge weight for those corporate insurers to make money because they got to take more in than they pay out. And the way they do that is they deny you the health care that you need. This puts unions, particularly who are still able to bargain retiree health benefits, between a rock and a hard spot. The high cost of healthcare, retiree benefits are not considered a mandatory subject of bargaining. That means it's permissive, so the employer can say, oh, you want to bargain over retirees? Bye. No, thanks, we don't. And there's nothing we can do about it because it's permissive, not mandatory. And then you have all of these crazy rules that have come up with GASB and FASB, and it's just accounting nonsense that is punishing particularly workers that have any kind of benefit for retirement. So when that happens, of course, we know the most vulnerable and the least powerful are the ones who are most impacted, and it is wreaking havoc with our retirees across this country. So what's the solution? Well, this is what our current system looks like. Just to give you a little visual, right? Why don't we just move to this? Right? I mean, the ultimate solution to all of this stuff is about, moving to an infrastructure that actually has us paying in to a government fund that then issues the payment out, just like traditional Medicare does to the physicians and the hospitals and the clinics and the et cetera. So some of the things that labor is thinking about in regards to dealing with these issues, one is, you heard about it yesterday. So again, I'm not going to go into it in depth because I want to also be conscious of my time. But the reality is we do have to level the playing field. This is working well inside of the labor movement to say, we understand why you negotiated folks into a Medicare Advantage plan, but did you know that we could potentially actually take the money they're stealing from us, make traditional Medicare better, and it could be an option for you to negotiate traditional Medicare instead of everything being tainted towards these corporate advantage plans, right? So there are ways for us to be able to do that. I mentioned them, and you guys will all get these slides, by the way, and along with my notes. So I know I'm going quickly, but don't worry, you'll be able to read through them. So these have to be done together, but we're talking with folks even in Congress about putting forward level the playing field legislation that would actually start to do this. We're getting unions to pass resolutions supporting this, and we're hoping to go to the National AFL-CIO Convention in 2026 in LA and pass a resolution that has the labor movement in this country saying, we're not going to put up with the privatization of it. And I'm just again touching on, look at how much money they are taking out. I told you it's anywhere from 85 on the low end, and that's coming from the folks that are sitting even in Washington, DC, advising Congress, to as much as 140 billion that PNHP has calculated, but we don't even need this. This is on the low end. Even if we only wanted to use 85 billion of what they're stealing from us, we could set a $5,000 limit to an out-of-pocket expense. We could add a pharmacy benefit, and we could add hearing, dental, and optical. Now, I want to be honest. This is comparing Medicare Advantage levels to traditional Medicare. We want traditional Medicare to be better than that, but I'm just giving you an example of how we could do it and keep it cost neutral inside of the federal government budget. How can we object to that? I want you all to sign on to our website and go to resources and download this, this incredible white paper that we just put together. We did a big April 2nd, we brought a bunch of national and international presidents to the AFL-CIO building in DC, and we talked about this very issue with them. And this is a white paper that talks specifically about Medicare Advantage and trade unions. So it's all focused on that. And in the index, we provide guidance to negotiators on what kind of questions should you be asking at the bargaining table if Medicare Advantage ends up on your bargaining table. So it's also very useful for those who are in the labor movement. This is the, again, I'm not going to go into it. This is the resolution, also available on that same page of resources on our website. Mentions all of the horrors of Medicare Advantage and says labor needs to get behind the movement to not privatize our Medicare. Really important to mention this when you're talking to trade unionists. A lot of them have people that they know that work in this industry in one way or another, whether it's an insurance company, whether it's their Taft-Hartley trust fund that they have people hired to work under. We have to be very careful and sensitive to the fact that people are going to lose jobs. If we did this, you know, when we do this massively, there are going to be some job losses. So that is why the labor campaign, along with National Nurses United in particular, were in the room with Representative Jayapal and with Senator Sanders to make sure on the national bill that it has a just transition section, that it makes sure people are held whole for a couple of years with their salaries paid out and money is allocated to do that. Well, they also provide funding for them to get retraining. So, and guess what happens? You don't have a job, but you have your health care. You don't have to worry about that at least. But this is a very important section to understand. State bills should do the same. Ours does in Minnesota. It mimics the just transition of the federal bill, because unions will care about that. Again, this is all stuff you're going to get, so I'm not going to go over it in detail, but we are providing you 10 things that should be addressed when considering state single payer legislation from a labor perspective. Here's the stuff the unions are going to bring up to you. These are the kinds of questions they're going to ask. You may or may not be able to satisfy them with all of it. That's okay. Make sure they're in the room. You're talking to them. You're going through this and you're seeing whether or not it's possible to find common ground with them, to be able to actually put that into your bill. Whole Washington has done an amazing job using this tool in crafting their legislation for their state. So there, and they've got some good information on it as well. So think about this when you're talking to labor unions. So we're not likely to get Medicare for All passed in the very near future, but we can build the pathway that leads us there. If incremental change is necessary to build that pathway, then it's important that we're engaged in designing that pathway together to ensure that incremental legislation is transitioning us towards single payer, not further entrenching the medical industrial complex. So we've got to build our public infrastructure. We've got to build our public infrastructure. So examples of stepping stone for Medicare for All would be, let's take that transition language I just talked about. Why do we have to pass the whole bill? Why don't we just start doing it? Let's just drop the age from 65 to 60 and start putting people from 0 to 18 into Medicare. Let's start adding those additional health benefits that we need, right? We don't have to pass the whole bill in order to start building actually the pathway so that it's going to be easy for all of us to get in. And approaching labor to join your campaign. Mark Dudzik, my predecessor at the labor campaign, came up with these, just got them to me a few days ago, and I think they are absolutely brilliant. Again, I don't want to take a bunch of time going through every single one of them, but it's really important for you to take a look at this list and see where you can open that conversation to bring the unions into the labor movement. There's some suggested ways in which to do that. I would recommend you go and Google Senator Gustavo Rivera of New York. He's the sponsor of the New York Health Act. He did a 2.5 minute video talking directly to the labor unions about the New York Health Act. Brilliant. I mean, really brilliant work. He's got great talking points. You can I laid them out on here so you can see how some of them are. And I just thought he did such a wonderful job that I wanted to share that with you. And I think it's worthwhile for you to take a look at it. So final takeaways, change is coming, change has to come, it's coming, get ready for it, that's all there is to it. The money we're currently paying doesn't make sense the way that we're paying it. At the end of the day, Medicare for All is the ultimate act of solidarity amongst trade unionists. So it's time to call the question, is healthcare a negotiable benefit or is it a human necessity? Tying healthcare access to employment is a failed strategy. It has zero economic sense and humanitarian as well. Our access to healthcare has become a weapon in the class warfare that we are all engaged in. Why do we let our bosses control our access to healthcare? That doesn't make any sense. Right? Let's take that away from them. Let's move away from resolutionary politics into revolutionary politics, from transactional motions to transformational change. And let's come together as a powerful movement that includes the labor movement. And let's win once and for all, healthcare for all. See, say, sweat.
My question is about Illinois, a deep, deep blue Democratic trifecta supermajority state that's often ignored because we're Democrat. What can states like that, where we claim to be like the birthplace of labor, how can we be having those conversations about labor in Chicago and in Illinois?
Yeah, so the question for online, in case you didn't hear it, was Kate is from Illinois, and as we know, Illinois is considered a blue state, and they actually have a trifecta as far as their state government is concerned, and with even a 2/3 majority. I don't think there's another state in the country that has that right now, at least not on the Democratic side. Who does? New Mexico. Oh, thank you, New Mexico. I'm sorry. Good, that's wonderful to hear. We had it a few years ago, but and so the question is that's supposed to be a birthplace of labor, and how do we engage in this kind of a campaign? I think it's always hard, and there's labor unions. The thing about labor unions, for any of you who are not have never been in or aren't in a labor union, they're just like always on fire. It's chaos all the time inside of the labor movement because they're always being attacked, right? I mean, the corporate bosses are always coming after workers and figuring that's the place where they can make money or make up their profits or whatever. So it's hard to get traction on any single issue within labor sometimes, but one of the reasons why the labor campaign right now is engaging in an education outreach campaign, and Kate, you and I should probably connect soon. Where can we start to infiltrate? What unions are sort of receptive to this as an idea? Where would they bring us in? Maybe if they're having an annual conference, a convention, are they having an exec board meeting? I'm presenting a week from next week at the Brotherhood of Maintenance Way Workers. It's a Teamster, an outshoot of the Teamsters. These are the railroad workers, basically. I'm presenting to them the resolution on leveling the playing field. I have no doubt we're going to get that passed inside that union. And that's the way that then I've opened the door and said, aren't you guys having a convention next year? Can we come in and do an actual training of your rank and file members to be able to start to talk about how we tie that to the ultimate solution, which is Medicare for all, right? So we're reaching out to unions right now to find out how can we come in, do e-board presentations, membership meeting presentations, because unions lots of times will be like, well, let's bring a speaker in to talk about something, right? A current topic or whatever. Well, we have all kinds of ways to do that, and it's a labor perspective. So we're already kind of seen as kind of a friendly inside the House of Labor. So I think starting with education, as in anything in movement work, is really the key. It's educate and agitate. Some of that stuff should agitate them, right? And then you organize them and you bring them into the movement. So I hope that helps with Kate. Yeah, sure. Only got a couple of minutes for.
I yield to the online question, please.
Oh, sure. Online question, Michael.
Unmute. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rose. I had a question. You, at the beginning of the presentation, were talking a little bit about why we've got shortages of healthcare professionals, nurses, CNAs, and the like. How does that connect with, and that it really was not necessarily so much a issue of the fatigue in the system from COVID and all the explanations that we were given. How does that tie to folks that are in home care? Do you think?
Yeah, I think, Michael, you're exactly right. And it expands out to the home care workers. They are as under attack and as understaffed as I know that you know, as much as they are inside of the hospitals. I mean, there aren't a lot of home care workers that are even organized in unions in Minnesota. I think we have the largest SEIU home care local in the nation. It's like 10,000 or something like that. And it is a constant battle to get them just even what you would consider livable wages, getting them up to $15 an hour for care they are providing that is so critical. It's highly skilled. It is very, very necessary. And so again, we sell this whole program, right, of Medicare for all, saying that's a healthcare need. It has to be compensated appropriately. It has to be viewed as healthcare. And home care is so critically important, but there is that same shortage. And I'm looking right at a nurse and also the executive director of the Minnesota Nurses Association, and who also does some of that work as well, and knows that it is a problem as well. This staffing crisis is a public crisis. And that's my time all together, right? Well, thank you all again so much. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just a one question. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you. Thank you.
Another dynamic speaker coming up who's going to talk to us about strategy and building to win national Medicare for all through the states. He is a history professor. We introduced him yesterday, but he is such a dynamic visionary and has a strategy plan for one-payer states and has a lot of experience. And he is Chuck Pennacchio, if you could come up. And thank you. Our fearless leader.
Right here. Thank you once again, Lydia and Rose. That was a fabulous kickoff after Abdul set us in the direction of thinking about things that we don't typically think about. But as a labor organizer myself, organized graduate students right up the road here at CU. I need to be. So, yeah, I'm proud of those labor organizing efforts. We got health benefits for CU graduate students back in the 90s. I paid a price for that. I had to write 2 dissertations to get my PhD. Same thing was true at University of the Arts in Philadelphia. We successfully organized and won a NLRB sanctioned vote at my university, 255-2. And the university struggled to stop the implementation of the contract 3 years. And after 6 months, they closed down the university. I suspect that they simply didn't want to deal with the union at that point. So all that said, it validates very much everything that Rose has said before. Labor has got to be central to this effort, but so too, as Abdul said, we need to bring in small and middle-sized businesses. We've got to bring in people in all social justice networks, people who care about clean air and clean water, including conservation. It's not just people who are fighting climate change, right? We've got to reach out to sports enthusiasts, people who belong to the Isaac Walton League. I mean, you've got to really think outside the box here, right? We've got to really be creative and engage in the conversations that were introduced to us yesterday. I want to give a shout out to all the wonderful presenters yesterday, Jeanne and Egberto, in what I call radical hospitality. Radical hospitality is welcoming the conversation and not being judgmental, finding that common ground, building a relationship, be intentionally listening. This is all strategy. So I am talking about strategy. We're all talking about strategy. These are tactics, but they're centered on a strategic vision. So let me step back here and start at the beginning, which is to say that One Pair of States was founded back in 2009. To answer your question, a little bit about our history. We formalized our group in 2010. in Westchester, Pennsylvania. There were 19 states present. And today there are 22 to 25, depending on how you count them. There are 19 single-payer bills out there. And of course, we have the state-based universal healthcare bill that was originally introduced by Jim McDermott back in 2015. Pramila Jayapal then carried the bill. Now Ro Khanna has it. And last fall, we recruited a Senator, Ed Markey, who along with Ro Khanna for the first time did a national press conference. We brought in legislators from around the country. And that speaks in a shout out to Carrie Rheingans, who really, she is a treasure. This is somebody who we really want to work closely with. She sees fundamentally the problem of infrastructure lacking in the progressive world here. And that speaks to ALEC, the American Legislative Exchange Council. She wants to create something analogous to that, where legislators are exchanging ideas, good ideas. And that doesn't happen very much among Democrats in our politics on the left. We need to connect. So the big picture here, our goal, our vision with one-payer states is healthcare and health justice for all. Healthcare is not enough. Many people have touched on that, the social determinants of health. We're talking about housing, we're talking about food, we're talking about climate, we're talking about policing, we're talking about education, and the list goes on and on and on and on. That's how we win. We connect with all other like-minded folks who are centered on social justice. We alone in the single-payer Medicare for all world, we're not big enough yet to win. We've really got to build out our numbers. So that's our goal, and that goal is being developed by some conservative thinkers who don't share that goal. They're calling it Project 2029. We need to have a progressive Project 2029 when we dump. Yeah, when we dump this president from power, and it's going to be a struggle. He's not going to go voluntarily. As a student of fascism, I think it's really also important that we understand the context of our time, which is that we are in unprecedented times. This is the most power-grabbing megalomaniac that's ever presided over this country, and he is forcing any number of institutions to take a bended knee as if nobody learned anything from the 1930s. Appeasement does not work. It only accelerates the demands. It only whets the appetite further of the insatiable a fascist mindset. That's Stephen Miller, that's Steve Bannon, and that is Donald Trump, and whoever Donald Trump's successor is going to be. This is not something that's going to go away in 3.5 years. We've got to be centered on winning. And the only way you defeat fascism is to take it head on. The only way you defeat fascism is to create the universal justice world that we aspire to bring everybody into the equation. Everybody in, nobody out, right? Everybody needs to know that our society is working for them, and that government can do good, and that small businesses and middle-sized businesses that are striving to do good for the society, they need to be included in the equation as well. And these big businesses, these billionaires need to be tamed. They need to be brought to heel. We have to figure out how we do that. I personally think that to be a billionaire needs to be made illegal. Simply that. So the idea here is to launch a progressive Project 2029 to get us to universal health care by 2035, but also to have most of the increments of all the other social justice elements that I talked to by 2035. And also, I think globally, I am a diplomatic historian. I teach international relations, and I think that we need to connect with other organizers around the world. They've got a lot of really good ideas, and I think we need to keep our minds open and understand what other people are doing around the world and how they have succeeded. And my vision right now is to think globally, global justice, universal justice by the year 2050. We really need to accelerate what it is that we're doing, and we need to really think big. So our goal then is to get to guaranteed national universal health care for all through the states. That's our theory of change. That state modeling is the way most likely to get us to universal health care. That's the way Canada got us there, as many of you know, through Saskatchewan. And that's the way that we overcame child labor laws. We got women's suffrage. So many things have been achieved through the states. I don't need to go down the litany of those. Also, we just need to set some more context for our times. I talked a moment ago about fascism, but really fundamentally, we need to follow the role of money in politics. We have to get money out of politics. This is really fundamental to our work. We have one political party that is, I would argue, at the national level, more than 50% bought off by big interests. And the other party is 100% bought off by big interests, big billionaire interests. That is extremely problematic, makes our work that much more difficult. And setting that context with regard to the work we do on healthcare, of course, we're talking about what Rose just referenced, which is the medical industrial complex, or what I call the four horsemen from hell. The four horsemen from hell: big insurance, big hospitals, big pharma, and the big medical device industry. These are, they have created an absolute monstrosity that has hijacked our healthcare system, is destroying it, tearing it down in ways that other people have detailed. I don't need to go into that. What I want to do is, with the rest of my time here, is to talk about strategy and creating an infrastructure to win. How am I doing on time, Mike?
10 minutes.
10 more minutes, okay. Okay. So I've got some eye issues. So I'm going to put these glasses on. You'll notice that I'm missing a lens here. It's because I'm blind in this eye. But this eye's still good. And I'm going to read off this just to make sure I get all the key talking points. But I want to make it conversational and then open it up for questions. So is it 10 minutes include questions or just the presentation?
No,
that's total.
No, then
Q&A comes after that. Okay, cool. First thing is just to really understand what strategy is. And I'm happy to share this document with you all. It's a 15, 16 point strategic document that really begins with what was the title, the original title of this talk, which is reverse engineering a successful future, seeing the future, actually visualizing the future. And this references my reading as a teenager, and then at the beginning of the pandemic, a book by Edward Bellamy called Looking Backward. It was a science fiction book written in the late 1880s, and it transported the central character in the book from dystopian Boston to the year 2000, when it was a utopian Boston. And everybody took care of each other in the year 2000. Do I think that's Pollyannish? Do I think that's over the top? I don't care. The idea here is that people are taking care of themselves, and fundamentally that's where we need to get and bring people into that discussion and that vision. So that's where, so if you see that vision, and I'm saying that we see that vision by the year 2035, we have to say, okay, in 2035, we've achieved universal justice, right? What did that look like? What are the components that were necessary to make that work? So it's the coalition building that's going to be talked about later. I don't want to step on anybody's toes coming after me. Again, Rose references specifically with labor, and Abdul with business, and also reaching out to more conservative organizations like the Isaac Walton League that Jeanne and Egberto were about, and also embracing the this concept of radical love that Rodney Sadler brought to us at the beginning of our talk yesterday. It really is important to think deeply about that. When I say radical, I mean all in. That's all we're talking about. Radical means at the root of, fundamentally. That's what we need to be thinking about. So strategy is the recipe and tactics are the ingredients. Think of it simply that way. Strategy is the recipe and tactics are the ingredients. But the tactics only work if they're connected to the strategy. Strategy is also the vision-focused product, the end product, the goal, the success, the vision, the future. And the vision is the future universal success that we need to reverse engineer step by step. And again, that document can go into more detail. I don't want to spend so much time on that as to just kind of get you to be thinking in terms of we need new leadership models. This room needs to grow younger, right? We need to grow more diverse. We need to grow more diverse in so many different ways, not just race and ethnicity and gender, but geography, walk of life, faith. The left has been very, unfortunately unwelcoming of faith traditions in more modern times. Think about the civil rights movement. Why was it so successful? It would not have gotten there. Certainly without the Black church, without Jewish synagogues, and justice-centered mainstream or mainline churches as well. Churches are really important to the equation here. We really need to do that. That's why we had Rodney kick it off today, or yesterday, excuse me. So yeah, a shout out also to Ann and Pam and Jim for their own strategy focused tactical steps. I mean, the infrastructure that Jim's talking about, the websites, yeah, that needs to be part of it, absolutely. We need to create a cohesive set of think tanks that talk to each other, actually communicate with one another. On the left, they don't communicate. By contrast, look at what the right does. I mean, the Heritage Foundation was able to bring all of those think tanks together and center on their project 2025. Where does 2025 come from? Many of you know, some of you know the Powell memo, right? The Lewis Powell memo. It really is important to understand this history, that this has been percolating for now, what, 54 years?
Since the 70s.
Yeah, and this is Lewis Powell was contracted by the National Chamber of Commerce to write a document on how big business needs to hijack all of our institutions and go after colleges and universities, which they regarded as a center for cultivating and promoting Marxism, right? And they needed to create their own media infrastructure. And we see what that is with Fox News and all of its offspring. And we see that is the case, again, with the think tanks, with their coordinated messaging, their communications. Remember Michael Deaver from Ronald Reagan's era, right? Message of the day. No matter what question you're asked that day, the answer is always going to be the same. Discipline. Discipline messaging is really important. I know that rankles with a lot of people who identify on the left, but that's really fundamentally how they've been so successful. As well, they had a judicial campaign, right? The Federalist Society. They cultivated, they recruited, they nurtured young law students who then went on to become corporate lawyers and judges. And 6 of them now are on the have dominated the Supreme Court. That comes from somewhere. That was a program that was developed in the 1970s, the Federalist Society. All this stuff has got its roots. In fact, the roots go even deeper. I won't get into that right now, but the point is that there's never been a response by the progressive left to create the infrastructure necessary to win. And frankly, an electoral strategy that centers on the needs of people's lives. Just centering it doesn't have to be left versus right. It simply needs to be governing at the center of people's lives, and just leave it at that. We don't need to get caught up in all the language. I always choose to go with language that's more depoliticized. That's why our group is called one payer states. One payer, believe it or not, is the same thing as single payer. But nobody knows that. And I have a conversation on Capitol Hill and everybody says, oh, that's curious. What is that? Something so simple as that. But it's important not to get too emotionally attached to our language if it's not working. And we know from a poll that was done by a leading member of Congress that some of these terms are more problematic, and healthcare for all is a good place, I think, to start. You know, guaranteed healthcare for all. That's actually the way I like to frame it. So I'm going to stop right there and just entertain questions that you might have, you know, except to say that, you know, we do need to develop new models of leadership and decision making. We do need to bring more people into the equation. We need to be careful about our communication, both internal and external. We need to be intentional in how we listen, intentional in how we communicate, and then we need to set goals, right? Short-term, mid-term, long-term goals. We need to pass this legislation, the State-Based Universal Health Care Act, by 2029 and get several states over the top by 29, 30, 31, model those, and then get national Medicare for all passed and use that momentum to get to the rest of our social justice agenda.
When do you want?
Thank you.
When do you want?
You ready? Okay. So hold your questions for the moment. Our dear friend, Jillian Mason is going to step in. She's the head of healthcare now. Many of you know Jillian. She's a very dear friend. She sees our theory of change. She's an absolutely wonderful working partner, as is Roach and the folks at PHP and all of our partners around the country. But I'd like to bring Jillian up for a few comments, and then we'll turn back to questions regarding strategy and infrastructure. Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me here today. I am really, really excited to be with you. We love one payer states, and I think some of the most exciting work in the country that's being done to get us towards the North Star of Medicare in the states, the work that you all are doing. The reason is, I think that, you know, Chuck is absolutely right. We're not going to win without strategy, but we're also not going to win without organizing. And I think that y'all being really close to the ground and the places where you're organizing, it helps you to understand the importance of one-to-one communication with your neighbors and your communities. And I'm truly inspired by the work that you're doing. I just, you know, again, wanted to thank you for your work and to let you know that Healthcare Now is always a supporter and a resource for the work that you're doing. We offer trainings on all different kinds of organizing, which we can make available for individuals, but also for groups. If you have a state-based group and you'd love to do a training on power mapping, that's something that we can do for you. In fact, I'm going to be in Minnesota with Roach doing a power mapping workshop just in a couple of days. And so that's something you could always contact us for. We also have our podcast, the Medicare for All podcast, which is the funniest non-comedy healthcare policy podcast out there today, and it's a great way to engage in the movement as well. And then we're also are doing our Voices of U.S. Healthcare database. That's a collection that we have of people telling their stories from all over the country. If you haven't yet seen it, I definitely recommend that you check it out because it's a great place to see people's stories, and you might actually encounter someone there that hasn't been involved with your state work, but there should be. And so we can always connect you there. Finally, I just want to make sure that you know that we are having a conference. And we are going to be having our first in-person conference since COVID. It's going to be happening November 22nd and 23rd. And it will be in Rockledge, Florida. And I am now very much stealing my friend Stephan's thunder because he's going to be telling you more about it. But it is going to be an excellent conference. We're going, Healthcare Now right now is based in Texas. So we're really, really committed to organizing the South. So it's really exciting that we're going to gather folks from all over the country in a red state, and we're going to make a little bit of good trouble there. So I invite you all to join us and to contact me if you have any questions. Materials will be circulating, and I'll be dropping some links in the chat. Yeah, for those of you who are there in person, I know Stephan can give you more information as well. Not to throw Stephan under the bus, but thank you so much. Really, everybody stay safe, stay dangerous. Love all the work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jillian. Thank you for the inspirational thoughts and constructive thoughts and ideas, and the organizing work you're doing is fabulous and amazing. Of course, this is help. For those of you who don't know, Healthcare Now comes out of the Maryland Clements Day with HR 676. John Conyers was running the single payer bill several years ago. So it's vital work that Jillian keeps going. And she's in a town I know very well, Corpus Christi, Texas. So I taught there for 6 months at A&M, but it's always fun to kind of catch up with what's going on in Corpus. I do have a first question here from Glen from New Jersey, but other folks have questions as well. Let me just, I think this has to do with the way that we're divided demographically, and how do we overcome that? In other words, how do we keep ourselves from being divided between labor and non-labor, and along the lines of ethnicity, maybe race and so forth, and religion? How do we do that? We meet people where they are, for starters, right? I think it's a mistake that a lot of us make is, well, we sent them an invitation, they just never showed up. Well, that's not the way it's going to work. You have to meet them where they are. And so much of the listening and the outreach and the radical hospitality that we discussed in terms of radical love, radical hospitality and connection and listening, that's a lot of the learning. Egberto just admitted, when he came in from Panama, part of his culture was to be sexist and to be homophobic, and he's had to work to overcome that. And it's a conscious effort. In my view, just regarding race, which is a point that Rose touched on, you're either leaning into racism or away from it. So I focus on anti-racism, which is being very conscious of what you're doing and making sure that you're doing the work necessary to push in the other direction. Does that help, Lynn?
Yeah, but what's bothering me is, I'm hearing, we have to save Medicaid, we have to save Affordable Care Act. Medicaid divides people between, do you have the money or don't you?
Right.
ACA divides between, you know, do you qualify, are you old enough to qualify for
Right.
Medicare, or are you young enough to
Yeah.
qualify for CHIP? To me, that's part of the craziness.
Right.
We accept it. We accept that we should put four people in one program. We accept.
Right, platinum, gold, silver, bronze, yeah, those are the dividers, that's a fair point, you know, the class divide is absolutely laid across that system, which is one of the reasons that our organization didn't oppose that legislation, we did support it, and that we don't want to keep people from getting healthcare no matter how they get it, so that's the idea behind saving what does exist, but of course, we need to make, as Rose said, to make the work transformational. It has to be systemic. It's
They
got to
don't
be.
go from save Medicaid.
Everybody's got to be treated equally. Equity's got to be the focus of the healthcare delivery. Mike?
Question online.
Okay.
Go ahead, Diane. Unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to point out that the average American reads at a 4th or 5th grade level and has not gone to college. And these are people who are very seriously affected by our healthcare system. And yet I don't see much effort by our movement to reach out to them. A few years ago, I tried to come up with a one-page cartoon handout about single-payer healthcare or Medicare for all, whatever. And it was rather shot down by members of the group I was working with because it didn't use highfalutin words like sustainability. And I was just trying to get the point across that this is what the movement is about, and they might want to be included in it. Sometimes when I ride the bus, I talk to people who are obviously not highly educated, and they're definitely aware of the problem and involved in it, and yet we're reaching out to them.
Thank you, Diane. Yeah, I appreciate that very much. You know, as a longtime organizer and a longtime door knocker, I've knocked on over 50,000 doors in my time. So I've dealt with just about every person you can imagine. We do need to work on adapting ourselves and listening first. Our good friend Vicki Lowe, who runs the healthcare Universal Healthcare Commission up in Washington State, she reminds us, she says, my grandmother told me, Vicki, you were born with 2 ears and one mouth for a reason. As simple as that is, it's a good reminder that we should be listening at least twice as much as we're speaking, and be mindful of our audience and mindful of, you know, who we're speaking with, and sort of figure out or sort of gauge their education level, if you will, you know, early on in the conversation, and bring the conversation, the language to that level, and bring your empathy as well, and listening. That's a shorthand answer, Diane, and I think that the work that we need to develop needs to be mindful of that. Let's
Question here. Can I take the mic?
Oh, sure.
Do we have anything in print for these people?
Chuck, thank you so much. You know, I appreciate your work. Just a quick question. Apropos of the need to expand our
hold it close.
You know, apropos of the need to expand our TAM, which I agree with wholeheartedly. Could you give us some suggestions as to how we can get all the different diverse single payer organizations out there to come together? Because I'm not meaning to be confrontational at all, but it just bothers me that there were so many of us, and yet we're not all under the same tent. I just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. It's, you know, this organizing in this space it's a fairly humbling experience, and it's often frustrating. It's humbling because I work with people who are just so devoted and so committed to this work, are willing to volunteer on just so many hours and treasure whatever you have to give. So for that, I just want to say thank you. For folks that we're not yet connecting with, I would say that we have made progress since we first got started. We were started back in 2009, 10, and I would say the majority of people in the single payer movement said that's not a good idea. We don't want to work with the states. We need to go national first. But as time has moved on, I think that more and more people embrace the theory of change of ours, which is that's most likely to go through the states first. That doesn't mean we're not supporting the national effort. We absolutely are. So that when the attacks were coming when the national bill was being introduced, we rolled up our sleeves and really helped to get those last 36 co-sponsors. I think we need to take some credit for that, quite honestly. One pair of states really busted our tails to get that number up from, I think it was 68 to 105, if I'm not mistaken. And Pramila's Healthcare LA stream baserman absolutely thanked me, came over, hugged me, and said, "You guys made a huge difference." So we fight where the fight needs to be fought. We're very opportunistic in that sense that we fight side by side on all pathways getting us to national Medicare for all. I think over time, more and more people, including the folks at Healthcare Now, Julian just said it, have come to appreciate that. I'm not sure Marilyn was there at the beginning, but that's okay. We all need to grow. We need to learn. We need to understand each other, and meeting people where they are, but not being overly critical, and not tongue lashing, but modeling. So for me, we're building the train, we're building the train tracks, and people will hop on the train as it's pulling away from the station. Yeah.
One of the things that Sue Saltmarsh and I have done over the years with Demand Universal Healthcare is centered on that very issue. How can we get people brought
Today's shower day. Today's shower day. I'll take a shower.
And so what Demand Universal Healthcare does on Facebook and on Blue Sky is attempt to do that and amplify the voices from every one of those single payer organizations that we connect to. On Facebook, the main page has right at 80,000 followers.
Right.
On Blue Sky since December, which is when I joined it and started to build that, we have built from 0 to 33,000.
This is great model. Absolutely. If you can share that, with the group in the resource page, just so we can get to more questions.
Right.
So this is Demanding Universal Healthcare, excellent organization. They've been working at this and tirelessly.
And start to connect y'all.
Yeah, and this person here is from South Carolina, so South Carolina's in the house. Thank you for your work, really. Demanding Universal Healthcare, just DUH, just Google that and you'll find it. Yeah, resource sharing is really important. Go ahead.
I just put a real quick one sentence. Belonging to what she said too, is what we need is a marketing genius, like the Coldplay his camera, that hundreds of millions of views that had everybody laughing around the country and probably around the world. I think that from what I noticed with working on the abortion petition is that there's a certain demographic. Some people say 30 to whatever it is, 30 to 50-year-old white male who, they're anti-abortion, they're for Trump and all that.
Right. Question?
So Joe Rogan show,
right,
the podcast, things like that. I hear her talking about handouts and about, paper things. We gotta get away from paper. We gotta get on the podcast that those demographics are on, like the Joe Rogan podcast. And we gotta get on all these podcasts and get those demographics.
Good point.
We gotta get a marketing genius out there.
Absolutely. Yep. Communications is central to the work that we're doing.
1 minute warning.
So, okay. Well, there, question back here. Go ahead. Make it quick.
Anyone who's feeling discouraged about the world and situation we're in, I recommend you read the book Hans Rosling, Factfulness. They present data in such a lucid way. This is from 2015. He said that extreme poverty has gone from 85% of the world in 1800 to 12% of the world in 2015. And it's just an encouraging book that shows that things are getting better and we can push it in the right direction.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. And there's nothing we can't do. That's okay. Is that it? Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. our dear friend Andrea Miller, who's coming to us from Virginia. Andrea was there at the founding of One Pair States in 2010 in Westchester, Pennsylvania, at that time with Progressive Democrats of America. Andrea has since gone off to additional pastors, People Demanding Action, and more recently Center for Common Ground, where I collaborate with Andrea. It's a Black-led voting rights and civil rights organization devoted to not only winning elections, but winning what people need between elections, something that a particular party is not adept at this point. But Andrea is coming into us today to talk a little bit about fundraising, and looking forward to your gold nuggets, Andrea. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, Chuck, Mike, everybody for inviting me. I have been very, very active in the chat. The thing that our organization, Center for Common Ground, does is we turn out the Black vote. I used to always say in the South, but we do work in voter suppression states. So we worked in Wisconsin this year. Wisconsin is not the South, but they've got some Southern attitudes around voting. One of the most important things that any group that is really, really, really trying to make a difference must do is you must have good outreach to people who don't look like you. So looking in that room, you all look alike. You're older, you're white. There's men and there's women. There's not a lot of Black folks in the room. There's not a lot of young folks in the room. So that means you've got a tremendous opportunity. And to do that outreach, to do that education, gives you an opportunity for funding. Now, one of the things that we do is we have people literally in low-income communities. They live there. They're low income, just like the people they support. They're on the ground. And the number one issue, well, there's two issues that they are hearing about the most. And this is all the southern states, and we heard about it in Wisconsin too. People are very concerned, and this is before Trump 2.0, about affordable health care and affordable housing. You're not working on housing, but you are working on health care. So whether somebody owns a home or is trying to own a home, health care, what happens if they get sick or their kids get sick? There is a tremendous, tremendous opportunity. So I'm going to talk about how we raise money, who we raise money from, and the tools that we use to get it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to, share my screen. Let me get the thing I want to, whoops, that's not out. Is this it? Yeah, let me get the thing I want to share. Here it is. All right, now, I know that One Pair States uses Action Network. So now I am talking about a tool that allows you to employ a tactic. On this page, we raised $32,000 from 626 donors. So in other words, this is not foundation money. This is individuals who care about what it is that we are doing. Now, we have 85,000 volunteers. Why do we have 85,000 volunteers? Because we partnered with 5 national faith organizations. So that gave us 85,000 volunteers. And a lot of those volunteers, when we send out fundraising emails, they kick in $5, $10, $20. And that allowed us to raise $31,000 for our democracy centers. Now, what did the fundraiser look like? What did it say? We had a picture of one of the democracy centers. We explain what they do. Now, we are 501c3, so our donations are tax deductible. If you are predominantly lobbying, you are basically doing the work of a C4. Your donations are not tax deductible. But if you are doing education work, if you are partnering and going into the community and listening to what the community has to say, and you begin putting on seminars and talking to people in the communities, partner with churches, people trust their pastors, and you talk to them about a way to ensure that everybody is in, nobody is out, and everybody will get the health care they need, you will begin to build followers. And then you ask them, where do their relatives live? And you basically build that way. Now, when you build, I use Action Network because Action Network is free. So I know a lot of people out there, you run relatively small organizations and you don't have big budgets to pay for stuff. Action Network is free as long as you're not sending emails from it. If you decide you want to send emails, then it's going to cost you a whopping, get ready for this really big number now, people, $15 a month. And you will have a program where you can collect donations, send emails, do petitions, and run letter campaigns where people directly email their federal electeds, U.S. Senate, U.S. House, and or their state electeds, state Senate, state House, all in one box for $15 a month. Provided you don't need to send more than 10,000 emails. So if you do that, this is a product that could work for you. Now, what's the other reason I love Action Network? The other reason I love Action Network is multiple organizations have the ability to basically split donations. So you can have donations go to either a single group or the donations can go to multiple groups. So it's kind of like Act Blue. So contributions go here to Center for Common Ground. You can add a recipient, and anybody that is currently accepting donations on Action Network will be able to share in the donations from the funds that you raise. So this is, if you're small, you want to be able to maybe have a couple of groups raise money. You can be a C3, you can be a C4, you can be absolutely nothing at all. But you must be progressive. So Action Network, they do not allow any right-wing groups to utilize their platform, and they are very careful. So the moment you try to send emails through their system, they are going to get your email and they are going to do a sweep of what is your activity online? What are you saying? unless you know a trusted partner who says these people out doing progressive work, doing the work of helping the people. So that is the tool that we started with. Now, we grew up, as I said, we have 85,000 volunteers. We work. Now, this year, Virginia is really the only southern state that's having big elections where we work. All the other southern states, they're doing municipal elections. So last year, this is 2024, we were working in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. We even did a little bit of work in Texas, and we did some work in Arizona because we can document the number of people that we have worked with. Then we always put that information up so people see, yes, we are out there, we are doing the work. And again, we use really simple language. Get out the black vote in the South. People are like, okay, if I want to give money to a group that's doing that, great. So in other words, don't have a bunch of acronyms on your fundraising page that the average person doesn't know what it means. Spell it out. Get back to that 5th or 7th grade. There is no money, no growth in being a club of insiders only. If you don't know our secret handshake, you can't be part of our club. People have to understand what you're doing, and they have to see where they fit in. What tactic will they be able to help with? Are they going to give you money? In my organization, my volunteers and my donors are basically the same people. So let's look at this. This is very interactive. When people make a donation, I can love it. I can comment on it. Thanks so much for your kind donation. I mean, literally right there from the front page of the site. All right, now I want you to see the dollar amount. 737 supporters gave us $631,299 in roughly 5.5 months. Donations are still trickling in to this page because people know that it's there, or maybe they donated earlier and then they save the page and they go back and they donated on it. Now, here's the other really important thing about this program called Give Butter. Everybody, we all get emails. Oh, we need to raise $30,000 tonight because it will be matched by XYZ. Well, guess what? Give Butter allows you to do a matching campaign. So we had a $65,000 match. When we originally did our fundraiser, we did not raise $475,000. We only raised $275,000. So we needed to raise some more money. So when you need that extra boost, if you've got people who can come in with a match. Now, we started off with just $5,000 match. We made that. Then somebody put in 10,000. And then we had people say, what are you short? All right, we will do a big match. Here's the other important thing. When you are raising money, people donate, and it's basically a visceral and an emotional reaction. If you don't know enough people who have money, but you know people who have friends, maybe it's only $100, but it's $100 more than you had. This program allows you to have teams and or individual fundraisers. Okay, so I raise more money than anybody else because as the executive director, that is my job. But we had a pair of volunteers, they're leaders in our postcard campaign. They raised $11,000. They did. Now, you can do a nice, big, long story about what you want to do. All that is really great. But one of the big things that we do, we love Zoom. We were born on Zoom. I didn't meet my leadership in person until a year and a half after we started. Twice a year, or once a year, we do a gala. Our next gala will be in either late this month, early next month. When we do a gala, and Rodney is on our board as well, we have two ministers and me and maybe someone else, where in the middle of our programming, we'll do three compelling speakers. We go little Hollywood, little Congress, some activists, and then we ask for money. Well, when we asked for money, we hit the live display button. And then Give Butter does its Give Butter things. And it says, hey, these people are trying to raise money. Do you want to scan to donate? Do you want to text to donate? And as people donate, the amounts they donate literally roll up and go on the top of the screen. And so people can see that they are moving us to our goal. So when you are raising money, number one, involve as many people as you can in your fundraising. That's very, very critical, because when people have a chance to support an organization that they believe in, they only raise $100, like I said, but it's $100 more than you had. Now, how much does Give Butter cost? It's free. You only pay for the credit card processing. So if someone makes a donation, then whatever they tell you is the credit card fee. Well, that's what you pay. Now, like at Blue, they're going to ask for a tip. So when you go to take the money out of Give Butter and move it into your bank account, they're going to go, would you be willing to give us a 3% tip? You're free to say no. On big donations, I normally give them 1% tip. On the smaller donations, I sometimes go 3, maybe 5%, and I give them a tip. One of the other things, now again, as a C3, people donate larger amounts of money to me because it is tax deductible. And they frequently use their donor advised funds. With Give Butter, people can make a pledge that they're going to send you a check. They can donate from PayPal, Venmo. We don't take crypto, but if you are in that world where you've got folks with money in crypto, it can take crypto, whatever it is that people have. And people can donate directly from their donor advised funds through this tool. So In summing up, because I'm hoping people have questions for me, expand your base. Now is the time. Now, can you just wander into the Black community on your own? Most of you probably can't. But do you know a Black minister? Do you know someone who knows a Black minister? Do you know someone who is in the NAACP? Do you know someone who is a member of the Divine Nine, one of the 9 Black fraternities or sororities? Do you know health professionals who could help you set up a community listening session? You gather and hear the health care stories from people who live there. And then you take 10 minutes to talk very simply about the solution. And would they like to sign on to become part of the solution? Now, whenever you recruit volunteers, you have to immediately have something for the volunteers to do. So people were talking about creating a simple handout that does not have a single acronym on it. Everything is spelled out in English or Spanish if you're in a Hispanic neighborhood. And people can talk to their neighbors. Are you going to food banks and asking food banks if you can come in and talk to the people who are food insecure? If you are food insecure, I guarantee you, you are healthcare insecure as well. So we have a movement that is designed to really make healthcare available to the least of us. We need to make the least of us know that at least there is an option that is out there that really is designed for them. So thank you. I'm done talking at you. I am more than happy to answer any questions that you have. Ooh. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I'm seeing notes from Carol. Right. Deep canvassing. What is deep canvassing? Deep canvassing is basically asking an open-ended question and then shutting the hell up and listening. That's deep canvassing. Maybe that's really what it is. We are about to teach a course in deep canvassing. Oh, thank you. Yes. We have 7 democracy centers in Virginia. They are mostly deep in the hood. We have 3 that are very a quick democracy story. In Roanoke, Virginia, when we came in there in 2021, 55% of the people who lived there never voted. They didn't vote in presidential elections, state elections, midterms. They just didn't vote. Now, it takes 9 years to get kicked off the voting rolls in Virginia. That's not true in most southern states, but Virginia, that's kind of one of our special things. And 63% of the population kind of would vote in presidential elections. They didn't vote in midterms, but they would vote for president. In 2024, a local election, 79% of the community showed up and voted so that their candidate, who was someone from their community, would win. So yes, you can change people's hearts. You can change people's mind. You can activate for something that they feel they can believe in.
More questions for Andrea?
Thank you, Barbara, for liking phone banking. Thank you. Yes.
Just to reassert the value of action network, all of us here got their invitation through Action Network and sent their donations through Action Network. Thank you, Andrea, for letting us know about that.
So welcome. And I love these conversations. I love it. I love it. I love it. And you might want to take a look at, is there a way for your organizations to really engage in deep canvassing in communities where nobody bothers to canvass? Again, if you are a medical professional, you will be welcome and trusted. If you are not, gonna need to go find a friend.
More questions for Andrea?
Oh, all right. How do you
There's a
overcome
couple in the chat.
Oh, I
There
was
was one
going
in the
to,
chat. There's
yes.
that when talking about the healthcare system, what's your elevator pitch? Didn't you give us one?
No. And, right now, we had not been talking about healthcare, but we will, because the communities where we work, they are going to be losing their Medicaid, most likely. So again, I love the old Medicare for all. Would you be interested if we could create a system where everybody was in, nobody was out? When you got sick, you got health care. People are like, oh, yeah. Uh, how do we do that? And then you said, well, here, let's schedule. We've scheduled an event to talk about what the possible solutions for healthcare are. Now, since this is going to be a ways away, we are working on more mobile clinics coming in and reactivating some of our about to retire medical professionals to come into the community and literally help people. We own a 27-foot RV. We are looking at, can we repurpose this RV and turn it into some kind of a medical unit? So people who are going to try to get their Medicaid, they're not going to have a lot of forms to fill out. We thought one of the uses could be we come in and we help people fill out the forms. So we're still working on all that.
Great. Thank you.
Well, let's give Andrea a big hand. Andrea, thank you so much. We learned a lot, and a good reminder of a group of people that we need to reach out to in a much better way than we are right now. Right now, we're going to take a bio break, and please, if I didn't mention before, bathrooms, if you take this exit right here, or just quick right, then a left, for bathrooms on this level, and then please go downstairs. There's refreshments down there.
There's coffee.
And there's coffee. There's an elevator if you need the elevator rather than using the stairs to go down.
I just wanted to mention, I don't know if the people online can hear me, but I just wanted to mention this is a good time to take our bio breaks. But if you have a question for one of the co-hosts could help you during this time. So either raise your hand or send us a note in the chat. We'll be happy to talk. Diane Lucas. Please unmute and say something.
I noticed yesterday that while I had my camera off, my image was showing on the screen, and I really did not like that.
Your image was someone else's screen?
No, it was the big screen in the room there that has
Oh,
people,
right,
people on it. We turn off our camera if we need privacy for something. Some of us who
right,
are on this online are here because we have health issues.
right. So I'm sorry,
Something like,
are you asking us to turn off, the camera for the room
no, I'm
during the break?
asking you not to capture our images if we have our camera turned off.
Oh,
I don't know how how the system is doing that, but it was quite clear that it was, and I was moving around and the image was following my movement, so I know that it was live. It wasn't some old image from hours before.
yeah.
It just is really an invasion of our privacy. If we're here online, it's often because we have a reason to be here
Right.
online.
So I guess I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. I'm also here online, and when I turn my camera off, I guess go to a black box, but you do see my name.
Look
So
at,
I can change, you can change your name.
yes, no, I'm not worried about my name. I don't worry about people knowing I'm here. That's not a problem. My issue is more if I need to do something where I would like to physically be off camera,
Right.
such as run in the bathroom,
Yeah.
or get out of bed or something like that. I don't really want that image projected on the screen behind the speaker. And it has been
Really?
yesterday.
When your camera was turned off?
Yes, my camera was turned off.
Oh dear, now you're really making me nervous because
Yeah.
about 5 minutes ago, I turned my camera off and I went to the bathroom and I brought my machine with me.
Exactly, exactly.
Did you
got the
see me?
point. No, I didn't see you, but I didn't see the big screen in the room.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh,
know,
I see. You're saying that
Big
it's
Brother
in that
only
big
to
screen
a
in the
certain
room.
extent,
Okay, we'll talk to Nathan about it and see what he's the one that's that knows that kind of stuff.
Barbara, Nathan just commented in the messages that you can turn your camera off and nobody sees it. So I'm not sure what happened yesterday, Diane. We can review the video when it's released, but if you turn your camera off and put a red slash through the video, no one should be able to see you.
That's true, but it wasn't the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a mystery, but worth pursuing. Thank you.
You have the slides and everything.
And Andrea. Andrea, you're still there?
Yeah.
I guess. So I've been really working hard to diversify, and we live next to a majority minority city. So I've joined their Neighbor to Neighbor. I've joined the Poor People's Campaign, and it's just, you do the same stuff. You just do it with different people. It's great.
Yeah.
And they're usually quite open if you're open as well. So
Yeah,
I
but
just,
no. People get used to seeing you and they understand that you are not coming to do harm, that you would love to help. That's really great. One of the things we do in almost all of our communities is when we hear that people in the community are food insecure, we immediately begin setting up a food drive where we partner with churches in the neighborhoods that will get food. Again, as a C3, we partner with the local businesses, Panera Bread, the various restaurants, and that we set up a schedule where they will come to the church and they will provide food on a certain day. So when we hear what the needs of the communities are, we help them meet those needs.
Although one
Nothing
thing,
builds more more trust than when you are helping people, and then you can ask, are there other volunteers who would like you to help them help their neighbors? And
So
that's
one
how
thing,
you bring people in.
so one thing that I'm sorry, I keep interrupting. I'm from New York, but I also on Zoom, it's exaggerated because I can't tell when somebody's turn stopped. But one thing that we were advised in my League of Women Voters that when you come into another community and you have a solution for them, that's kind of colonial too. And so I just typically, and in fact, that's one of the instructions in Poor People's Campaign is to stand back and help with what they're proposing rather than coming in with a solution.
So again, we ask the community, what do they need? And they tell us. So
And
we
then you
never
do.
walk in and tell them, this is what you need. No.
Right.
No.
Right.
Right.
And are people more likely to say that they're food insecure than health insecure? Actually, most people
Yes.
don't know about health insecure because they haven't used their insurance. But
And the people in low-income communities are either on Medicaid, and there are a lot of illnesses and diseases in low-income communities. That's where you're going to find the worst air. That's where you're going to find bad water. That's where you're going to find lead. Generally, those folks are not the healthiest people you're going to find. They have health issues.
they do have health, yes. Yeah.
Water.
From our break, we're going to resume the program now with a presentation from a dear friend and really one of the absolute best organizers in healthcare justice world, who has another full-time job, lives in Florida, started the Medicare for All Connecticut organization, and then when he moved to Florida, he said, let's do one here in Florida as well. And Stephan is a German national. He's I guess, so what's your status here?
U.S. national now too.
He's a U.S. national as well. Not awesome. So he's binational, and he's just such a delight to work with. He makes me smile and makes me feel better every time we come in contact with one another. So, but without further ado, Stephan's going to speak under the topic of coalitions and his experiences in Connecticut and Florida. So, Stephan, willkommen heißen.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Stephan Ramdohr, pronounced he, him. So currently I serve as a chair of the all-volunteer nonprofit organization Medicare for All Florida. And yes, Chuck mentioned my day job is I actually work as a field representative for the union for the Florida AFL-CIO. I'm currently living down in South Florida in the city of Lauderdale. So yeah, to me, it's just always so inspiring to see like so many healthcare activists here, and even to see something like here in Colorado, like the bill was signed by the governor, and yeah, it's just incredible, so inspiring to me, like also the activism in so many different states all across the country. So I'm happy now to have the opportunity to share a little bit about what we have been up to in Florida. So I'm going to try to briefly cover some of these items, and with whatever I speak about now, it's going to be, of course, I'm incredibly grateful to all the board members of Medicare for All Florida who really helped to make all of this work happen, all of the Florida activists. So, yes, just the big picture when it comes to advocating for universal health care, specifically in the Florida context. Yeah, lots of us might be familiar with this, how, of course, in the state of Saskatchewan in Canada, there was one province first that introduced universal health care. And then within 10 years, all other provinces also introduced universal health care. And so when these kind of dynamics start to unfold, that's, I feel like, what we have to be ready for. So basically, in the state of Florida, I think it's going to make a difference also, like when we organize for that. So Florida is the third largest state in the nation by population. So let's just do the legwork. There's a lot of voters to reach out to spread the word about universal health care is. And at the same time, there's also a lot of elected officials. So yeah, organizing now, engaging elected officials on all levels of government now may get us to universal health care sooner. So that kind of as a background about advocating for universal health care, and then specifically about Medicare for Florida, our mission and members. So we started back in 2020 with the organizing. In 2022, we actually became a nonprofit organization. And our mission is to both educate the public, but also to engage elected officials on the topic of guaranteed health care for all. So specifically try to be nonpartisan, not tied to any specific ideology, and also positive in messaging. So these are really the folks who help to make all of this work happen. These are the board members of Medicare for Florida. So there's actually an additional board member who just joins with slides to be updated. But yes, those are the people as well as many other activists who put on the legwork as volunteers to make everything happen that we do. So what do we advocate for? Of course, there's the federal Medicare for all legislation, but also we are advocating for fighting back against privatization of Medicare. So we even had a town hall on that. Then, yes, of course, our state bills. I'm going to get to that in a minute, as well as also on the local level advocating for Medicare for all resolutions on the city and county level. So lots of us might be familiar with this. So of course, that's the gold star to have universal health care in the whole country. So Medicare for All Act, what makes that a reality, covering all U.S. residents, including comprehensive care, doing all of these services, no prior authorizations, no middlemen, and most importantly, also no co-pays, no deductibles, no other. So at the same time, I'm very happy to see kind of some of our activities. So we're really trying to reach out to the community, which means to build tabling, no matter if it might be at the Pride Fest, Earth Day, other occasions. We're collecting signatures for Medicaid expansion. So Florida being one of the states that did not expand Medicaid yet. So that's a valid proposition that currently we're getting signatures for, as well as also collecting signatures for our own Medicare for All petition for our federal legislators. And yeah, that's something that really kind of doing a lot just to kind of like reach out to the community to also add to our activist base. And we were even, of course, which is wonderful, being invited by other organizations to come in and give presentations. So, and yeah, then really that kind of brings me to the topic of engaging legislators. So, for example, on the federal level, we were so fortunate to be able to partner with National Nurses United in, for example, reaching out to Congressman Devra Soto, asking him to co-sponsor the Medicare for All Act. We created a petition that was signed by hundreds of constituents, also organizational sign-on letters signed by many unions, other organizations. And when we delivered all of that, it was featured on the local TV news, which was fantastic. And then, yes, engaging federal legislators. So, for example, this was from 2022 prior to the election. So this young fellow now is fairly known across the country. At this time, Congressman Maxwell Frost, at the same time, this was when he was still running in the primary. So like I was really happy that like he took the time, we had the opportunity to kind of, when he was still running in the primary, he just kind of, I think, announced months earlier or something, we were able to kind of invite him, bring him into our monthly meeting, and it kind of basically get on the record about his support for Medicare for all. So that's part of that, engaging federal candidates for elected officials. And then this kind of next point brings in also trying to engage other organizations on the issue of guaranteed healthcare for all. We were fortunate that we were able to put on several years in a row large Medicare for all town halls with, for example, Congresswoman Wilson, Congressman Frost, Congresswoman Joe Jarvis, and yeah, that's really kind of a great opportunity, these kind of virtual events, to also kind of like reach out to other organizations that might be like-minded and just to ask them, would you be available to be a co-sponsor for this event? So that's kind of like all the logos that you can see here on these flyers, which of course also send a great way to, yeah, after asking, would you co-sponsor an event, to kind of like, for example, try to build a relationship and later ask, would you officially endorse our legislation, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that was the most recent Medicare for Florida town hall with now that I live in South Florida. This is actually the congresswoman that I'm a constituent of. She was served with Republic. And once again, we were fortunate to have all of these organizations co-sponsoring. This is kind of like a fun campaign, and I also feel like it's a great way to engage elected officials and candidates on the issue of healthcare. We're kind of, as Medicare for Florida, participating in the campaign by National Nurses United with what is called the Patients Over Profits Pledge. So that means candidates declare by signing that pledge to not accept donations in excess of $200 from either the health insurance companies, from pharma, or from private hospitals, or their PACs or executives. So yeah, all of these candidates or elected officials did end up signing that pledge. I think in the meantime there's a bit more. So yeah, that's also, I think, a great way to kind of just engage elected officials on the topic of healthcare, and specifically universal healthcare as well. And yeah, then trying to engage elected officials on all levels of government to engage the elected officials on the local level, on the county or the city level. We were so fortunate that there were actually several cities in Florida that already passed Medicare for all resolutions after we basically initiated that outreach. So we have, for example, Key West, Gainesville, Alachua County, Lake Worth Beach, and he actually, you see those board members of Medicare for Florida. Also on the left, the former president of SNAP, Students for National Health Program Florida, and kind of speaking to the Alachua County Commission. And then they actually did end up approving the Medicare for all resolution. It was the county commission chair saying, we are proud to support Medicare for all. So yeah, that was like really just a great way to kind of, once again, elected officials engage them on the topic of healthcare. And, last but not least, I want to kind of closing it out with what's coming up next. But I wanted to share about the legislation that we basically were able to initiate to be introduced in Florida this year, because that's new. So it's just happened a couple of months ago. So the last time I think I spoke for one pair of states, like this has not happened yet. So this is new. So Medicare for Florida, we basically put our heads together and ended up deciding on trying to introduce 3 different bills. The first bill being a co-pay cap of the price of insulin. So that's the first one. The second one is a task force on universal healthcare bill. So it's kind of like modeled after the Oregon bill that passed, when was it? 2019? Yeah. And the final one is the Healthy Florida Act, which is really that single payer implementation bill, like kind of our ultimate goal. And so lots of different ways to kind of engage also, once again, elected officials on the state level with these different bills. Specifically, for example, the insulin copay cap would limit the cost of insulin for commercial health insurance that's regulated by the state. So some of you might have heard that, for example, on the federal level, there was something passed by the Biden-Harris administration to cap the cost of insulin at $35, but that was only for Medicare patients. So if you have, for example, commercial health insurance that you buy on your own, you get this through your employer, it doesn't apply to you. So basically the cost would be capped at $35 for insulin, for diabetes supplies at $100. There was another part of the bill trying to connect patients with resources. So this is what it looked like when we kind of tried to do that outreach. So for example, you want to see Florida State Representative Mary Woodson, who was so really delighted about her support for the idea to introduce such a bill, as well as the other chamber. There's State Senator Carlos Smith, who's really healthcare champion in Florida, and co-introduced the Health of Florida Act already back in 2019. The last time it was introduced. So one reason that this kind of bill also spoke to me is because when I still lived in Connecticut, I was able to just, as a regular volunteer, help a little bit with the campaign to pass such a bill in Connecticut. And it was just amazing to see how there was such bipartisan support. So for example, here you can see all of these elected officials, all of these legislators on the vote board. And so there were like, 4 Republicans that didn't vote for it, but everybody else basically that was in favor. But of course, it's not only Democratic states, but it's also West Virginia, who passed the insulin copay cap bill like this. And even Alabama. So I wanted to point out this Pennacchio on the right, so that in total there's like 25 states all across the country that had passed insulin copay cap like this. So I was really kind of delighted that as a result of our outreach, these 2 legislators, Representative Mary Woodson, Senator Carlos Smith, ended up introducing that insulin bill in the state capital, Tallahassee, back on February 28th this year. So, and of course, we also try to put together these one-pagers. So that's like a visualization on the right there of the insulin bill one-pager, which to me, like the insulin bill is like also a great conversation starter. So in kind of like reaching out to legislators also in a place like Florida to be able to start a conversation not with, we have the Health of Florida Act bill, but to be able to say, well, can we just all agree that people who need insulin should be able to get it? And this is something that I've already done in many states, and basically to continue then the conversation after kind of starting it with that bill. For example, with the task force bill, which was introduced also on that same day, February 28th, in Florida this year. And finally, of course, the Health of Florida Act, which really kind of worked on the bill language for it. It was previously introduced in 2019, but we wanted to make sure that specifically for the covered benefits, for example, abortion services are included, gender affirming care, mental health, like lots of long-term services and supports, lots of specifics. And it took a long time kind of with the Office of Bill Drafting Services and the 2 legislators' offices, the back and forth. But after our meetings with these legislators, with Representative Dodie Joseph and State Senator Kristen Errington, we were really delighted how also this bill ended up being introduced this year. So that's our Healthy Florida Act, which, once again, we kind of created the draft language where we kind of put together these lobbying materials. And finally, also, we're fortunate to kind of Medicare for All Florida partner with Students for National Health Program, as well as PNHP, to have this advocacy day at the state capitol in March after all of these bills were introduced. So this was really kind of incredible also by these Medicare for All Florida board members and at the same time SNAP leaders like Patrick, Haley, Denise Kupula, and many others who kind of organized also for many medical students and others to come to Tallahassee, and we were able to kind of hand over these healthcare champion awards to our kind of legislators who introduced or co-introduced our bills. So, and now, of course, the plan is already in the works, like what are we going to do for next session for 2026 legislative session in Florida. So now to wrap it up, we have some activities coming up in place. Anybody also on Zoom might be able to see this right now from Florida. Just saves the date. We have Orlando Pride, which is the biggest Pride event kind of in Florida. So we're going to be tabling once again at the Orlando Pride. Yeah, for our virtual monthly meetings, we will be delighted to have both Michigan State Representative Carrie Rheingans this upcoming month, as well as State Representative from Florida, Darrell Campbell, who kind of introduced a bill for doula care this year in Florida, which is also something that we kind of make sure is introduced, included in our Health in Florida Act bill, doula care being very important. So yeah, more to learn about this at the monthly meeting coming up on August 20th. And finally, Jillian already mentioned it earlier today, of course, that supporting Medicare for Florida, of course, we're like an all-volunteer organization. So I just wanted to include that. But yeah, finally, just wanted to kind of get back to what Jillian already mentioned earlier today. So we're very delighted, of course, that the Healthcare Now, Medicare for All National Strategy Conference this year is going to take place in Florida. So it's going to be it's a specific venue here at the Space Coast Health Foundation in Rockledge, which is on the East Coast, not far away from the Atlantic Ocean. And yeah, this is a registration link for anybody who would like to join that Healthcare Now conference in Florida this year. So yeah, thank you so much.
Questions?
5 minutes for questions.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the registration?
Yes, of course.
Ready for a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Sam Metz of Oregon, you mentioned something that really deserves attention. It's very difficult to change the mind of a congressperson, but every congressperson was something before they were in Congress. And as Stephen has mentioned, working at the state legislature, you're working with people who are going to Congress. And when you're working with county commissioners and city councilors, you're working with people who are going to the legislature. And if you really want someone who will pay attention to what you have to say about healthcare, get to all of these people while they're candidates. And this is some of the work that Stephen is implying. There is no one you should skip over as being unimportant. I have had to talk. As I have presented members of the Oregon congressional delegation with their free copy of the T.R. Reid's The Healing of America. I've told them about single payer. I've told them here are ways that you can sound intelligent when you talk about healthcare. And ironically, all of that happened before they were in Congress. And in some cases, it happened before they were in the legislature. Take what you're hearing now and apply it intensely at candidates who are nearby, the people you know, and yes, you'll talk to 10 times as many people who actually get to Congress. But boy, if you get there first with the mostest, you'll be very effective, like the Healthcare for All Florida. Wasn't a question, wanted to congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Not that I see. Barbara, any online?
I don't see any either. We're just all in awe of everything they get done. And if we tried to do it, we'd be exhausted. But we'll try. Thank you so much, Stephan.
Pam Kelly from here in Colorado. Gonna preface my question with the fact that I'm absolutely a believer in comprehensive healthcare. But can you speak to the pros and cons of including what for some people are hot button issues? Transgender affirming care, abortion in a conservative state like Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but try to be brief. In a nutshell, I kind of feel like, of course, there might be different views on this. At the same time, I feel like how I'm seeing it, or how lots of other Florida activists might be seeing is, we kind of need to stand in solidarity with these communities, such as the LGBT plus community, or for example, the immigrant communities. Yeah, of course, also just in general, minority groups. So I feel like their voices, their concerns need also to be heard. And so, of course, this is something that might have been, for example, when the Florida House leadership heard about our Healthy Florida Act, they were kind of like, yeah, I think not in favor of, for example, some of these things being included because they're thinking just about electability, but at the same time, yeah, for us, it's kind of really important that all these communities, their concerns are heard, and that we really kind of, if I say healthcare for everyone, it needs to be for everyone.
Yeah, I'm from Colorado, and we went to the ballot the year that Trump won the first time. And we only got like 23% of the vote. We didn't have Planned Parenthood, we didn't have the grassroots Democrats, we didn't have, you know, the list goes on, but apparently we didn't have labor. So do you work with the national labor, or is it local to the state? And apparently, when she was here a few weeks ago, she said that the reason why is because we didn't have enough coverage. So I know somebody, they got sick in Italy, it was free, okay? So Medicare, she said, doesn't even cover eyes at all. It doesn't cover an eye exam nor glasses, either one. So, you know, healthcare around the world, in some cases, it's just free. You get things done free. You don't pay like $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 before it's free, right? So, you know, you don't have the insurance pay $20 and you pay $200 for your prescription drug. Okay, that's just not how it works. It's just free. So the question is how do we get the labor movement involved, and are you connected nationally, or is it just local to Florida, or how does this work? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I mean, when it comes to labor, I think what I was able to see a little bit that they were like, for example, for some of these town halls that we did, or other things, we did kind of reach out to some labor organizations. They also co-sponsor town halls, and some of them endorsed like some of our bills. At the same time, yeah, I kind of really feel there might be other folks who might have even more to say on the labor issue. I know, for example, there's a labor campaign for single payer, and like many others, who really kind of work specifically on labor. But yeah, just in general, I feel like
you said the labor plan was better.
Right.
It covered more.
I mean, on the federal level, I just always feel like, of course, it's yeah, important to point out possibly to that Medicare for all really means improved Medicare for all. So there's like no co-pays, no deductibles, no out-of-pocket costs. Really, it's comprehensive coverage. It's everything that's medically necessary is included. Even these things that might not be included in traditional Medicare today, such as vision, hearing, other things that might not be fully covered in traditional Medicare today. All of that is going to be fully covered with the improved Medicare for all that's envisioned in that bill. So that's a good point to kind of try to like always point that out, how, as far as I know, like no private, commercial insurance plan that might be negotiated out by labor might be as comprehensive as the Medicare for all program would be. But at the same time, as I said, with the labor issue, I also feel like there's specific organizations that might have even more insights on this, such as the labor campaign for single payer or others.
Thank you, Stephan. You're awesome. Thank you, Stephan. This is Michelle Swenson. She's going to just take a little bit of time to talk with us. Okay, this is a flyer that I have handed out at every major demonstration this year down near the Capitol. at the bottom of the slide, it's about the plunder of our, the people's wealth and health. There's an article that I wrote on Common Dreams, Kleptocrats Half-Century Plunder of People's Wealth and Health. And it's about the genesis of the kleptocracy, the US kleptocracy. It's been a half-century genesis, and it includes the privatization, half-century privatization of healthcare in this country, and which has contributed to over $79 trillion wealth transfer upward over the last half century, and that's continued. The recent bill, the reconciliation bill, is the single the CBO said it's the single largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealthy in history for a single bill. So people relate to the idea of having an economy and healthcare for the people, not for profits of billionaire kleptocrats. And that's what this is about. And it includes a toll-free phone number to Congress. I also wrote last year a piece titled Washington Complicity in the Half-Century Privatization of Medicare, because we know there's a revolving door in Washington. And even some of the CMS administrators have come through the revolving door, working in industry and then moving to government to privatize public programs for profit. So this is what we have to let our legislators know, that we need an economy for the people, not for billionaire kleptocrats. So anyway, there is a stack of these in the back. I have some. I can email them to anybody who wants them. But we need to let our legislators, everybody relates to the idea that we need an economy and healthcare for the people. They understand that. They understand the wealth transfer upward and what's been going on. So thank you all very much for being here. We're going to have Donna Smith. She's online. She's going to introduce our next speaker.
Well, hello, everybody at Kirk of the Bonnie Bray in Denver. I'm so sorry I'm not there with you. I'm about maybe 3 miles away from where you are. But my husband, Larry, had hip replacement surgery on Thursday at St. Anthony's Hospital. He came home yesterday. And to say that it's been a busy, I don't know how nurses do what they do. I don't know how they do it. I don't know. It is an amazing process. We expect him to do really well, but he's 81 years old, so being on his own this soon afterwards is not really a good idea. So our son dropped by to make sure he keeps Larry busy while I introduce the next speaker here. First of all, I want to remind everybody, in case you didn't know it, that One Pair of States was born at a Progressive Democrats of America regional meeting in Wayne, Pennsylvania in April of 2010. So PDA was there. We were sponsoring an event on Medicare for All in Pennsylvania. And Tim Carpenter was there. I was there. Chuck Pennacchio was there. There were a number of activists from around Pennsylvania and around that region who were there. And we started to talk about this rift that had developed between, and there still can be sometimes, although I'm happy it's not quite as vitriolic or as vicious, I don't think, as it once was, between the people who supported national single payer and the people who worked on state single payer. And one thing Tim and I were really committed to doing was making sure the tent was as big as possible for moving us forward to the day when we all have healthcare as a human right in this country, rather than suffering through any more of the BS that my husband and I just experienced again through our healthcare system. It couldn't be more ridiculous. The very first thing they looked at when we stepped in the door was, had I paid the copay already before we got in the door? And I had. I know in Denver, you just heard that big jet go over. We tense up when those things happen now, don't we all? Yeah. Anyway, I'm here to help you be introduced to Alan Minsky. I was lucky enough to, after Tim Carpenter passed away in 2014, I was lucky enough to become the executive director after we had Connor Boylan was an interim executive director for several months. And then I became the executive director of PDA during the time when Bernie Sanders was running for president. After that time, it became clear to me that the job required so much more than what I was capable of doing physically and emotionally at the time. As I age, to be honest, it's just the truth. And I still stay extremely involved as the national chair of the advisory board of Progressive Democrats of America. But I also don't know, all of you know, I'm on the board of Healthcare Now. And, everybody wanted me on the board when Sicko first came out, right? They actually wanted Michael Moore on the board, but they took me. That was good. That was good. I was fine to be the substitute, the poor substitute. But Alan, thank God, became PDA's executive director at just the right moment, not only for the organization, but I believe for the country. And certainly for the movement for national and state-based single payer. I always remind us that the Quentin Young, the late doctor who helped found Physicians for a National Health Program, PNHP, always told me that the measure of anything we should support in the movement for single payer was, does it move us closer to the day when we all get to that place where healthcare is a human right? Or does it make it more difficult? And that's a pretty clear distinction, right? And Quentin always said that was the way we could judge. And at PDA, we always felt like that's a pretty good measure. And we think either way, state or national, whichever way goes first, oh my God, won't it be a beautiful day? It will be an amazing day, because I know many of you believe like I do, if state goes first, the national's gonna go. You know that. We need one of the big populous states to go with us. California would be great. New York would be great. Colorado's making some great progress, as you're hearing about and you heard about from Lydia. So thank you all for being in Denver. I'm so sorry I'm not with you. And Alan has done, I think, such a brilliant job in bringing PDA to this point. It's not easy right now. It is not easy to be the executive director of a rapidly growing progressive organization. It's great that it's rapidly growing. That's a wonderful thing. But we certainly are in need of someone strong, someone extremely smart. Alan is a brilliant man. And I am just so honored and so pleased that he took over the mantle at PDA. And Alan, it's all yours.
Well, Donna, I am equally pleased that you have remained with the organization. Not there was ever any doubt that you would, but I think we complement each other very well. But thank you so much.
I don't ever scold you for anything, do I, Alan?
You should. I'm sure. No, well, you remind me of things that we need to lean into and lift up.
You do a little stuttering like my sons do.
But the fighting spirit, the leading with strength, I want to actually try to end my comments on that idea. And I actually decided I wanted to start with, I wish I could be in Denver with you. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, and we used to go to Colorado in the 1970s until I had a sabbatical year. We had a sabbatical year as a family in Cambridge, England, 69, 70, and then in Rome, Italy in 78, 79. In the years in between, I think 5 of those years, we spent a month in Colorado. And I, as I've gotten older, have often asked myself, because I lived in Italy as a child and I've spent some time as an adult, why the hell am I not spending more time, particularly in Rome, Italy, which I haven't been to since Clinton was president. And that was the city I lived in Italy. But this reminds me, why the heck am I not spending time in the summer in Colorado in the Rocky Mountains? It's so beautiful. And I miss it, actually. It was fantastic. And so I wish I could be there with y'all. And it's important to be at events like this. Either it's great to have part of this component be in person, because that obviously is a analog share experience, the kind of social experience that I think Americans really crave to have more of. And it's something of a significant deficit in our society. And the dominance of people living in digital media and not having face-to-face time is one of the very, very many points of crisis that I think have enveloped American society. In terms of the politics of the moment, of course, that's a broader sociological issue. Yesterday, even just yesterday, was insane in terms of what we are experiencing in this country. Even all the way up to Trump announcing that he's going to remodel the White House. That won't be finished till 2028. I took that to be, again, signification that Donald Trump thinks he's going to run for a third term. And I don't see any reason why, given how he barrels over everything right now, law firms, universities, the courts, politicians, public figures, heads of states of other countries, though not our neighbor to the north so much, which is good to see. People, he finds a way right now of having them capitulate to him. And so I expect that in remodeling the White House and the ballroom, he's thinking he's going to have his 2029 inauguration ball in the White House. And that's, of course, a very extreme point of the person's complete and utter disregard for the Constitution. And look, if you're going to look at a society that for all of
Sorry, Alan. Unintentional. You have to remute or unmute. No, I did it again. One more time.
Where did you last hear what I was saying?
About 10 seconds ago.
Well, again, we're in an extremely major crisis in this country. And, you know, the United States of America, for all of its historical problems, obviously it ascends to the top of the list in terms of the country with the greatest wealth, the greatest political influence around the world, the greatest political power. All of that is being thrown into serious question. And I think the subject and the focus of this conference that brings us together today, both in general, single-payer universal healthcare, is probably absolutely at the top of the list in my mind as an agenda for progressives to present to the public an alternative America, a renewed America that everyone can have faith in. And specifically, one-payer states to move the agenda in the next 3 years in individual states, when nothing obviously is going to go through at the federal government level, is clearly the space now where we should organize to start to present this message with bells and whistles and very loudly to the American public. And, you know, the United States of America and the right wing, of course, is making a lot of this, as Bernie Sanders and PDA and the progressive left has. Society never recovered its mojo after the 07-09 market collapse. The American dream, this sort of definitional, aspirational, and attainable vision that really was prevalent across much of American history and really became an attainable reality with the GI Bill and the post-World War II, obviously winning World War II, and then the legacy of Rooseveltian politics in the United States. And of course, that made the Democratic Party the dominant party in the country for a whole generation, 50 years really. And then, of course, that with the sort of crises, cultural, economic, geopolitical of the 1970s, the right wing was able to exploit those crises to turn the page into another era. We're now almost 50 years past that launch at Reagan. One could argue it started a little bit before. So we're right about the 50-year mark again. And it's clearly failed the society. And, you know, what are the policies that can anchor this idea of like a renewed faith in the United States of America? And I simply think there's just nothing that hits people at the level of personal impact as obviously, you know, one's health, one's access to modern medicine and all of its genius. And nothing undermines it more than when that is made inaccessible to people in a supposedly democratic society when they know it is as a pool of knowledge available to them, but it's being denied to them. And so this is so central to a sense of this is a society that doesn't care for the people. And this is an opportunity now to really push for single payer and to do it in the states where they can gain traction over the next 3 years, because there's an increasing awareness as we are getting our sea legs after all of this turmoil from the first however many months, 7-8 months of the Trump administration. It's been produced so much vertigo. But one thing that's clear is that getting stuff through in the states where we can get stuff through, which are progressive measures, is an opportunity to present a template for a different America. I mean, this obviously also will take, because we're talking about democratic controlled states, but this can transform even the makeup of state legislatures. If we can get a state, yeah, obviously Oregon is near the top of the list, and I'm sure you're all even more updated than I am on which states are presenting, live proposals for universal single payer healthcare in the states. And it's Oregon, Washington, New York, I know has something. Whichever state it is, once that is passes and starts to become implemented, the sense of a transformative feeling in those states about what it means to be alive and to be taken care of, and also all the other attendant benefits that will accrue to that state. Obviously, it'll have instantly the best healthcare of any state in the country, and assuming it's one of the not one of the poorest states in the country, and I think we are not looking at any of those prospectively passing this. But what that will say to states like West Virginia, to Tennessee, and people's experience of the healthcare system that breaks the finances of their neighbors, undermines the dreams and aspirations of people in their communities, and they all know stories. And so, if we can get something passed, even just passed, because the prospect of implementation is going to be so euphoric for the progressive left that it'll clearly mark something for the public to look out at. We know there'll probably be, CNBC, of course, will disclaim it. Ezra Klein will say it can't be affordable. And people will look at it and be like, yeah, it can. This plan seems really good, and we're going to have better healthcare in this. And then this, of course, real paradox of businesses opposing universal single payer healthcare, when, of course, internationally for major corporations, this is a huge disadvantage for corporations in international competitiveness, that the state doesn't pick up the healthcare bills. And this will be a great advantage to the attraction to the state that passes it of businesses coming in. So we can talk about that when it happens. We can say we're really trying to build a prosperous, caring society in America, not in a hyper left way. We respect we're in this kind of market system that we're in, and look at the advantages that this provides. The crisis of the Democratic Party will be impacted by this, because this will present a vision of the Democratic Party that is constitutively different than what it's been for the past few decades. Obviously, before Clinton, the Democratic Party, on balance, supported universal single-payer healthcare. Ted Kennedy, of course, was a great champion. Harry Truman tried to get it through. It was something that the Roosevelts wanted to see happen before Roosevelt was, of course, didn't have the opportunity to be president after World War II, but Eleanor always advocated for it. And I think it was in the Democratic Party platform regularly all the way through until the Clinton era. So again, and then the argument, of course, that we can make broadly that, the American people the welfare of the people have been disregarded by their elected officials and by the power structure, by the oligarchs who now dominate our political system, compared to every other prosperous country in the world. I mean, this is such a transformative policy. And PDA, just to summarize, I think we have a long history of addressing foreign policy matters. And of course, we're very interested in, progressive and radical solutions that directly address the structural inequities in American society, and the legacy of the brutal history that has been part of American history throughout, even as it becomes a very wealthy society and ascendant society. So those are big issues for PDA, but right now there's a real focus on domestic economic issues. There's, of course, a huge focus on the crisis of our constitutional republic. But on core economic issues, that even with all that's happening with Trump, even now, I think the polls show those are the top issues. So I think the thing that is damaging Trump right now, it's hard to believe that he's, considering that he's going to, possibly pardon a convicted person of the most horrible crimes imaginable. I think it's actually the shakiness of the economy as much as anything that's dramatically driving down his poll numbers. And on economic policies, which will be front and center for PDA's work over the next few years, assuming, and of course it's a good assumption, that it will remain the top issue of concern for the American public, having the idea of 21st century economic bill of rights is something we propose, and anchoring that is a living wage. So anybody in the private sector or public sector does a job, that one job should provide them with enough money commensurate to having a comfortable life. And the only other thing that is at or even above that as a priority on domestic economic issues is healthcare. I mean, housing, cost of college, cost of childcare, they're all up there. But the healthcare system, the transformation of this terrible, exploitative system that exists to use people's vulnerability at a point of their greatest vulnerability in their life and leverage that against them to take their wealth, people hate it. And if we in states can build movements to, that the public can be brought into and invited into to join us, to have a sane world-class healthcare system in any one state, that will be a transformative moment in immediately contemporary American politics. So, all I can say is that PDA loves one-payer states, Chuck and everybody who works with it, and we're with you. And, when the proposals gain momentum in any state, we're going to be there. We're going to organize around it. And I think we have about 7 more minutes here, Donna. So let's see if there are questions or how we handle those 7 minutes. Hi, Lynn.
Hi. I tried to get hold of Mike Fox today with no success, and I just direct message Donna. If you could get the link for the new PDA healthcare group, their next meeting is 5:30 p.m. Pacific on the 20th. I'd like to promote that and have everybody here join that group.
Do you have that handy, Donna?
I don't think we have the link for that yet, Alan. Not that I'm aware of. We usually put out that Zoom link just a couple of weeks beforehand, Lynn. So I don't think it's ready quite yet, but we'll make sure we get it to Chuck and get it to all of you so we can send it out.
Great. Thanks so much.
Of course. Yeah, that's a group we're really happy to be kind of relaunching. Many of you will remember that this was way pre-pandemic. We had these issue organizing teams, which we still call them, but IoTs, and they really operated kind of in a more of their own little silos. They do their thing, and they might or might not interact so much with the overall of PDA, and we all supported the same policies, so it wasn't as if they did something different in that way. But as Donald Trump took his first term, and as the pandemic struck, some of the IoTs kind of didn't function very well anymore and didn't have the same effect. One that we're very proud of that's operating right now is the disability group. The disability issue organizing team is terrific and doesn't have to be any specific kind of disability, open to anybody who is disabled or who cares about somebody who's disabled. And I'll bet almost all of us know or care about somebody who is. And we've really learned some amazing things on that. Of course, last month was the celebration of the ADA's 35th. It was passed 35 years ago, and Denver remains very, very proud of our impact in that process when several disabled people laid down in front of RTD buses and so forth to protest the fact that there was no access to transportation. So, it's hard to imagine that that's not that many years ago. That's not that long ago that we had to fight just for basic access to our streets, to our buses, to our trains, to whatever we may have as able-bodied. I hate that term, though. Able-bodied implies to me, it always sounds like somehow that able-bodied became able by their own volition. And those of us who are caring or compassionate or empathetic or disabled get it that that's not the case. That, you're darn lucky never face a disability. Yes.
Alan, I just wanted to ask you, if Washington is really concerned about waste, fraud, and abuse, they should be concerned about Medicare disadvantage fraud, bleeding the Medicare trust fund of hundreds of billions a year. Instead, that money should be invested in the people, Medicare for all, not privatized Medicare for profit.
Oh, absolutely. I think any single payer health care proposal at the state level that we're going to support, we would want it to, resemble as much as possible the Jai Paul and Sanders bill, to have no privatization components. As you know, that doesn't pertain to the hospitals in that bill specifically, but no, absolutely what you said. As for fraud, waste, and abuse, I'm not sure. I've never looked actually at the details of the bill and how much that's focused on there, but I know that this is the few sort of business people, with high profiles who have supported single payer. And Warren Buffett's, was it Charlie Munger? He supported single payer. And in that sort of clique of people, they always emphasize the need for a very strong fraud, waste, and abuse. They see this as obviously something that people could exploit on either end of the transaction, right? And I don't think it will be as widespread or any more widespread than it currently is. But, if it helps us pass it, and we have to maybe allocate more resources temporarily to it, that strikes me as probably a good tactical approach.
Well, and I've also heard, and I'm sorry, I don't know where the data came from, but I've also read that having a solution like single payer Medicare for all actually makes it much more easy to track and not to know what people's individual health situation is, but to see if there's a pocket, for instance, where hysterectomies are way out of whack for what you would expect in that area of, it will make it much easier to determine, are there players in this who are not operating in the right way?
Well, remember Dr. Bill's little graph of the
Yes.
all over the page, yes, much easier to track than that.
So
oh God,
there are some questions from the chat. If there are some questions from online, please.
Donna, you're up.
Do you want me to say something?
Yeah, and then I think we're going to get the questions from the chat after that.
For those of you who don't know me, I actually started practice before Medicare even existed. And once Medicare was established, and I could see the difference in being able to care for our senior patients, I got a little enthused about maybe we should have this program for the entire nation, for everyone. And I had some bumper stickers made up that said Universal Medicare. Well, it was only a few years later that Dave and Steffi wanted me to become president of PNHP and working with John Conyers. And at that time, they came up with the term Medicare for all. And I tell you, even though it seems it's been a long time without achieving the full 100% Medicare for all, if you looked at the events with Bernie Sanders and AOC, what was one of the loudest responses was Medicare for all. We have to do it. The progressives, of course, you don't have to tell them what we need, but the Democrats have been a little bit of a problem because of the neoliberal element, and the progressives now have to convince the neoliberals that we have to carry this message. And the independents and many of the Republicans also recognize that we've got to be doing something about this. The highest, most expensive system in the world with poorest performance of the industrialized nations. We have to fix that. And if we could get them to, well, they understand that's the cheapest method of bringing health care to everyone. And I just want to second everything that was said, Alan and Donna and oh, I'm on Donna's committee that she mentioned, PDA, and I just I've been watching this weekend. I've been watching PDA meetings and so on, and I just felt like I had to say something. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you so much, Don. And yeah, Adam, who had his hand up, and you responded somewhat to it in the chat, asked to me, Minsky, how should progressives speak to independents, ours, others in a way that is tangible about the advantages of M4A? Well, I said I was going to end on having a fighting spirit. The Democratic Party, these polls, there have been many polls, almost all of them, they look very bad for the Democratic Party. Usually when people are responding to how the Democratic Party looks, they're not talking about Sanders and the Squad and organizations like PDA. They're talking about what's been the dominant mainstream of the Democratic Party. There was a poll that came out about, like, what animal would you associate with the Republicans? And I think lion won. And what animal would you associate with Democrats? I forget what it was, but it was some, passive, weak. It was basically predators, the Republicans, prey, the Democrats. And I think where we are right now, while I think we have to welcome everybody into the vision we have for the society, we have to be very forthright and aggressive in the way that we speak about this and make the case adamantly. If you don't think the public is with us on this, look, it's a very dark thing. I in no way endorse the action, but the public response to the assassination of a healthcare CEO shows that people really hate this system. And I mean, they really hate it. They recognize it as something that is killing people in their communities, maybe in their own families. And we all know people who are unable to get healthcare that's essential to their livelihood and even their lives because of the system we have. And there's a real desire, I think, to see us fight for this and to be, put this forward aggressively, invite everybody to support it, not put people down who don't, but really be forthright in how we present this. Because we have all the arguments. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. That's the end of our session. We don't have any.
We really appreciate both of you being with us today. You're awesome presenters and a lot of information you gave us, and we really respect your opinions and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Donna. And thank you, everybody at One Pair of States.
Lydia, can I say one more thing? Lydia?
Who is
that? Me.
Oh, Donna.
Yeah, it's Donna.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Want to say one more thing. I know people sometimes get uncomfortable when others talk about this, but there is only one commandment in my faith. There's only one, and that's love one another. And I don't think there's anything more powerful than giving one another care when we need it, when we're sick. There's nothing more powerful than that. So any of you who have a faith, love one another. Thanks very much, Lydia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Catherine, if you'll walk up. We're getting ready for our next speaker. And Catherine Lewandowski from Washington State will be introduced.
been a wonderful advocate to work with. I love it because I'm able to send him really technical stuff, and he actually takes the time to look at it, and he gets back with me. I really appreciate all that he's done to help us to try to create our Washington Congress that focuses on the benefits to small businesses and businesses in general. So he's an expert on it, and I just really appreciate everything he's done for us. So I hope you enjoy what he's going to talk about today. Warren George. Sorry, Warren George.
Informed by religious underpinnings, I was raised as a Quaker, and found this, if we can get to it, prayer in a Quaker prayer handbook. And I was really struck by this. It has some of the standard things in there about tending the sick and soothing. Anyway, I was struck by the last one. Shield the joys. Shield them from what? Or who needs shielded from the joyous? Next slide. This is kind of a view of the village. Here, many of us, and I kind of count myself in both sides. There's some joyous optimism in the rally mentality. And then those of us who show up with the numbers, we always seem to look like grumpy people.
Oh, good.
So, as of 2020, there were more than 55 contemporary slides or studies or efforts related to single payer model of universal care. Virtually all of them show a financial advantage to universal care. Some advocates have looked at this. Back one. Yeah, looked at this and said, see, we're winning. And I look at this and say, I know what winning looks like. This feels like 0-55. So, next slide. And, why would anybody keep doing the same things over and over and over? So the Oregon Task Force, which I served on along with Sam Metz over here, in our final report, it concluded that looking back at all previous studies and efforts, the overwhelming reason that no effort to date had gotten to the action stage is lack of an adequate financial plan. One that is commonly understood, complete, fully and fairly funded, verifiable, accurately respectful of voter wants and tolerances for change, and is sustainable. Many efforts have hit several of these, but no plan has addressed all. So the first step is in achieving a workable financial plan is to come to a common understanding of some simple questions. Like, what is a single payer plan? How does a single payer plan save money? Can a single payer plan make me more witty and attractive? So here is a chart, an inter-healthcare financial flows constructed for Oregon. For now, be testable. For now, you only need to know that state residents are on the left side and healthcare providers are on the right side. Payments flow from state residents to healthcare providers. Everything in between is a government or a private middleman. Here is another version of that same flow chart but with areas of financial inefficiency marked in red. Total inefficiency is about 25% of the total cost of healthcare. Most of the inefficiency is in provider billing offices jumping through hoops to get paid. The next most is in private insurance companies, which handle about 1/3 of all payments. So here is what a single payer system could look like. With the inefficiency reduced from 20 or 25% down to about 9%. A lot of people think we could go lower than that. So that's 16% improvement. But, you know, even if we don't talk about the money, you know, we need to talk about what else we get. The virtual elimination of billing, trying to sort through stacks of explanation of benefit statements. And because a single payer system would not pay a different amount based on who the patient is, major sources of inequity would automatically be eliminated. In a true single payer system, there's actually only way for providers who see people from the public for them to get paid. Any system that has more than one way for providers to get paid is actually a single payer system. It's going pretty well of some kind, and doesn't mean it isn't worthy of some kind of consideration, but it's not a single payer system. So how does a single payer system save money? There was a time when the cost of healthcare in the United States was about the same as other countries. Now it's about double. Anyone who wants to bring down the cost similar to other countries needs to ask the question, where does all that extra money go? There are 2 peer-reviewed studies, which can give you the names of those later, which have addressed this question, and both came to more or less the same conclusion. This schematic illustrates that the rise in U.S. healthcare relative to other countries is fully explained by 3 significant and approximately equal causes: higher drug costs, higher health labor costs, and higher costs of financial billing and administration. And before I collect too many tomatoes, the higher cost for skilled positions is endemic to the United States. The same thing could be said of engineers. And the bigger problem isn't so much that we're overpaying our healthcare workers, it's that we're underpaying 40% of the population. The single payer system directly addresses the higher financial administrative costs by eliminating most of it. This alone could save about 16% of the total cost of American healthcare. But by itself, it does little to address the other costs of medical labor, drugs, and devices. So if you want to address those things, you have to put extra things into a bill. Just a single payer by itself will not do that. Can a partial single payer plan save money? The answer to that question is it's really not clear at all. The academic studies that have shown major savings have been based on a full single payer system. We don't know what would happen if a partial system, or if, and of course you have to figure out which partial, is Medicare in or out, or are we talking about auto liability? There's many things that can be left in or out. But there are studies out there, including by the Colorado School of Public Health, that look at the problem and say, until virtually everyone is is on the new plan, the cost could actually go up by 2 or 3%. And to envision what that's like, consider that if there was a hospital to build 100 different plans, and you managed to get half of everybody on those different plans into a different system, you'd still have other plans that you have to maintain the expertise. So my view is to get to a point where you completely eliminate the billing department from the hospital. There is none. They get paid a different way. They don't get paid the same way they do now. And a single payer solve everything? No, there's a whole list of things that a single payer can't solve. But it can't make more doctors, but it can make the doctors we have more efficient with their time. And if you want to be more attractive or witty, if you need some dental work or an antidepressant, it can do that. So one of the basics is that to be a good plan, it needs to be complete. And financial, to be complete, needs to include startup costs, reserve costs, operating plan and costs, retraining costs of displaced workers, the full economics of changes in behavior. What are people going to do? And, if you've got a lot of 60-year-olds, dual income and one only works for the benefits, how much is that going to change the workforce? There's a lot to be considered, and a lot of these things are being considered in Oregon, by the way. Another issue that studies maybe don't fully acknowledge are the sheer size and scope of what a single player plan is. Financially, in Oregon, single payer public corporation would be the largest corporation in the state. Public or private. This would be true in many states, and it's a big deal and requires a lot of diligence. Big challenge for a single payer effort, convert something that begins as a social thought into a rock solid business startup owned and controlled by the state residents themselves for their combined benefit. With the solvency of the state on the line, if any significant detail is missed or miscalculated. Of course, a good plan also has to be fully and fairly, what's the word fair mean? Funded. And even if federal waivers and ERISA law can be adequately corralled, tax structure is difficult to agree on. Everybody thinks that the only fair tax is one paid by people we don't know personally. Probably wouldn't like getting that. Any tax based on income, and in Oregon, that's a logical thing. We're one of the only states without a sales tax, and doggone it, we're going to keep it that way no matter how much it hurts us. Any tax will likely rely heavily on wages and salaries simply because that's the largest source of income in America. Using the bubbler or broad rate, low rate tax principles discussed in T.R. Reid's book on called The Fine Mess. That's another plug. Doing what I can here. The lowest and arguably the fairest tax would be to tax all sources of income equally with little or no little carve outs or things. So it's just everybody's in the same. A very fundamental decision that we don't really talk about much is whether universal care is about saving cost or about transferring cost. all major healthcare reforms today have focused on transferring costs onto younger, onto healthier people, onto those with higher incomes.
5 minutes.
Every reform so far has transferred costs from the sick to the healthy. And once we get to where we all pay the same, we can't go any further in that direction. Cost transfer to the young has been accomplished in multiple ways. Medicare transferred the higher cost of care from older people on the younger payers through payroll taxes. Later, the ACA doubled the cost of insurance to younger people by limiting age-related rated premiums. But those aren't the only ones that we've transferred the cost onto the young. State of Oregon had to come up with money to match Medicaid expansion. State support for higher education went down about dollar for dollar with the increase in Medicaid costs. Result was a 20% increase in tuition. Cost onto those with higher incomes has been accelerating. This is a schematic showing how cost has shifted on 12-year people a little bit over time. More and more people qualify for partial or complete subsidy. Currently, about 1/3 of people in America get free or subsidized care. A plan in Oregon would have raised that to 50 people getting free care, 50%. But the problem is that the tax rate on the rest, including, by the way, most physicians, the tax would equate to 40% of their incremental take-home pay. Oregon taxpayers, and this is calculated for Oregon, in the 5th quintile, are currently paying for over half of all healthcare, principally through their existing federal and state taxes, which fund nearly all of Medicaid and half of Medicare. Compared with the old reforms, what makes single-payer concept different is primarily designed to reduce the cost of healthcare, not necessarily to transfer. We have the choices that we can transfer cost as well, but that's not necessarily part of a single-payer system. Before a plan can be fully considered, must be verified by economic actuarial analysis by the state. This can lead to interesting situations. I showed this slide at the last Denver conference here. I wanted to kind of needle Gerald Friedman because his estimates tend to be higher. And we did a state study, and there was probably 10% difference between Rand and between Gerald Friedman. And it's not as if they're looking at a different curve of probability. It depends on who they're giving the benefit of the doubt. Any study that is done by state actuaries, well, let me say that a different way. The problem is the spread. There is too much uncertainty, and the uncertainty, the state has to guard itself from that uncertainty, so its estimates are going to be lower. To be successful, financial plan will need to be accurately respectful of the wants and tolerances of voters for change. Coming from one of two states who really got whipped, 2179 the ballot box, Oregon in 2002, Colorado more recently. I think, as many people gave different reasons for why those votes went down. I think this one has a lot to do with it. What we're thinking about is a funding scheme that is on par with Social Security and Medicare. So it took 10 years before those taxes got more than a de minimis amount. Took 50 years to fully implement them. So, if you compare what it's like to, if we went and said, gee, we're going from 0 to, some tax of this. I think this is one of the things that we haven't adequately addressed. Sustainability may actually be harder than any of the other attributes of a good financial plan. Here's a graph depicting, for the state of Oregon, it's only 2 years old, was provided by one of our consultants who's saying, oh, if healthcare goes up by 5% every year over the cost of everything else, there's the funding gap. Well, that doesn't work in a public funded system. You're going to have a tax, and it has to last pretty much forever, unless you're going to have another vote. Are we going to approve a 16% tax now, and in 5 years that's going to go to 24? So next slide. Here is the history, and this is showing healthcare costs rising and rising as a percentage of our disposable personal incomes. And what we're really trying to achieve is this that goes, how do we do that? Well, that's going to take a lot of thought, and it's going to take some sacrifice. We may have to give up some things that we have, but that's really what we have to get to. We have to wean ourselves from the system. Oh, if we just find something we knew we'd like to spend money on, we'll just spend money. It becomes a little more of a zero-sum game. If we want a new procedure, we have to get something similar from an old one. In summation, don't be number 56 on the list. I plead with everybody to work diligently on these. And the hope is that a true dedication to our civic spirit will allow all of us to lay down our differences, compete for the joy and satisfaction of cooperating for the common benefit. Here's, you can get more information at variedstrengths.com.
Yeah, perfect.
No pressure.
We can take it 1 or 2 questions.
Please do a YouTube video.
Do we have a person that is?
Warren, thank you very much for your channel, Colorado. Many of those national studies I've seen try to capture the spirit of Medicaid by not imposing a tax on people with very low incomes. So if roughly an individual qualifies for Medicaid at $20,000 a year, how do you see these financing plans making the low income person whole if their wages are being taxed? That is an issue I think Oregon and other states have just said that they would not be taxed at all. But it kind of depends whether you use that model. If you use Social Security or Medicare model, they're taxed from $1, but of course it's a very small amount. So does that mean the first 20,000, everyone is not taxed, or only people up to 20,000 would perhaps get a refund at the end of the year? That's the way it would have to work. Otherwise, there would be this sudden huge jump where no one would want to make another dollar because they'd lose $20,000.
Do we have any questions on the chat or online?
No, we have been so wrapped. And I also put, this is Barbara, I also put a link to Warren's study for varied strengths in the chat, as well as what we're going to have giving to everybody else.
Around and do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, wake up, wake up, wake up. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm here to give an update on what we're doing in Colorado, and I'm gonna make it quick. I don't know. I have a PowerPoint. I don't think I have time to do it all. But I want to tell you that we learned a lot from Glen Mays yesterday about the bill that we have been working on in Colorado. We've been working in coalition with other organizations. So a little bit, I'm from Healthcare for All Colorado, and Healthcare for All Colorado Foundation were founded in 2002 and 2003 by Eleanor Christensen, MD. She's about 96 and she's usually here. And I just wanted to recognize her and thank her for all the work she's done in Colorado to bring us to this point. Our vision is to have a one-payer healthcare system for all people in Colorado that includes everyone, and wanted to recognize her for her work and our work as well. Okay, so passing this bill has taken us a step forward because what happened was it took 3 years even to get where we are right now. We had a bill 3 years ago, another bill last year. They were both killed. You don't want to know the tragic murdering of our bill. But the third year, this past year, our legislature passed the bill. Well, what happened to us is in Colorado, they cut the budget by $2 billion. So there wasn't any money to fund our bill. So the reason we pushed on it more was because we put in there that our bill would be funded through gifts, grants, and donations. So that's where we are now. We have a bill that passed, but we have to raise $750,000. The good news is we're working in coalition with other organizations, and we've raised amongst our 6 organizations $25,000. So we have $725,000 to go. You know, we made a little progress there, but we have some things that had to happen, and the bill called for model legislation. So that model legislation has been sent into the Colorado School of Public Health, which Glen Mays talked about yesterday. And then it also asked for there to be a collaborative. And I think T.R. Reid said he's on that collaborative. And we have another person, I don't know if that person's is going to be on the collaborative. I think people were just getting their letters yesterday if they were going to be on there, on that collaborative. But we hope we have a broad representation of activists and non-insurance people on there. And then he also told you that that bill is due December 31st of 2026. And our part to raise that funding, it's due December of 25. So you have any great ideas about how we can get 725,000 Coloradans to give us $1? Because then we'd have the money for that. We're all ears. That bill includes all of the health care, long-term care, dental, vision, what do I need now? Hearing, oral, and it would answer all the questions that those legislators and everyone else has about, is this feasible? What's this going to mean if we do this? What will it impact here or there? So all those questions will be answered in that bill. We were just ecstatic that our governor signed the bill. We were like, sign the bill, let's sign the bill. There's a picture over here of where a group from our coalition went to the bill signing and had their picture taken when the governor was signing the bill. So just wanted you to know that we are working very hard in Colorado, and we have some organizations that are working together. It's Arvadans for Progressive Action, the Colorado Healthcare Coalition, Colorado Foundation for Universal Healthcare, Healthcare for All Colorado, Healthcare for All Colorado Foundation, and Together Colorado. And Together Colorado is the faith groups in the state. So we have representation for various levels, and we're excited that we're all working together. Nathan, if you could show all the endorsers. We have several endorsers of our bill. I think of at least 50 organizations. And they're on 2 different slides. And that takes some work to get everybody to endorse your bill. And right now we're trying to get people to join the alliance, different organizations to jump on board, be supportive, help us with fundraising and help us with our work groups. So in the alliance, we have some committees. We have the grassroots committee. We have marketing and communication, and Nathan's heading up that committee. And we have fundraising, and we have our work cut out for us. So I just want to show that slide that shows how people can join us in funding the future. So the first slide are individual donors. So an individual, not the organization, if you want to give 5, 10, 20, whatever, 20,000, whatever you want to give as an individual, this is where to send it. I hope you can see that. Okay. And it's Travis Leiper at the Colorado School of Public Health, and there's an address there. And they do have a link for online donations for individual. Okay. The next slide is for organizational donations. So this is for organizational, and they don't have it online yet. What's happening is that we have an MOU that's in progress of being signed between the Tides Foundation and Colorado School of Public Health. So we're expecting that to be signed. And then there's also a memo of understanding with our alliance and the Colorado School of Public, not the Colorado School of Public Health, but the Tides and the Voter Movement Project. We're waiting on that to get signed. So wish us luck, contribute. I'm not going to tell you everything that the different committees are doing because I don't have time, but we do have the slides that are going to be sent in a Google folder from all the presenters. And then the next person that's going to speak is going to be from California. And what's going to happen on the agenda is that we're going to have, this is Colorado, then California will do the second half, and then we'll go to New York and Maine. And we have Minnesota and Washington, and each of the states, they'll have 10 minutes each. And then at the end, there'll be hopefully 10 minutes for questions. So I have Devra Dallman from California telling us about California's path to universal health care.
Great. Thanks, Lydia. I really appreciate the short introduction and the work that you've done in Colorado. It's hard to follow you because we don't have an active bill per se in California now, but I'll just say I chair the Healthcare for All California organization. I'm also a member of PNHP, the Movement to End the Privatization of Medicare, California Alliance for Retired Americans, and I sit on the board of Healthy California Now Coalition. I've been active in the movement since 2016. And as some of you may know, California is the 4th largest economy in the world and home to some 40 million people. 94% are insured, leaving about 6% uninsured. So with that, today I'm going to cover California's 30-year single-payer history, some of the building blocks we've put in place and the issues we're facing, steps for the future, and I'll close with a few personal observations. I don't have a slide set, so I'll just be, talking to you about where we've come from. We started in 1994 with Proposition 186, and it was defeated. After that, we followed with 2002 Healthcare Options Project. The state secured a federal grant to look at 9 options to address the problems of uninsurance in California. And the process confirmed single payer as a cost-effective model for universal health care. California then had 2 decades of single payer policy bills. So for 20 years, we saw a series of single payer policy bills introduced. The California Nurses Association, CNA, sponsored the bills and organized campaigns for most years in consultation with a multi-organization strategy group. 2 bills supported and sponsored by Senator Sheila Kuehl in 2006 and 2008 passed and were predictably vetoed by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. The last big hurrah following the ACA implementation was a $1 million 2017 California Nurses Association Unity campaign with a bill and commissioned finance study, but that was blocked in the Assembly after passage in the Senate. And the last 2 legislative sessions, Assembly bills were written by CNA, but didn't get out of the House of Origin. So that's a brief, our history in a nutshell, bringing us to, the current years, building blocks. I'll highlight 5 things we've put in place in California to help us build toward single-payer healthcare. The Healthy California Now Coalition was formed in 2018, and it was a successor to this campaign for a Healthy California, which supported Senate Bill 562. The Healthy California Now Coalition provides a home for single-payer advocates and a base for broadening organizational, labor, and community alliances. Michael Leidy's leadership as president in recent years has been key to the coalition's stability and growth. It's a true coalition with healthy dialogue and mutual support among the members whose diverse groups represent millions of Californians. In 2023, our governor signed a coalition-supported bill, Senate Bill 770, Unified Healthcare Financing, directing state health officials to work with the federal government to assess, design federal waivers and funding support for a state-based system. The strategy also aimed to strengthen legislative knowledge of and organizational support for single payer. It's very similar to the process underway in Oregon and Washington. The 2024 election results, lifting Trump up and putting the trifecta in place, have basically quashed any prospects for Senate Bill 770 talks on waivers and support ultimately from the feds. The next building block we put in place was a report from the government-appointed Healthy California for All Commission, which predicted $550 billion of savings over a 10-year period for the state of California if we implemented single payer. By 2030, the state would be saving $160 billion a year and covering everyone. And California last year took the final step to extend full-scope Medi-Cal benefits to undocumented immigrants of all ages who qualify. But this year, as a result of the big bad bill, California will stop enrolling undocumented immigrants in Medi-Cal and charge $30 a month premiums. And the last building block was that California enhanced a marketplace coverage and subsidies. However, those subsidies may be at risk and canceled if Congress doesn't pass legislation to extend them. So I want to just talk for a minute about, what have some of the issues been in the California movement? And I would characterize them as these. A lack of unity within and between California single-payer groups has definitely slowed us down. While single-payer has been well-intentioned, while the bills we've had have been well-intentioned, raised awareness, and engaged more progressives across the state, California is still in the process of building a broad, active movement with more labor, business, faith, and other groups involved. The Kaiser opposition from the financial branch of Kaiser Permanente has also been another issue. Most bills have not addressed how Kaiser would be integrated in. And then we have our political obstacles. We lack support from our governor, our state legislature, and the California Democratic Party leadership. no small hill to climb there. And we need more education of and support from labor, business, and the public. So how, given all of those issues, what steps for progress can we make toward universal health care? California can explore what it can do on its own. We can seek a formal partnership with Oregon or Washington, loop in our California Health and Human Services teams. But we've got to strengthen the political landscape and ensure that elected leaders do what a majority of the people want. We're lucky in that our outgoing Senate leader is very supportive, as is the new leader coming in. We have a champion in a former CNA organizer who flipped a Southern California Republican Assembly seat. She was reelected and she's moving up in leadership. And we have the 2026 governor's race to look forward to. It's promising and the election will prove consequential. But the trick will be to move our California Assembly to support universal health care. And of course, we need to organize and expand the existing public support. And I'm just going to close with a few personal observations. Having been active in the movement since 2016, I'm a strong proponent of working with other healthcare groups and broader alliances to achieve our specific goals and embed that goal of single payer in all social, civic, economic, and climate justice causes. But to be honest, the division and the infighting within our movement has been absolutely exhausting. It prevents us from achieving what we're working so hard to achieve, and it alienates individuals and groups we need to attract. So recently, I've been pushing for coordination, collaboration, and consensus building. And yes, we will have differences of opinion, matters that we don't agree on, but shame on those who prefer the drama and creating discord that keeps us divided and rewards our opponents. I choose to rise up above the noise and work in solidarity. And in closing, I really want to thank Mike, Lydia, Jeannie, and Catherine, as well as the other members of the planning committee and presenters today and yesterday who've made this meeting a reality. I honor your justice, advocacy, and your work to facilitate and promote our work for humane, equitable, affordable, universal health care. Thanks. And I guess now we go to any questions for Lydia or myself.
Are you coming to the microphone, Devra?
So I think you're saying the likely route to get this done in California is an initiative rather than legislation from legislators.
Well, I think that's our thinking at this point. It's very expensive to take a ballot initiative forward, and it failed in, some 30 years ago. So the thought has been to work through and with the legislature, but that really begs, we have got to have labor at the table and business, as a couple of the speakers have talked about today, Rose Roach in particular. Those constituencies must be at the table writing the bill. And so far, that hasn't happened in California.
Hello, Devra. My name is Colin. I'm from Oregon, and I work with Healthcare for All Oregon. And I'm curious your perspective on the possibility of that coalition that I assume you dream of, and I think of, between California, Oregon, and Washington. It seems sort of like a dowsing rod trying to figure out what's happening. So what have you seen when you read the tea leaves?
Yeah, I would say Michael Lydia has been engaged with Oregon and I believe Washington. I know he was up in Oregon last month speaking to the coalition in Oregon, and we would be very interested in collaboration and cooperation, doing whatever we could to push forward, as some have said, a state breaking through for single payer.
There's a question in the chat from Adam, whose hand is up. Adam, is this your question? What are the reservations of the business community?
I had that in a previous one too.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Oh, the one about the 550. So go ahead and ask Devra.
Sorry, I actually have two questions. Sorry. The first in the chat was you mentioned $550 billion. Is that for like a Medicare, I'm sorry, Medi-Cal for all type system within California, or is that California's contribution within a federal Medicare for all system? And then my other question is, what is the reservations of the business community? What is the like common anti-talking points that you hear?
Well, yeah, the 550 or the $500 billion savings is coming from making a change to the overall program and what we would save in working in putting single payer process in place. So we receive about 70% of our funds from the federal government today for California's healthcare. So those savings would be achieved through the remaining pieces that are not flowing through Medicare and Medi-Cal today. And the comments that we hear from business, first of all, it's getting a business to take the time to talk to you and penetrating the businesses because they're very busy. And as we went through COVID, we weren't engaged with them very, very much. But I think medium and small businesses are trying to understand how this might free up funds for their businesses. And what we try to talk to them about and to the city and county governments about is freeing up the monies that are today going into a healthcare fund, insurance company fund, paying for healthcare to then be put back into the operations of the business.
Is there time? Is there time for one more? Leslie Reitman has his hand up.
Yes. Can you hear me? Basically, how do things stand? One of the big worries in Colorado is when we have the analysis study done by 2026 is how we're going to pay for long-term care in nursing homes. Does California have any? I know other countries have much more home care situation and the private equity ripoffs and the fact that long-term care is largely in the hands of private business, even worse than the whole healthcare system. Yeah. So how are we going to, is there any organizations, what percent of the nursing homes in California are privately owned and drowning in inadequate staffing? Because that's what's going to cost a lot of money when people go back to the hospital because there ain't nobody there when they fall and get their subdural hematoma.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that's probably the $64,000 question is what are those costs going to run and how are we going to pay for those? And that is a stumbling block. Long-term care studies should be included, or we should be doing some long-term care studies so that we can ascertain what those costs are going to be. But thinking back to what George Warren was just talking about, it's this whole idea of the delivery system and how that needs to be addressed, as well as the payment system. So this is a very complicated issue and situation, and we have more work to do. I was technical support yesterday and wasn't really able to listen to the speaker that talked about the financial end, but I hope to be able to hear his presentation again and study his slides because there's a lot more for us to learn. And I could say that UC Berkeley did address this, I believe, in the commission report that is available in California. So.
Okay, well, it's obvious you've given a lot of thought to that. I'm with a group called the Colorado Medical Directors Association, and we really have some work to do in including them in the advisory group for our analysis bill. And so that's going to be my little focus. Thanks a lot for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the questions. Very good questions. And next up, I think did you say, Lydia, that New York is giving an update next?
Okay. Thank you for and hello, Dr. Reitman. Okay, up next is going to be and so right now we're going to take a 10-minute.
Yes, thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Richard Gottfried. He is an attorney and Democratic politician, noted for remarkable service as a member of the New York State Assembly, representing Manhattan's 75th District. His legislative career spanned from 1971 to 2022, and making him the longest serving member of the Assembly and one of the longest tenured state legislators in U.S. history. But more important than all of that is he has been an indefatigable champion for single-payer healthcare. Let's all welcome former Representative Dick Gottfried from New York.
Well, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, because my incoming audio has been kind of weak and I'm not sure how to strengthen it. But anyhow, Melanie DeRigo from the Campaign for New York Health is also supposed to be participating. I'm going to talk about the role of labor in the fight for the New York Health Act in New York over the years and up to today. For many years, we have had fairly strong support for the bill from private sector unions, whose leaders almost always say to me, we sacrifice wages and benefits to protect the health plan. Can't we get it off the bargaining table? Please get your bill passed. And so we've had support from several of the most politically significant labor unions private sector labor unions in New York. The retail workers called RWDSU, the building service workers in New York City, 32BJ, 1199, the Healthcare Workers Union, a huge union, the New York State Nurses Association, which was actually one of the groups that years ago sold me on the idea of single-payer healthcare, and they've been very staunch supporters. A large part of the United Auto Workers in New York endorse the bill. Now, we don't do a lot of auto manufacturing in New York, but the UAW in New York, as I imagine in much of the country, represents people in a lot of other lines of work. Similarly, a lot of the Communication Workers of America in New York, again, who represent a lot of different lines of work. Many of those locals support the bill. And the statewide New York State AFL-CIO years ago passed a resolution endorsing the bill. They have not reiterated that in recent years. Whether that resolution is still operative, I don't know. The main problem, both in labor and overall in getting the bill moving, has been our state and local public employee unions. And public employees in New York State are very heavily unionized at the state and local level. Before 2018, several of those major of those unions supported the bill, such as the New York State United Teachers, the federation representing teachers across the state. After 2018, they all switched sides and now all oppose the bill. And that's the New York State United Teachers, the UFT, United Federation of Teachers, which is the New York City local, which is affiliated with both New York State United Teachers and the American Federation of Teachers, District Council 37 of American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, which represents New York City employees in a whole variety of capacities, and state and local unions, public employee unions across the state, all opposed the bill. Although the New York State Nurses Association likes to point out that their largest single local are the nurses who work in the New York City public hospital system. So in a sense, they are really the one public employee union supporting the bill. Well, what changed in 2018? Well, up until 2018, we had a strong Democratic majority in the state assembly. And as a result, we passed the bill in the assembly in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18. But until the 2018 election, we had a solid Republican control of the state Senate. And so groups could say, oh, yeah, sure, we support the New York Health Act, confident that it was never going to go anywhere. Well, in 2018, Democrats captured control of the state Senate. All of a sudden, the New York Health Act became a bill with strong majority support in both houses of the legislature. And all of a sudden, the public employee unions switched sides because the bill, I think their concern was the bill was now real. And this happened despite them saying that they support federal single-payer legislation. Of course, they also know that that's never going to happen, or at least hardly likely. And also, despite a couple of major changes we put into the bill to meet what they said were their concerns. For example, they kept saying, well, how do we know that the benefits in the New York Health Act will be as good as what we've negotiated for our members? So we put language in the bill that said any health benefit that isn't already covered by the language of the bill, if it is covered by any state or local employer anywhere in the state, even some, tiny school district up in the Adirondacks, that will be covered for all 20 million New Yorkers. And they also said, well, the New York Health Act is going to be largely funded by a tax on payroll. And the bill says that the employer must pay at least 80% of the payroll tax for their workers, or more if under collective bargaining. And the New York City public employee unions say, well, we've gotten our employer to pay 100% of the premium. Why should we have to renegotiate to get their contribution back up to 100%? So we put language in the bill that says whatever percentage of the premium is paid by any public employer, as of when the bill passes, they must pay at least that percentage of the New York Health Act payroll tax for their workers. So we put that in the bill. The bill has a board of directors with 31 appointees by the governor, and they're divided up among a variety of people from the business community, healthcare workers, healthcare providers, hospitals, etc. And it says at least 3 of them must be representatives of labor, even though health benefits would no longer be a labor issue. And labor has said 3 seats out of 31 is not enough. And so we've said, well, that's negotiable. Let's sit down and talk. And they haven't told us what number would make them happy. And so as a result, even after the bill passed the assembly in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18 by roughly 2-to-1 majorities, it has not come to the floor of either house since then. It's really hard to imagine in New York State a major bill coming to the floor in either house that is opposed so solidly by our public employee unions, which are a major constituency of the Democratic Party in New York, and also a lot of organizations, some of which are allied with public employee unions, some of which get grants from public employee unions, or some of which see the public employee opposition as meaning the bill's not going to go anywhere. So a lot of organizations that have supported the bill now don't lift a finger for it. Now, we've been trying to negotiate with the public employee unions, both at their state and citywide level and at the local level. We've had some openings in those discussions. We've been working with public employee retiree groups to try to meet some of their concerns. They understand that retirees who remain in New York State will be covered by the New York Health Act benefits, which are wildly better than public employee retiree benefits or any private benefits. But they're concerned about public employee retirees who move out of state. A lot of them move to Florida and other warm climates. And they're concerned about what will happen to them there because the New York Health Act only applies to New York State residents. So we've been working with them on language that would protect the retiree health benefits of retirees, of public employee retirees who do move out of state, because they're concerned that, if their union is not really focused on health benefits anymore because of the New York Health Act, they'll forget about the retirees who have moved out of state. So we're trying to put in language to help meet their concerns. So that's where we stand on the labor issue. We still have a majority of members of the state legislature in both houses who support the bill. But again, because of the public employee union opposition, it has been stalled for the last 6 or 7 years. I'd be happy to take questions. I don't know if Melanie has joined. There's Melanie. Okay.
Yeah, I was here from the beginning. I think I just had spotlighted you. Good to see you, Dick. Obviously, Dick just, went over a lot of the barriers with labor. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what we're trying to do outside of that, right? Because with these really integrated bills, right, with so many individuals and organizations that have a stake, right, in healthcare, we all have a stake. There are lots of levers to pull. I like to believe that, right? And I don't like to put all the eggs in one basket. And I think if we can build power everywhere else and get to a critical point, we'll have no choice but to drag some of those public unions over that we, may not have on board entirely yet. So really quickly, from an organizing perspective, what we've done, and the campaign has been around for about 9 or 10 years now. So we're not, we're not in our infancy where we're starting to walk and hopefully jogging real soon. But what we've done is really tried to power map our support around the state, which has allowed us to see where our strengths lie as well as where we still need to grow. And kind of the beautiful thing about healthcare is that it has so many legs, right? There's so many different demographics that we can tap into, so many different communities we can tap into to continue to build. So we're kind of on this never-ending quest to do so. What we've been really focused on over the last year or so is really building out regional hubs. I think the base of our support has always, or the heart of our support really grew out of New York City, which is probably not surprising to a lot of folks on this call. That's where, a lot of the more transformative policies are born into, at least in our state. We sometimes have some trouble getting the other folks around the state on board. So the regional hub model, we are hoping to get a hub in every region within the state. We've got about 5 online now, and we're trying to rapidly grow more. These regional hubs will serve as anchors, for New York Health Act organizing. We train these folks on PR. We train these folks on how to give New York Health Act 101s in their community. We train them and give them opportunities to lobby. We work on messaging that is specific to the region. Of course, we provide overall and overarching messaging, but we're really big believers that you've got to meet people where they're at. And different regions have very different needs, as well as very different barriers. So we're very excited about that. And I know I only have about another minute, but so I could talk more about that. But I think, we're putting a lot of eggs in that basket and building with not only individuals, but organizations, local labor unions, et cetera, et cetera. I know Dick talked a lot about labor. We do have a labor working group that consists of NISNA, RWDSU, and representatives from UAW, and we're hoping to grow that as well. But I think we're at a new point where we're starting to strategize with other labor unions to pull more folks in, which I think is very exciting. I think we've seen a lot of momentum from labor since Dick made that change. Oh boy, am I getting the hook here? All right. Well, sorry I didn't get enough time today, guys, but we're doing a lot of work in New York, and I'll put my email in the chat. If anyone is interested in learning more about the work that we're doing, I'm happy to set up some time to chat with you.
I see there's a question in the chat about Zoran Mamdani, Democratic candidate for mayor in New York, who has long been a co-sponsor of the bill. And if you see in the chat the link to the little movie about firefighters that he stars in, you should watch it. It's really telling and very funny. I think we're all hoping that he wins and that we then have a vocal supporter in the New York City mayor, which I think could make a lot of difference.
Yeah, and I'll just add that we're looking to work, and we've already done some outreach. We're looking to work with his team to get a supportive video out right now while all eyes are on him to help spread the message of the New York Health Act. And I just want to add, who's probably not as quite well known as Zoran with his big primary win. We do have a competitive primary for our New York State governor as well. And we are having productive conversations with, with the challenger who's running in the Democratic Party to see if we can get them on board and to campaign on the New York Health Act, which may give us a little bit more room with our current governor. So I think, it's a perfect storm with this federal legislation and these upcoming elections. I think there's a lot of opportunity to, push the envelope for single payer.
Want to introduce Reid, and I have to beg your pardon for pronouncing Follaytar, I hope, a dedicated advocate for universal health care and disability rights. She currently serves as Director of Communications for Maine Care, where she leads efforts to advance healthcare access and policy reforms throughout the state. Her healthcare programs emphasizing their critical importance in the financial viability of hospitals and healthcare for all residents. Reid.
Thank you. I am a white woman with brown curly hair, and I'm wearing black glasses and a white shirt. That's a way to introduce yourself if you don't know who's in the room and whether or not someone can see. So just leaning into how we can include in our spaces as we go. I just want to briefly read about what universal healthcare means to the disability community. It treats healthcare as a human right, not a commodity, and it's not just a slogan for us as patients. It separates healthcare from being something you seek only when you are sick and reframes it as something essential to maintaining your body and quality of life, which is important. Barriers to care, mistrust in our system, and the constant need to prove one's worthiness for treatment allow bias to flourish. They prevent accountability, continuity of care, and healing. Only by shifting to a universal model can we begin to repair the deep harm caused by othering people who rely on medical care to survive. There is a pathology in a culture that judges and distances itself from illness. I started to understand this at 13 when my father struggled with depression in a time when mental health care parity did not exist. We've had some progress, but we are hurtling towards a healthcare crisis that is deeper than we understand, with post-COVID conditions and an aging population strain, an already broken system, and an already overtaxed hospital network. We cannot continue to disable our people and leave them with no healthcare in public crises and emergencies. We live in a world where we poison the air, the water, and the soil we grow our food in. Our food and products are recalled for long-term health risks. Our indoor air quality harms us all. We are poisoning people, and we refuse to care for them. But we have a chance to build a system of care, a system where no one has to fight like hell just to stay alive. Part of that is a little bit about how we can move out of our silo as well, because we are constantly making people sick, and our movement, as we know, is always siloing each other. And it's why it's so hard to get people together into coalition. The stories that I've heard, they're the same stories that we've encountered in Maine while trying to pass bills since 2010, when Maine All Care was founded. And so I don't need to regurgitate the same barriers with labor. I think the only thing that I haven't heard, explicitly named is the nonprofit system barriers and the funder-driven organizing that can prevent our power building. And how we reconcile with that will be really important in moving forward. So a little bit about Maine All Care. Started in 2010, and our original chair is the chair again, Dr. Julie Peace. We have introduced bills over the years. We've had town hubs, community hubs. Then with the pandemic, we lost our community hubs. And as we know, organizing, we build and we shrink depending on capacity, funding, energy, how nimble we are, and sometimes rapid response moments constantly tearing at the needs of our people when we would like them to focus on something else. And I suspect everyone here has also been figuring out, how do we manage this when everyone's called to attend a protest every Saturday? How do you build capacity in that moment? And I think it's that deeper call for a community. One of our efforts is not dissimilar to Florida's. We've done town resolutions and ballot referendums. Initially, we partnered with city council members to introduce the resolutions and have the towns vote to support universal health care. But soon we were like, well, we could do a deeper dive. And so our current vice chair of the board, he'd go to the dump and he'd talk to people on a Saturday. And You collect signatures wherever you could to get it put onto the ballot so that then it could be voted on by the people in the town, making it a closer issue than what just happens in our town hall. And I don't know if everyone else manages this. It's what the news will cover and what not, which is another discussion for later. But that's been one of our efforts, and we've passed 11 town resolutions over the years. This past legislative session, we introduced 3 bills, and one of them was our all Maine health bill, which was a beautiful bill. There was a difference between the bill when we introduced it to our legislative champion and when it came out of the revisor's office. But the difference between this bill and some of the lessons that we've learned from it are that it was written in-house by a team of amazing people, but having additional people from other stakeholders would certainly make it stronger and build participation from the beginning, rather than asking organizations with limited capacity to put in time later and support the bill, especially this year when dealing with all of the other budget cuts. The other bill that we introduced was asking the legislature to examine the cost of implementing. Now, the first time our state examined the cost of implementing universal health care was 2001, and absolutely it would save money. And absolutely they did nothing. And we commissioned a report in 2019 that showed it would save 1.5 billion, and it's 2025, and yet absolutely they've done nothing. And we commissioned another report in 2024. And so the barriers are obviously the same barriers everywhere else. We're finding the same research. The difference we actually were hopeful that our proposal to examine the cost would pass. We did not include in it that we would pay for it. We talked about it with the legislators. So we actually thought it would pass, because there was extensive discussion with one of the committees about whether or not we would do fundraising for it. And we agreed, absolutely. We should have added it to the bill. Lesson learned. Thank you for that lesson, Colorado. But what we did sort of win was that the Office of Affordable Healthcare, which was commissioned to examine various healthcare drivers and to look at efficiencies, is going to be examining all of the various proposals and research into universal healthcare in Maine, and come back to the healthcare committee of our legislature with recommendations. The caveat being, of course, the same limit that everyone else is facing is it can't include discussion of the waivers. So we are not too optimistic about what will be returned in terms of it being a universal healthcare program, but we do have both chairs of our healthcare committee. They have carryover bills where anything could be put into them. So the time between now and September is a time where we could continue to lobby and make some changes and see if they will introduce a bill or recruit another legislator to put in an emergency bill, because Maine's in a particular position where 42% of our hospitals are at risk of closure. This year we've had one close. And so that's a pretty strong percentage, and we're a rural state. So we are in a crisis, just like everyone else is, and pushing the legislature to act. Whether or not they don't, at least they'll say it no to our faces, particularly before an election season. But we're a C3, excuse me. But it's there is that window in time for discussions, and we have to understand that. The other bill that we submitted is outside the scope of the universal healthcare discussion, but I share it because it is a part of the greater discussion. And Senator Markey mentioned it during the introduction of the SABUCA bill. He said that he joined SABUCA because of how private equity decimated Massachusetts. So we introduced a bill to put a 5-year moratorium on PE's ability to purchase a hospital in the state of Maine. We won a year, which is a win, sort of. But when dealing with corporate control, it is another way to move a set of the population. and also build anger amongst people. So it's a potential driver, and we're certainly looking into how can we utilize that fight, which is also across the country. And Biden's 2022 State of the Union mentioned it. Trump rolled back Biden's protections. There is a federal bill. There are these landscape issues. It is in the media. It is another way we can drive people to, and yes, the solution is a stable payer through universal health care. So we're looking at those type of opportunities of how we can drive the conversation in other ways. Not the wins we wanted, but the wins we were able to get. And so looking ahead, we're figuring out what is next. And part of our discussion is, how do we utilize new media? I'm sure everyone has faced the challenge of, how do we want to place our story in the media? And yes, we can get it covered in Common Dreams, and we can get it covered in a couple of other traditional progressive newspapers and online rags, but we need to own the narrative. Social media is one aspect of that, but how else can we sort of build out the ecosystem of media in this moment? How could that be a way to collaborate and build capacity? How can that be a part of one payer states? How can we leverage our collective social media capacity through this amazing network? How can we leverage our media capacity? How can we leverage our resources, period? Because we all know that we are, all begging for the same dollars in some ways. And though not competing for volunteers, just doing redundant things that maybe together through collaboration, we can be way more effective. Another piece we're looking into is, what is the real coalition that we need? We had organizations speak, but they didn't share on social media. They didn't email their list. So they were really only willing to be on the record in a pro forma way, not dissimilar to a legislation, sort of how the legislator was described in New York. We sort of have the same challenges with our organizations. And so what do they need to do a little bit more? How can we partner more effectively? Do we need to be there for them on this cause, even if it's outside of our mission? What is the way to reach people right now? And then, of course, organize. How can we continue to show up in the community? And other sort of strategic opportunities we're looking at are not dissimilar to the traditional organizing world. The patient and provider world is also pretty siloed and is a huge power building capacity opportunity that I was failure to thrive with long COVID and cancer at the same time, and was organizing to advocate there while sick in my bed. And I encountered basically every same problem that I'd encountered while working with Be a Hero on healthcare campaigns. So we really need to bridge a gap. It's a bridge sort of these traditional progressive organizations, the traditional patient provider organizations, and really make sure that we have a tunnel, as well as mobilizing the people who are in bed, who really are impacted by this, who are hit by soft eugenics every day, by the cuts in healthcare, and helping people grow allies for those who really need healthcare. I see often in the messaging around Medicaid cuts, it's still so individual. It's relying on this naive beneficence of the Democrats that they care that people don't have healthcare. And yes, there's caring, but we're still talking about body bags. And I think there is a need to be a little bit more blunt in what we're talking about so that we can reach people. That when we're talking about, it's people are used to this discussion around budget cuts. They're used to this cycle of legislation rather than really understanding the human toll. And I'm not sure the personal story is always as impact anymore. People are tired of it, and are some of our elected officials are just calling it a political game. So how do we start pivoting and being more strategic? I think we're in that stage of what questions do we continue to ask? What more can we be curious about? And is it the time to go hyper local, or what is the way forward? And I feel like everyone here is grappling with that. Those waivers, they're not coming. But thank you for your time. Continue to organize and give people hope because they really need it right now. And building community will do that.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Roach is the national coordinator for the labor campaign for single payer and chair of the board of healthcare for all Minnesota, and is going to share with you our campaign to win the Minnesota Health.
All right. Okay. I'm going to share one more time here, folks. So bear with me. Pull it up. Hopefully I've got it down this time. All right. Did that work?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I wanted to go to the second slide right to begin with. So just so you know, I mean, I'm going to focus this and I'm going to be quick about this. We've had a bill for a long time. We needed a campaign plan to win it. Because here's what we heard from organizations around the state. Give us something to chew on. We believe in single payer, but we need a real campaign. And when you write a campaign plan, something I didn't spend my career doing, it really gets people interested. This thing isn't done. It's a living document, but I'm just gonna lay out the basics of what we're doing, how we're thinking about it, and how we're involving groups in participating in finalizing this plan as we try to win the Minnesota Health Plan over the next couple of years. Just a list of some of the organizations that have signed on, voted to be participants and part of our steering committee so far. We still have tons of work to do. There's plenty of gaps here, but we are working on that. We are continuing to build relationship and organize more and more organizations into this campaign. The basics. So it's literally a written campaign plan. You all will get a copy of it. I sent it to Mike, so it'll go out as a template in case it's useful for you all. It's got the goal, pathways and objectives for the campaign, some general timelines. What does the legislation and policy work look like? What's the infrastructure of the campaign? You can see all the different components of that. We wanted to include an action calendar, campaign roles, responsibilities, and even a budget, which is completely pie in the sky right now because we know we need to develop that. So we'll be looking for some help from our partners on that. The goal is pretty simple and straightforward. It is geared towards building a coalition that represents people most impacted by our broken healthcare system, including Minnesotans of all race, ethnicities, income levels, gender and gender identity, sexual orientation, and ages. Our movement is going to bring all of these affinity groups and individuals together along with elected officials to collaborate on a solution that works for Minnesota and is centered on the belief that healthcare is not a commodity, but it is in fact a right. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward goal. I'm sure we would all agree with it. The infrastructure building, we want to make sure that this campaign is of value to the organizational partners, not only because the end goal benefits their members, because we now have a sane healthcare system, but because their organization can actually jump in and their members can learn organizing and lobbying and activism, and they will see it as something that's beneficial to their organization as a whole. It's not just one more thing to do, but their members will be engaged and they will actually build power inside their own organization by being part of our campaign. Basic structure, nothing here that's going to be earth-shattering. A steering committee, everybody who votes to join the campaign gets a seat on the steering committee. We're hoping to actually raise money and be able to hire a campaign manager, because that is another thing I don't know how to do. We have the basics for the committees, organizing, fundraising, legislative policy, communications, and some of the peripherals that come under that: coalition building, base building, and audience inclusivity, to make sure we are doing things in multiple languages. We always have translators and translation equipment available. So we're including everybody and leaving nobody out. I am convinced that job one for us, and some may disagree, and that's okay because we all have different strategy ideas, but job one is to protect and save our current public health programs. So in Minnesota, as we've heard also from many in the single payer movement, be they unions or community groups or even elected officials, we ain't gonna pass this thing overnight. So how are we gonna get there? So we decided to create a pathway to actually get there. And the first thing is we take Medicaid and we take it back for ourselves and for the patients, and we kick the money changers out of the temple, right? So So for us, job one is going to be to look at building our public health infrastructure. That's how I refer to it. That is very transformational. We passed some legislation recently. We've got some stronger regs on hospital closures and service reductions. That's a step forward, right? We've got some cost studies coming out on administrative costs and this crazy thing called low value care. And we also have a major cost study coming together on how are we going to fund this thing. And it does incorporate long-term care into it. And so that is going to be worked on over the next year or so. Once we have the big nut, then we can peel the onion, hopefully, and say, now we will, here's how we'll pay for it. We'll have payroll taxes, sales taxes, whatever it is, we'll figure that out once we know how much the system costs and how much it's going to save overall. And finally, we actually had legislation passed that directed our Department of Human Services to come back to the legislature in the 2026 session and give them options for deprivatizing Medicaid. Right? So that's a step in the right direction as well. Because listen, these cuts coming down from the feds are real. They're going to kill people. They're harmful. We can't pretend that's not part of this picture. Because as long as we keep siloing each other, and it was said earlier, sick people, or excuse me, children over here, older people over here, if you're employed over here, if you're not over here, we're able to be pitted against one another. We got to stop doing that, right? We got to be all in one single pool. But with the Medicaid cuts coming down, we're selling this to legislators by saying, look, you got 6 options. You can cut eligibility, cut benefits, cut the already low reimbursement rates. You could raise taxes, or you could cost shift. Take money from public education or public transportation and put it into Medicaid. You could just get those privatizers out of our Medicaid system and save a boatload of cash. Now, which of those 6 options make the most sense? We also happen to have a bill doing just that, kicking them out. It's called the Patient-Centered Care Bill. It's authored by our single payer author as well. And so we're hoping to couple that with those report or plans that are coming from our Department of Human Services on how to deprivatize. And this will even include money to help with care coordination, to help clinics and providers actually coordinate people's care based on their actual individual needs. I just want to say a word about the fact of how are we going to organize around the idea of deprivatizing Medicaid. Just briefly, we're going to educate and engage our legislators. We're going to be doing one-on-one meetings with them to help them understand the failures of privatization and why it has to stop. And we're going to save money doing so. We are going to move on to that and ask them to strategize an inside the Capitol strategy for how we talk to voters and educate legislators on it. We want to sponsor a legislative forum, and we want to get our Attorney General engaged. We have Keith Ellison, we're like blessed, but he can do all kinds of things under Freedom of Information Act stuff to get data that can help us move this program. And we're going to repeat that with educating, engaging the community with town halls and letters to the editor. And we even want to write a letter demanding the information on how they're spending our public tax dollars inside of those managed care organizations. And we wanted to go to the Star Tribune and the St. Paul Pioneer Press and all of that. But we also want to copy the Attorney General, have him hold it up at a press conference and say, hey, it's a good idea for us to get this information so we get some real public juice on it. And we will also be connecting with the current Medicaid Defense Coalition. We've already done that, determined messaging, and we want to write some resolutions. We still do precinct caucuses in Minnesota, so we want to write resolutions to go to the party that says it's time for the parties, both parties, quite frankly, to prioritize saving money inside of Medicaid by doing that. I'm not going to go through this, just want you to know, action calendar, again, you'll get these slides. One big thing, next year we want to engage stakeholder roundtables to make sure that some of those specific groups particularly have an opportunity to look at the bill, tell us what they like, what they don't, what's missing, what do we need to do to give their support. Make sure every voice is at the very least heard. These are the asks we make of organizations. Please vote to join, commit a rep to the steering committee and to our other committees, put our bills on your legislative priorities list, commit to participating in all of our various activities on that calendar, and bring us in to do education of your rank and file members of your organization. So You know, I would just say, Harry Truman said, you can always amend a big plan, but you can never expand a little one. I don't believe in little plans. I believe in big plans big enough to meet a situation which we can't possibly foresee now. That's what we're doing. We're planning big. We're gonna win Minnesota.
Questions? What is your plan for when the industry fights back on this?
Yeah, so we gotta do a little bit of inoculation and we have to continue to detoxify, right, the industry. And we call out who the bad guys are, right? We cannot hesitate to do that. And we have to get them, champions in the legislature. And they're most likely to be leaning like Democrats would be towards supporting something like this, to be willing to do the same thing. Right now, almost all, pretty much all of our Democrats, whether they're in the federal or the state, are saying this big bad bill thing is bad. Right? People are going to be hurt. People are going to die. There's a rural hospital they're going to close. Well, now it's time to put your money where your mouth is. And we believe you when you say that. But now you have to say, and the way we can capture some of the money is by actually going after these privatizers and pulling them out of these programs and using that money for actual health care. We shut it out. Kate and I organized together, can I tell you? So it's going to be about continuing to call out who the bad guys are and not be afraid to expose them. And we got United Health in our backyard, so it's really easy to expose the bad guys. So, yes, go ahead.
How much in savings is that by getting rid of the insurance there? And I know they had an estimate of the number of people in each state. For Colorado, it's about 200,000 people are estimated to lose their health care in Colorado. So either or, like, how many people would that cover based on those savings, or how much savings would it be to get rid of the insurance in the Medicaid?
So we're kind of equal to Colorado as far as size goes. We would get hit between 150 to 200,000 as well. That would be impacted by this. Now, it is hard to get data. It's not like Medicare Advantage where we've got some really good solid data, because once the states sign these contracts with these managed care organizations, many times they have proprietary ownership and you can't find out how they're spending our tax dollars, which is nuts. And so, but here's what we can do. We can extrapolate from what's happening inside of Medicare and how much money they're not spending on, enrollment and on patients and on healthcare. Plus, Milliman has done a study on this. It's pretty much solid to say, take your amount of money you spend on Medicaid, multiply it by 10 to 15%. That's how much you'll save. In Minnesota, that's between $500 and $1 billion a year by kicking the managed care organizations out of our
500 billion to $1 billion a year.
That's a lot of money, and we can use it for healthcare. And if we do it by the state, we immediately decrease administrative costs. That's a big part of where that savings is. And the state, just look up Connecticut, everybody. Connecticut is the rock star of this whole thing. They did it 12 years ago. They're saving a boatload of cash. They've got more people getting better services. They've been able to reimburse or increase reimbursement rates for providers. Really good stuff. Look up Connecticut. They have given us the blueprint for how to do this.
But you're saying that's what percentage of that of the total spending on Medicaid?
10 to 15%.
10 to 15%.
Yes, and ours is like just under 20 billion. So times 10%, right? It's a lot of money. So.
Catherine Lewandowski is here. She is from Washington. She's a mom. She has 3 children. She's a retired nurse, and she's on the One State's board, and she's here to give an update on Washington State.
You forgot to say, I want to try to ride my horse 100 miles in 24 hours. Get this done. This is a lot of riding to do. Anyways, all right. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you all being here. How can I see this? All right. We have like a few minutes, but so a brief history of healthcare, universal healthcare in Washington, or the
the fight to achieve it, and bring it up to date to where we are now. In 1993, I think that was when President Clinton was in, right? That we signed in the Health Services Act. It was signed into law at our state level. But by 1995, most of it was all repealed. In 1999, Healthcare for All Washington, another organization in our state, runs the Washington Health Security Trust as a ballot initiative. They didn't get enough signatures. In 2003, 4 years later, the Washington Health Security Trust introduces as legislation, and it's reintroduced every year, every session. We have 2-year sessions till 2017. In 2018, that's like 15 years later, some of Healthcare for All Washington activists got a little frustrated, and they ran another ballot initiative. They created Whole Washington, and we ran I-1600, which was our first ballot initiative. We didn't get enough signatures, didn't get it on the ballot. In 2019, we got lots of help from a retired state senator, and it was turned into a Senate bill, 5222. Anyways, in 2020, it didn't go anywhere. So in 2020, we ran I-1362, but it was COVID. Right. I mean, we were torn. We were like, oh my God, this is what we keep saying. We need it. And we did. It was a bad decision. We had to like shut it down like by August. So, anyway, so I don't count that one. All right. So, in 2021, they passed Senate Bill 5399, which established our Universal Health Care Commission, and they've been working for the last 4 years trying to figure out how to implement universal health care in Washington State. We also reintroduced the Washington Health Trust as Senate Bill 5204. I think that's what that says. In 2023, we ran I-1471, and we had an awesome campaign manager, Andrea Stackhouse, and I forgot to give credit to these slides to Andrea Stackhouse. He is actually now our executive director, and you'll hear from him in a little bit. Anyway, so we did I-1471 again. We did not have enough signatures to get on the ballot. Basically, it was a really great plan, but it did have a few holes. We figured those out, I think. Anyway, and we also had Senate Bill 5335. Again, that went nowhere in our state legislature. In 2024, Whole Washington is invited to present to the Universal Health Care Commission 3 times. They're great presentations. You can find them on our website. You can also find them on the Universal Health Care Commission's website too. I would recommend that you watch them. They're very informative. In 2025, the Washington Health Trust is introduced into our state house for the first time. We have not been able to get a house sponsor. Let me tell you, it wasn't easy. It was a lot of work, but we got it. It's House Bill 1445, and then we also have Senate Bill 5233. So now that's where we're at. So the Washington Health Trust is real legislation in our state legislature. It was originally based on the Washington Health Security Trust, the WISP bill, we call it. It's designed to align with federal Medicare for All by J. Paul and Sanders, and it was really based, we put on a lot of stuff, took a lot of input from John Conyers, HR 676. It was vetted by our Washington Department of Revenue and the Employment Security Department. They looked at it, they loved it, and they added a whole bunch of ugly language, but they said they needed it. Anyway, we used Healthy San Francisco as a model with respect to going around the ERISA stuff in order to align employers. And then it builds on top of federal programs like the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and Medicaid. It supplements the Veteran Affairs and the Indian Health Services. It is not a single payer bill. It is as close as we can get to a single payer bill. It doesn't start, it starts out as a multi-payer bill. It transitions to as close as we can get to a single payer bill. Okay. So how do we pass it? We have 2 pathways, unlike New York, I'm sorry, but we have 2 pathways. We have the legislative strategy and the initiative strategy. So legislatively, it requires a majority of a vote in the House and the Senate and a signature by the governor. But before that, it needs to get through the Senate and House healthcare committees. It was introduced in 2019. But in 2019, we have never had more than 7 co-sponsors, and we've never had a public hearing. This year, we got 11 co-sponsors, and that was after losing 2. One of our sponsors went to become their office of the insurance commissioner. She's our insurance commissioner. It's wonderful. And another one died, I think, maybe retired, and then died. Never did die. Yeah. In the House, we've never been able to get a bill introduced till this year, and we had 17 co-sponsors. It was a lot of work, let me tell you. Okay, so what's next? We need committee hearings, but in the Senate, we've never been able to get past Annette Cleveland. Dan Bernowski in the House, he's much more open. He's new as the chair for the House and House Healthcare Committee. He's been much more open, and he's trying to help to push us to along with Annette Cleveland to get a working group. We're supposed to get a work group. That we always understood that was supposed to happen, but it never has. So hopefully it will happen before the next session. So how do we pass it? Could it pass legislatively? Yes, it could. It's still a live bill. In January, when they reconvene, they could pass it the first week of January and start the transitioning process. Will it? I doubt it. And we don't want to count our eggs before they're hatched. And it's very difficult to run an initiative. So we always have to be prepared to be able to run the initiative, because honestly, I feel like that's the only way we're going to get it. So we run 3-2 in the past. Each time we earned like 87 to 120,000 signatures. We need like, the numbers come down. Now it's like 306, but we need like 380 to be sure we have enough. We have 2 pathways. One is over you have 9 months to collect the signatures. The other one, we have about 4 months to collect the signatures. It's a 1-year process, but we've elected to do the 2-year process because it gives you more time to get out and talk to the people and get those signatures and also educate people. But it's expensive. It's not cheap. And so far we've all been by volunteer. We currently now have a part-time executive director, and that's good. But it's going to take more than that. I had really hoped that we'd be able to do it as a volunteer organization. It hasn't, a ballot initiative hasn't been passed in Washington by all volunteers since medical marijuana about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe. But I don't think it's going to happen. So we really need to have money to get on the ballot. We need like $1 million. And that's been proven over this last couple of years, because we actually had a bunch of ballot initiatives make the ballot. They were put on by Republican millionaires to try to repeal a lot of the things that we've gained in the legislature. They wanted to repeal the capital gains tax that was passed a few years ago and then went through the court system and was found to be valid. They wanted to give the people the ability to opt out of the Mandatory Long-Term Care Act, which would have basically just destroyed it. So they wanted to repeal that. They wanted to repeal the Climate Commitment Act that we passed. And this is the amount of money that was spent. A lot of millions of dollars. And we know that once we get it on the ballot, we're going to be hit with this kind of money. Because there's millionaires and billionaires that don't want to see, they like the system the way it is. So we really seriously need to talk about fundraising. And I have to say, I hate fundraising. But as the treasurer of one of our states, I have to talk a little bit about fundraising, okay? So we know they got 6 initiatives on the ballot, 7 initiatives on the ballot at the tune of about $1 million apiece. So it's gonna take $1 million to get them on the ballot. And up to $20 million to get out the vote in support of it. And Colorado knows just getting it on the ballot won't be enough, right? I think that you also got to think too that yes, we need these millions of dollars. We don't need them yet. We don't need that 20 million. But what all these organizations, a lot of them, what you need is you need to be able to have the money to do the work you need to do. You need to have a few paid staff to be continuous. It's hard working with volunteers, and you have excited volunteers, but then things happen and they're gone. And so you've got a hole here and a hole there, and you know, that gets dropped off. This really needs some full-time commitment from a few organizations, you know? So my ask today is that you try to give, whether it's $2 or $5 or $1 million. But really, give whatever you can. And really, until we get it on the ballot, become a small dollar donor at the state level and with a national organization. Try to get this work done and get the job done. So I'm terrible at QR codes. I put in our URLs. You can find them on our website. We need that small dollar base. You know, we need about $100,000 a year to maintain an organization like this. And so you really, but we have 400,000 people that are going to be losing their health insurance. You know, if we can get $5 to $10 a month from 100,000 people, right? Honestly, our organization, Whole Washington, we have about 200 monthly regular donors. It can't be done with 200. So give what you can. And if you can't give it all, call up your friends, talk to 10 people and spread the word. Spread the website, okay? I think that's it. I'm at the end, all right? And introducing again, Warren George from Oregon. Thank you.
I will skip the slides, just pick up a little time. Want to give a shout out to Washington, and I've been honored to attend some of their meetings, and the people there are great to work with. And shout out to Colorado and Maine and friends in California. Working with Washington, really, seeing you reminded me that the work done in Oregon is really opened our eyes to the complications of border crossers. We've got about 300,000 people, including dependents, who cross the bridge to work in Portland, and figuring out how to get their health care really isn't that easy. So it gives a little impetus to multi-state, even if it's not implemented at the same time that it actually dovetails. Oregon has a extended resume. Not only did we lose a ballot measure in 2002, I've had studies done by Gerald Friedman, 2013, and updated in 2015. The state legislature has spent a total of over $3 million on state studies, starting with a study by Rand and supported by a legislative citizens work group. The task force, which met from 2002 to 2022 to 2000 to 2022, put out about a 250-page report, which is available online. One of the things that it didn't do was come up with a funding, which is very difficult. So a new governance board was appointed and seated last year, early 2024. I was honored to be on that board and still support the work of that to the board. They have a deadline of September 26th to report back to the legislature and the governor. The idea is to come up with a good enough plan that it needs very little tweaking for the legislature to refer it to the voters. And key legislators have said they would do that as long as our organizations can show that the vote is probably there. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Healthcare for All Oregon, which has been responsible for those legislative efforts. The board has 9 members. We have 5 full-time staff. And we have, we asked for volunteers. We got 156 applicants. We selected 47 to sit on 4 different committees, including community engagement, communications, finance and revenue, plan design, and operations and transition. The governance board may be off to a bit of a slow start, but there's a lot of optimism that they will deliver the product to the governor and the legislature. Oregon also is perhaps known for its Measure 111, which says that it's the obligation of the state to ensure clinically appropriate, affordable health care to all of its residents. That's narrowly passed, has no really funding, but it certainly speaks to the dedication of the state board. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Oh, no.
Yeah, Nancy Warren, you're a bunch of friends, Warren. Why did you resign as vice chair of the Universal Health Plan Governing Board? You can plead the fifth if you want.
I'll say I wanted to spend more time with my family. It was part of it is open meetings law in Oregon. They're really kind of pushing it too hard. So when the board was seated, they said, you may not speak to each other except when you're on camera and in a pre-announced meeting. Well, on an innovation board, that is suicide. They said, you can be individually fined if you violate that. I said, show me the price list so I can figure out what to buy. But for myself, I found I could be more effective actually off the board because due to circumstances, it didn't work out for a person who's pushing the knowledge to serve on the board. I basically said, if you're going to push the work onto staff, pay me $1 and I'll be on staff. And they haven't paid me the $1 yet. But that's that's the short answer. All boards, citizen boards, are difficult, and I might add that it's really difficult to design taxes in that structure because if everyone feels that they're appointed to represent a constituency, they dig in their heels, and that's doesn't help things like collaboration and compromise. So thanks for the questions.
I just wanted to mention real quick, those dollars that I talked about for defending an initiative, those dollars will still be needed, even if it's passed legislatively, because in our state, they only need half the amount of signatures to run a referendum, and the legislature could actually run a referendum much easier than that. They don't need the signatures. And so we'll have to defend whatever the legislature might pass from a referendum. So, like I said, organizations don't need that kind of money now, but we all need to be prepared to be able to raise that kind of money to defend however which way we get it passed. And so whatever state does do this, we all need to be there supporting that state, okay? I guess it's my turn to introduce Andre. He's online, Andre Stackhouse. He's our executive director of Cold Washington. I've had the pleasure of working with him since I-1471. He's worked in the tech industry for most of his years, and also he's a really excellent writer, like a journalist person. So he's just been wonderful to work with, and I'll hand it off to Andre. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And I am really blown away by the turnout today. I really wish I could be with you all there in Denver, but grateful for the virtual option. And I have a half-hour time block to share with you all today. So we're going to be able to get into it a bit. And so let's get into it. Now the program may have said something about power mapping. I didn't really have time to develop that, and I think that was all a bit aspirational. But what I do want to talk with you all today is about coalition building and building a bigger movement. I think that there's broad recognition that we need a much bigger movement than where we are today to succeed. Whether we're talking in Washington, which is where I spend most of my time doing this organizing, or if we're talking at the national level. So this is universal healthcare, the state and the nation. And I'll just start with a quick introduction, try to not repeat too much of what Catherine said, but my academic background is in information science. I've lived in Washington my whole life, and I am in Seattle. Previous career in software engineering, but really got swept into politics through the Bernie Sanders campaigns, including as a state and national delegate in 2020. After that, I really decided that I wanted to work on an issue rather than a candidate, which I found to be a more pure form of political organizing. And I also wanted to work within my home state rather than in national politics, which I saw as really quite gross. And we'll talk about the ways in which those overlap with each other and how you can't truly escape. But my first 501c3, I founded an organization called Medicare for All Everywhere. And in many ways, Medicare for All Everywhere had some similar goals to one-payer states. And I think at the beginning, there was some discussion about, does there need to be a Medicare for All Everywhere and a one-payer states? Well, I'm very pleased to report to you all today that Medicare for All Everywhere is no more. I certainly learned many of the challenges of starting a brand new organization from the ground up, and I think we did some very fantastic work while it was an active organization. Some of you may recognize some of my material today from content I developed during that time, but I really had to become more realistic with my capacity and my time. So I became Whole Washington Executive Director. And because I'm a very, very realistic person, I also ran for governor in 2024. But you're all encouraged to get in touch with me, as always, Andre at wholewashington.org. And yes, you can even book a meeting with me. So if you use that cal.com link, I will make myself available to anyone in any state working on any issue, but especially universal health care. And I really see that as part of my job, is to just provide the level of knowledge and support that's in my brain to anyone who can make good use of it. So thank you for inviting me today. I'm sure Catherine spent some time on this, but I always want to make sure I give a brief introduction to Whole Washington for folks who may not be familiar. We are a 501c4 political nonprofit, but very soon we will also have C3 status, and that will come up a little bit more in my later presentation. Our policy is called the Washington Health Trust, and it is a comprehensive statewide single-payer policy. We think a nation-leading policy in that way. In Washington, it's the only universal health care bill in the legislature. We are the largest universal healthcare group in Washington and the only one actively building towards an initiative campaign. But we are part of a coalition called Healthcare is a Human Right Washington, and that has played a large role in our growth, in our increased political capital in this state. So I don't know how familiar these organizations will be to our national audience here, but it is a grassroots community labor coalition with over 44 member organizations. They also allow allied organizations who are not dues-paying members and therefore are not part of their democratic governance structure, but still provide support to the values of the organization. Whole Washington is a dues-paying member and a voting member of their steering committee. And you can see that there's a fantastic mix of grassroots organizations, community health boards, community clinics, labor unions, and we've managed to accomplish some very big things with them. I had the quick reminder on Medicare for All Everywhere. I slipped that into my personal introduction. But I guess coming back to it, I just want to say that Medicare for All Everywhere was founded with some ideas for what a national movement would look like. And so I guess the point that I'm going to get to with this is that it was never founded to be critical of one-payer states. And while I will be presenting, sort of a direction that I hope to see develop for the movement that I think one-payer states can and ought to play a large role in carrying, all of this is on our shared pathway to growth. It's not about woulda, coulda, shouldas. It's about where we are today and where we can go. So, to give a quick update on Washington, we do have a nation-leading policy, as I mentioned. It's been introduced as both an initiative and it's in both chambers of our state legislature, which was one of our accomplishments this year. We've also gotten a certain amount of commitment from the legislature, including the creation of a Universal Healthcare Commission a few years back, I think 2021. And as of this year, we even got them to pass what I'll describe as a single-payer resolution. So we sort of have two pieces of legislation passed at state level that, in my reading, is the legislature making certain kinds of rhetorical commitments to achieving universal health care, though they have not yet passed any kind of single-payer legislation or made strong commitments on what an implementation would look like. I would say that not quite on universal health care, but we have seen increasing openness from the Republican caucus. 20 Republican lawmakers actually signed a letter basically begging Congress not to cut Medicaid. And I think that we know that a lot of their districts are going to be hit very hard by those cuts. And so we hope that that leads to some openness on collaboration, bipartisan collaboration in the legislature. We've also gotten some new congressional support. So there are 12 members of Washington's delegation, including senators. And for a very, very long time, the only two who would co-sponsor either Medicare for All or the State-Based Universal Health Care Act were Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith. But with the newly elected Emily Randall, we now have a third in our delegation. Now, my opinion is that that is actually woefully low for Washington State. There are only 2 Republican members of our congressional delegation. And I think that these should be considered absolutely standard litmus tests for any Democrat in Washington trying to get elected. But we've gone from 2 to 3. So that's progress, and that's progress that we can come back to. We have record high labor buy-in. And Catherine and I just got back from the state labor convention, where we were able to help get a single payer resolution through the State Labor Council. It had a very, very powerful constituency of unions who actually introduced it and did the bulk of the carrying on it. So we worked with them in the early days. We worked with them to pass through their individual unions and central labor councils. But by the time it made it to the State Labor Council, there was actually almost nothing that we had to do. It passed easily, very little opposition. And so we can no longer let it be said that labor does not support this. Labor is now in the driver's seat, and we are hoping that that really, really sets the stage differently for the next couple of years of legislative sessions. We also have a good amount of local buy-in. We've passed resolutions through multiple city councils, including Seattle. And I've just recently dusted off some polls that I haven't looked at in a long time, but we can say with scientific polling that significant majorities support universal health care, even when you say that it has to come at the raising of taxes. It's across the spectrum. And in fact, in one of those polls, there was higher support from Republicans on a need to change the healthcare system than Democrats. And of course, whole Washington across our initiative campaigns have gathered hundreds of thousands of signatures. So the public support is there. And all of this leads us to the question of what is missing. And I think that that's really what I'm going to talk about today. And so, in my opinion, we need a bigger movement. We have the public support, but we don't have an organized, people-powered movement that is large enough and strong enough to win this, no matter what path we're talking about, whether we're talking state or federal, whether we're talking legislation or initiative. We need about 380,000 signatures to make the ballot. We've only ever been able to collect about 1/3 of that. We need quite a bit more money, and our estimates are that we need something along the lines of $200,000 to launch a successful initiative campaign, something closer to $1 million to actually make the ballot. And if tradition holds and this initiative goes the way the most recent ones have, we're talking about $20 million, maybe more like $25 million to actually win the statewide Get Out the Vote campaign. We estimate that it could be the most expensive initiative campaign in Washington's history. But this is big kid politics. We have to compare ourselves when we're talking about winning at the state level to say winning a seat for governor or winning a Senate seat. And we can't afford to lowball what this is going to cost. Next one, we are not keeping up in the attention economy. And when you look at, say, the success of Zohran Mamdani in New York, right, and how this is a national story, and he is now a national figure, right, I do not feel that we are at that same level within the single-payer movement. And the day that we are winning, whether it's in a city like New York or a state like Washington or at the national level with Medicare for All, it will be a national story. There will be national figures who are carrying it. And I think that we just need to recognize that that is not where we are right now. And I will say that in my now quite a few years of experience on this issue, what I have found is that we as a movement are uncomfortable exercising political power, even political power that we have and that we have earned and that we should not be shy about. But we are still learning to effectively exercise our power and to grow it. And I think that at some level we're in this weird split where this is a national fight, and yet it is often being treated like a small local issue. And so I think that we need to take stock of this movement across all of our organizations and recognize that we need to commit to growth and building power. These are those same initiatives that Catherine showed. Just to reiterate, the money does not always win. Sometimes yes outraises no. Sometimes no outraises yes. Sometimes the money wins. Sometimes the money does not win. And yet all of these campaigns cost between $6 and $23 million. And we are now adding to our list of concerns cuts to Medicaid. So we are expecting significant increases in the uninsured population in Washington, an estimated 150,000 going to be priced out of the benefit exchange starting this January. Medicaid work requirements are going to come into effect in January of 2027, which the estimates are between 250,000 and 500,000 will lose insurance because of that. And that the monetary effect is going to be around $4 billion in cuts. Washington has been described as perhaps the #1 target in the healthcare slashes. We were one of the most enthusiastic and robust Medicaid expansion states. And so now federal policy is taking that away. So we may be doubling our uninsured population, and at least 14 rural hospitals have been identified as at risk of closing. So the question at hand is, what does a nationwide healthcare revolution look like? And I want to start with actually a case study on the Electoral College. Now, the way I was raised, I was told that the Electoral College has been with us from the beginning, and it will be with us to the bitter end. It is what it is to be in the United States, is to live under the Electoral College. And I think that, there's a certain kind of acceptance of this that causes us to not even closely examine this, right? And so I think that, we are in a time now where we recognize that the rules are changing. What is considered possible, what we are told is possible versus impossible is just often not the case. And we need to challenge these assumptions. And so when we look at the actual phrasing of the Constitution, you may notice that it actually says that it's up to the states to decide how they delegate their electors. And so some very smart people who share my opinion that the Electoral College is unfair and undemocratic. And that's not what we're talking about today, but bear with me. That actually it is not the federal policy of the land that the Electoral College has to be done the way that it's done, and that a state, a sort of grouping of states that have a majority in the Electoral College could decide that they will actually allocate their electoral votes to the winner of the popular vote. And so if we could pass legislation in enough states such that we had that majority, we could actually change the United States to a popular vote. And you'll look that the green states, including Washington, have signed on to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which is exactly what I just described. And if you look at the states with pending legislation, if a number of them were to pass that legislation, we would be over the threshold of 270 electoral votes. So this is actually, within the legal framework of the Electoral College. Will it happen in the next year, in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years? Nobody can say. And when it does happen, we know that it will go to court. And it won't necessarily win. But the point is, they are working within the system that they have, and then they are finding an effective strategy to challenge that system. And I think that we have our own similar story on healthcare, right? So in Canada, we start with the province of Saskatchewan. They actually don't even start with single payer. They start with hospital care only, eventually expand it into a universal single payer system in that province. And then over a couple of decades, it becomes the national system of Canada. But in the United States, we have our own story, starting with Massachusetts and Romney Care, and eventually becoming the Affordable Care Act. So there is always an interplay between states and the federal. And I think that we need to recognize that there is great power in the states, and that states can put change onto the table for the federal government to either take or leave. But even then, it still can have a profound impact on the people in those states. And I think that, people have taken notice to this, right? So this is a more recent meme, and I've never heard of or met Dan Wenzel one, but they were posting on Threads, and I've seen this in other places. The following 15 states have Democratic trifectas. They can pass universal healthcare systems before the 2026 elections. And I think that this is the kind of thinking that is going to get us movement on this issue. This is the kind of thinking that can actually effectively respond to Medicaid cuts. And so one question is, where is the Democratic Party on this? Don't they want to win? Isn't this the kind of strategy that we see from the opposition, right? And so I think it's very important that we remember that the Republican Party, and I'm not trying to take this into a partisan direction, but the right wing has been very, very effective at playing the long game, at fighting hard in the states, fighting for things like courts. And the question is, where is the Democratic Party, or where is even the progressive leaders of the Democratic Party, right? So all of these people that I put on the screen, they are famously supporters of Medicare for all. And with very small exceptions, I have never heard Elizabeth Warren fight for mass care. I have never heard Pramila fight for whole Washington. I have never heard AOC mention the New York Health Act. And this is something that I hope that we can change with effective strategy and coordination. I do want to give a shout out to Ro Khanna as the primary sponsor of the State-Based Universal Healthcare Act, who has been very, very open and supportive of CalCare. And I think that that is the standard that we want to hold all of these members to. Pramila Jayapal has political power, access to media that I could only dream of, right? And yet she's shy on this issue. And I think we need to help her elevate herself to a leader, not just on Medicare for all, but on what her own state can do. We don't have the needed majorities to pass Medicare for all in Congress, but we can pass it in my home state, covering all of my constituents. I am committed to leading that effort. I don't think that that should be a difficult statement for anyone on this screen to make. So the closest thing we have to this kind of movement and this kind of coordination are the state organizations that have been working on this issue for a long time. And I'm sorry, I'm sure this doesn't include everyone. A few of these logos may be out of date. But the point here is, from West Coast to East Coast, we have organizations that have done amazing work on this issue. But I have always held that they are not really a movement. They are working in individual silos on individual projects, and there is not nearly enough mutual support and collaboration between them. So what does a movement look like? A movement looks a little bit more like this, right? Organizations in all sorts of states pursuing their own policies, their own strategies, and yet coordinated through a national organization, and that coordination going in both directions. So the people that they have support the national supports the ground level work, and in fact, may even identify states that don't yet have that organization, don't yet have that policy developed, and say, we're going in Wisconsin or whatever the state is, right? And saying, we're going to create it where it doesn't exist yet. So the coordination of what exists, but also the development of new energy and new power in every state. What might that look like, right? So we need to spread out and recognize that certain things may be more effectively done at the national level, and certain things must be done on the ground at state level, right? So every state should be building its own movement, but national should be building a 50-state movement. States will be building on-the-ground organizers and infrastructure, but national can provide all sorts of shared infrastructure that we'll talk about a bit more. State organizations should be building that close relationship with state legislatures. A national organization can help focus on Congress. I think that goes both, right? I mean, at Whole Washington, we do try to lobby our members of Congress, but the support of a national organization is always helpful. States can run ballot initiative campaigns. We don't have those nationally, but national can unify the states with a cohesive strategy. They can provide campaign plans. They can provide expertise, policy development, and vetting. And then fundraising. Fundraising is going to be a joint effort between states and national. And then last, organizing local actions. And a few years ago, I was the lead organizer of the Seattle March for Medicare for All. I ran one of them with the support of a national organization, and then I've run one that was organized completely locally. And I will tell you that actions are bigger and more powerful when they are coordinated as part of a group of national actions. And I think that we need to see quite a bit more of that, quite a bit more coordination and discipline and cross-promotion, the likes of which I have not really seen since the 2021 March for Medicare for All. So I think we need to re-examine what we can do with that. I put Fair Vote and Fair Vote Washington on here because I think this is a good model, right? So I talked about how the right has very effectively created this kind of strategy. They have national ambitions, but they are willing to fight for, every single seat, including dog catcher, right? Well, Fair Vote is a national organization. It's existed for quite some time. It's best known for pursuing ranked choice voting, but they have a local here in Washington that has managed to pass ranked choice voting for the city of Seattle and also pursues other reforms that are appropriate and adapted for the context of Washington. And so I think that we need to start to see more of this kind of coordination between national organization that has local presences in many different states. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it needs to be developed. So what can one-payer states do? I'm a little bit shy talking about how Whole Washington has struggled to maintain C4 status over the years. But the reality is that maintaining a C4 is a lot of work. And the reality is that a lot of the work that goes into maintaining a C4 or a C3 is duplicated in every organization, even if they're doing very similar work, even if their goals are very aligned. Folks may not be familiar with the practice of fiscal hosting, but a fiscal host is able to basically give C4 status or C3 status to a subsidiary. And usually in exchange, they will take, there's different ways of doing it. Sometimes it can be a flat fee. Sometimes it can be a percentage of fundraising. But basically, because it costs work to pay for, say, a CPA and a bookkeeper, it takes that work that they have to do. But basically, they're able to provide that infrastructure and enable the subsidiary to focus on their organizing. There's also digital infrastructure, right? We're all maintaining different websites. There's varying levels of web expertise. And the reality is that these websites usually are quite similar. We should be able to provide an out-of-the-box experience that makes it very easy for an organization to get a high-quality website up and running quickly, and then to have support maintaining it. Tools like Action Network, right? We're all maintaining separate lists. Again, we have to like learn and duplicate skills for something like Action Network. When if we were to share that, we would all have a bigger list. There's digital communities like Slack. Whole Washington has a really, really effective Slack where we collaborate all the time. And yet when I try to reach out to national organizations and people across the country, they can be hard to know, right? Who do I email? Where do I discuss things? So I think that we should re-examine kind of connecting in there. Slack is a modern tool that I think for many younger organizers works.
What do you do when your back is against the wall?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do when you think you've lost it all?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do and what do you say when they're taking all your rights away? You make trouble,
Oh, yeah,
make good trouble.
what do you do when the politicians rig the game?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
When they lie inside, call you out by name.
Make trouble, you make good trouble.
What do you do? What do you say when they're taking all your rights away?
You make trouble,
Oh, yeah, make good trouble.
what do you do when they take all your dreams away?
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Here most of your life, but then they want you to go away.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Hit the streets with a song and a prayer, and you'll find your allies everywhere. You make trouble,
Oh, yeah,
make good trouble.
what do you do when they take away your vote?
You make trouble, make good trouble.
Hit the street, we're all in the same damn boat.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do? What do you say when they take all of your rights away?
You make trouble,
Oh, yeah,
make good trouble.
this ain't new, we all know the drill.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Those gone before us are marching still.
Make trouble, make good trouble. They're with us now. We hear their voice.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
Raise a fist and make some noise.
Make trouble, make good trouble.
What do you do? What do you say when they're taking all your rights away? You make trouble,
Oh, yeah,
make good trouble. Make trouble,
oh, yeah,
make good trouble.